The Warcroc berserk human slowly turned toward the newly arrived sorcerers. Unlike the other berserk humans the group had encountered so far, this one displayed a rare clarity of awareness. It was not driven by blind malice, yet its eyes glowed with unmistakable predatory intent. This wasn't about blessed versus unblessed, nor was it purely the berserk property compelling it to attack the uncorrupted. The gaze in the creature's eyes was more than that, but also simple. It was the look of a predator staring down at its prey. "We don't have a choice," Hero said, shattering any lingering hope of retreat or avoiding the battle. "We won't be able to find the right door without first dealing with this being." The others stared at the berserk human, solemn apprehension settling across their faces. "Bring out everything you have," Hero continued. "Don't hold back your trump cards if you want to leave this place alive." The holy sons and holy daughters were not pleased with his commanding tone, but they understood. This was no moment for caution or pride. If they couldn't trust each other and cooperate fully, then none of them would be leaving this place alive. Sana of the Anima Sacred Lands reached down and patted the 3 pouches strapped to her waist. The pouches opened. Beams of light shot outward, arcing down before striking the ground in front of her. From those beams emerged 3 beasts, magic beasts untouched by, or perhaps resistant to, the berserk corruption. Beast carrier pouches. Standing before the petite, tribal-looking woman were a purple-black panther, a flame-red gorilla, and a thin, rope-like forest green snake. The snake immediately slipped into the grass and vanished. Sana vaulted smoothly onto the panther's back. The red gorilla stepped forward, placing itself between its summoner and the enemy like a living shield. Just then, Jean stepped ahead, a grin stretching across his gaunt face. "Finally," he muttered, "worthy competition." His hands blurred as they formed rapid hand seals. Then, vitality reversal. Mystic energy surged outward from Jin's navel, flooding through his body and revitalizing it. His withered frame swelled. Muscle and meat filled the bone. His skin tightened and rejuvenated, and his posture straightened. In seconds, the frail, emaciated figure transformed into a hulking 7-foot man in his physical prime. Athletic, powerful, muscles thick with condensed vitality. The shift was dramatic, but none of the chosen children reacted with surprise. Vitality reversal was a signature tempering technique of the physical tempering Holy Land. "I'm going first." Despite the disparity in rank, Jean chose to engage head-on. Whether brave or reckless was open to interpretation. He dashed toward the Warcroc berserk human at the highest movement speed possible for a third circle sorcerer and threw a punch, pouring his full weight and mystic energy behind the strike. Boom! Jin's eyes flashed in shock. The berserk human caught the punch effortlessly with an open palm. Then, before Jin could react, the creature drove a fist into his abdomen. Jin's body folded like a shrimp as he was launched into the air. Yet the displacement was less from the power of the blow and more from Jin's own movement. He had jumped with the impact to reduce the damage. Still, the force was undeniable. Using that brief opening, Jin twisted his trapped hand free from the berserk human's grip and retreated as quickly as he had advanced. Make countermeasures. Is evolved from a power tie. Jin tried to relay information, but he suddenly felt something blur to his side. This speed. Boom! The thought never finished. The berserk human appeared beside him and backhandedly smacked him across the face, sending the fighter-sorcerer hurtling through the air and grass. As he was sent flying and rolling across the grass, Jin twisted his body mid-tumble, redirecting the momentum and forcing himself back onto his feet in one fluid motion. How is that possible? How can a power-type berserk human be that fast? Jin thought. As if answering his question, the berserk human shifted its posture. It dropped into a stance resembling a runner's starting position. The muscles along its thighs tightened visibly. Then, boom! The Warcroc berserk human launched forward like a bullet, closing the distance faster than Jin himself. How's that possible? The other chosen children found themselves asking the same question. Normally, berserk humans were heavily biased toward a single attribute: strength, agility, or vitality, or regeneration. The higher they evolved, the more extreme that bias became. The creature catching Jin's full power strike, delivered under vitality reversal, a technique that unleashed energy accumulated over some time in a single burst, already proved its monstrous physical strength. That should have confirmed it as a strength type. But the speed it displayed now, the explosive acceleration, the pursuit, that wasn't merely a strength or muscle-driven movement. It put the Warcroc berserk human in the leagues of agility-type berserk humans, belonging to two natures simultaneously, them in only one thing: an irregular. The conclusion surfaced in every sorcerer's mind at once. Yet even as the realization struck, none of them remained idle. The berserk human's punch cut through the air, aimed squarely at Jin's head, a blow that would certainly tear it off from his shoulders. Jin watched the incoming fist as if time slowed. It was too fast, too close, and hence too late to dodge. "Move!" he roared inwardly. But he wouldn't move out of the punch's path in time. Fortunately, someone else moved fast enough to intercept the berserk human before the strike landed. Shin of the armament's sacred land rushed forward, forming hand seals with one hand while gripping his flexible sword with the other. With the final seal completed, Shin leapt. He drove his blade theatrically into the ground, trapping with style, creeping entanglement. Mystic energy surged through the blade and into the earth. An uncountable number of creeping vines burst from the ground, coiling upward to seize the berserk human's punching arm and hold it in place. Roar! The creature released a low, furious roar and forced the punch forward regardless, determined to take Jin's head off. Fortunately for the sorcerers, the brief instant of restraint bought by Shin's move was enough. Jin slipped past the killing blow by a hair. The punch skimmed his cheek, the residual force scorching skin and driving him several steps back. The berserk human didn't relent. It moved to finish the kill with a swipple of its tail. But wailing grasp, festering flesh, Ignis Pine, Ariana of the Grey School cast two spells at once. Ghastly hands of darkness clawed out from the ground, gripping the berserk human and locking it in place. Jin immediately used the opportunity to widen the distance. He could see the binding wouldn't last longer than a breath, so he immediately pulled away. Before it broke, though, the follow-up landed. Ariana's second spell burrowed through the creature's scaly hide, revealing infected, festering flesh beneath. At the same moment, Ken's spell, a flame lance shaped like a pine spearhead, pierced directly into that wound. A muffled grunt escaped the berserk human. Ariana and Ken exchanged a sharp look of surprise. Both spells should have caused far greater damage. It also has high resistance against the mystic arts. The realization settled heavily between them. Before either Ariana or Ken could voice their realization, the berserk human abruptly abandoned Jin. Instead, it turned its attention toward the spellcasters. Its wounds healed and closed up. It even has regeneration. The sorcerers were aghast. The berserk human suddenly charged. "No, you don't." Shin moved instantly, stepping into its path, sword raised to intercept. But the berserk human's movement was abnormal. It used sudden halts and explosive dashes in rapid succession, forcing Shin to misstep. The swordsman lost his footing and fell back onto his heels as the creature slipped past him. Had Alex been present, one phrase would have surfaced in his mind: ankle breaker. The berserk human left Shin on the ground as it rushed toward its target. Watching it pass, horror flooded Shin's thoughts. A berserk human can use footwork techniques? Humiliation burned, but still, he forced himself to react. Shin drove his sword into the ground, trapping with style, creeping entanglement. Vines erupted once more, racing across the terrain to halt the berserk human. The other sorcerers didn't remain idle as well. Spells flew, some to damage, others to restrain. This time it worked. The berserk human was bound in place by multiple effects, vines, force bindings, and other binding mystic arts layered over one another. Ariana nearly completed her escape spell, but at the final instant, the berserk human suddenly opened its jaws. A spike of condensed and hardened sand formed in its mouth, fired. The projectile tore through Ariana's chest, impaling her heart before the spell could activate. The creature's eyes flashed with ruthless clarity as it eliminated what it perceived as the greatest threat. Silence fell. The other sorcerers shivered, dread sinking deep into their bones as they watched one of their own, a holy daughter equal in status to them, die before their eyes. Thud! Her lifeless body struck the ground. The reality settled over them like a weight. Ariana of the Gray School had fallen. Ariana's death was a huge shock to the sorcerers. How can a berserk human use mystic arts, magic? They couldn't believe it. Berserk humans were essentially similar to human warriors. They used mana under the influence of the berserk property to enhance their physical prowess in a specific, biased direction. They could easily become faster, stronger, or heal quicker, all at the cost of losing the ability to wield mana to form magic or mystic arts. Yet this irregular was not only able to improve across all three physical attributes, it was also capable of using some form of mystic arts, magic. The Heaven Secret sect trio of disciple brothers and the other chosen child froze in shock as everything they knew about berserk humans seemed to collapse before this workrock berserk human. They were at a complete loss on how to face it or even how to react. The workrock used the opportunity to tense its massive body and break through the spell bindings with sheer physical strength. It turned towards its next designated target, kin of the elemental sacred land, and charged. The sorcerer felt a sharp backlash as two of his mystic arts restraining the berserk human cracked apart under the creature's force and couldn't react in time. Suddenly, dagger-like claws extended from its fingers, primed to swipe down on him. Banishment! A hoarse voice suddenly sounded. The berserk human froze mid-motion, its body flickering in and out of space, as if reality itself rejected its presence. The sorcerer party members turned towards the source of the voice, Ray of the craftsmanship Sacred Lands. Ray held a brush in his hand, which he pushed into a glyph formation formed in the air before him. The glyph formation resembled a spell formation. However, Ray was not a spellcaster. Instead, he was a talisman master. So the formation before him was actually a talisman being written in the air, activated at the final moment before the berserk human cleaved Kin's head off with its dagger-like claws. Cough! Ray suddenly dropped to his knees and coughed out a significant amount of blood. Ray! Lena of the alchemy school called out. She rushed to his side and quickly handed him a couple of potions. Ray gulped them down immediately without hesitation. In that moment, Jean rushed forward and punched towards the berserk human's face. Simultaneously, Shin arrived as well and struck out with his sword in a precise arc. However, unfortunately for the two sorcerers, their attacks simply passed through the berserk human's form. What? They both exclaimed aloud in disbelief. Don't bother, Ray said, forcing himself back to his feet despite the obvious strain. I just used my life force as a price to banish and trap it in another spatial dimension. You what? The others, except for Lena, were stunned by his words. They didn't expect Ray was willing to pay such a significant price. Open your eyes, Ray roared. This thing is playing with us. It is a peak fourth circle berserk human on the cusp of the fifth. Our only option is to kill it here, even if we have to pay a grievous price. Otherwise, each one of us will end up like Ariana, is trapped there. We can just leave, Sanaa of the Animus Sacred Land said, uncertainty coloring her voice. We cannot. If we leave now, this thing will most likely mutate into the fifth circle. Have you forgotten how dangerous a Saint Berserk human is? Not to mention, this is an irregular, a very dangerous irregular. Hero retorted sharply. Saint Berserk human? Terror flashed across the sorcerer's eyes. Berserk humans underwent a significant mutation to reach Class 5. And once that mutation was completed, a Class 5 Saint Berserk human became a walking biodisaster, capable of causing near-instant mutation and converting any living creature into a transformed Berserk entity. At that stage, only other Saints could remain within a 50-meter vicinity of the Berserk human without instantly becoming corrupted. Even they could only endure for a limited time before they too became at risk. As a result, whether sorcerer, clergy, nobility, royalty, adventurers, or mercenaries, regardless of affiliation, all human professionals immediately cast aside everything to eliminate any Berserk human that reached the peak of Class 4. Essentially, all unique and irregular Berserk humans were marked as kill-on-sight targets whenever possible. As holy sons and holy daughters of the sorcerer's sacred lands, the group had no choice but to give their all to slay this irregular here and now. You may not like it, but the heaven's secret holy son is right. Ray spoke, his tone firm despite his weakened state. The banishment writ will only hold for 30 more seconds at most. That's not enough time to find the correct exit and reach it, Samir said grimly. Exactly. Ray nodded. The irregular will pick us off before we can reach the exit. He gave Lena a meaningful nod. She took out 3 vials of potions. Overload potions, she said. They'll overclock our apertures, allowing us to raise our mystic energy by 1 stage. 3 of us can use a vial each, so that's just enough for all of us. The sorcerers grew solemn at the sight of the overload potions. As Lena explained, they were concoctions that could temporarily increase mystic energy capacity and output by 1 stage for a short period. Most of them were peak stage 3rd circle sorcerers. By taking the potions, they could raise their ranks to early stage 4th circle for a brief moment. However, every form of external power carried a price. At the very least, the potions would delay the user's cultivation by up to half a month. In the worst-case scenario, it could even damage one's cultivation foundation. For these chosen children who constantly had to fend off competition for their positions, even a simple delay to their cultivation progression was akin to death. Yet between dying now and possibly dying later, the choice was painfully clear. 25 seconds. The group reached a quick agreement, all of them accepting the necessity of taking the potion. They spent the next few seconds assigning clear roles, responsibilities they were all expected to fulfill, even at the cost of their lives. 10 seconds. The party hurried through a final series of preparations while also putting distance between themselves and the Berserk human. 3, 2, 1. Roar. The banishment talisman finally ran its course, and the Wurkrok Berserk human burst out of the confinement with an enraged roar. Its full aura and pressure blasted outward, flooding the surroundings. It was clear it was no longer in the mood to play around with these nefarious unblessed. It looked around, searching for its targets. While banished into another dimension, it had lost sight of the main space, leaving it unaware of their positions. It spotted a couple of the sorcerers, Kin and Sanaa, the latter riding her panther beast companion while her gorilla companion brought up the rear, making a beeline into the distance in different directions. Not far from them, it saw Ray and Lena both on the floor, blood pooled around them. Their life signals were also extremely low. It saw Jean, whose body had shriveled back into its initial withered form, and Shin, whose flexible sword had suddenly become a wooden longsword, rushing towards it. Finally, it saw the Heaven Secret Sect disciple brothers, Hero, Samir, and Leo, standing in a triangular formation, rapidly forming synchronized hand seals. Its mind processed the information rapidly. It immediately disregarded the first 4. Of the remaining 5, it had already faced Jean and Shin, so it did not consider them a significant threat. The only unpredictable variables left were the 3 Heaven Secret Sect, disciple brothers, and whatever spells they were about to cast. It knew from experience that spellcasters could cause it considerable trouble, so it settled on its target. Ignoring Shin and Jean, it dashed towards the Heaven Secret Sect disciples. Seeing this, Hero's eyes flashed. Come, beast. I, Hero, shall slay you and become the hero of this world. Secret Mystic Arts, Earth Concordance. Secret Mystic Arts, Earth Concordance. The synchronized mystic art activated instantly. Time itself seemed to slow as the mystic energy of the three Heaven Secret sect disciples erupted from their bodies, covering them in a layer akin to a warrior's aura coating. Each aura coating then flowed downward to the disciples' feet, where it formed a perfect circle with each of the three at its center. Lines of light stretched outward from each circle to connect with the others, forming a circle-cornered triangle. Seeing the incoming Warcroc Berserk human, the trio shifted positions. Hero stepped back while Samir stepped forward. Boom! The Berserk human's eyes flashed with unmistakable shock as Samir blocked its full power punch with an open palm. The force behind the strike seemed to dissipate into nothingness. Samir seized its hand, locking it in place for a brief but critical moment. Leo and Hero moved in perfect synchrony, allowing Hero to step in and strike the Berserk human without breaking the triangular formation of energy light beneath their feet. Bang! Hero's punch blasted the Berserk human backwards, tumbling and rolling across the grass for nearly 10 meters before it finally managed to halt its momentum. Splat! It spat out a mouthful of blood, its eyes filled with vivid shock, unable to comprehend how such a seemingly weak human could deliver a strike of that magnitude. The three disciple brothers, however, gave it no time to process the situation. The moment it steadied itself, they were upon it again. Hero immediately threw a kick towards the Berserk human's elongated snout. The creature jerked its head back, narrowly evading the attack. It counterattacked, throwing a punch towards Hero's side. Samir appeared almost instantly, intercepting the strike. Once again, the Berserk human felt as though it had punched into water, the force and energy of its attacks dissipating quietly, as if they had never existed at all. How dare you ignore me? Shin roared. He cut his palm with his sword as he assumed an unorthodox sword stance, pulling the blade back to his side while his free hand stretched forward, rapidly forming hand seals. Once the seals were completed, the blade seemed to drink Shin's blood. It absorbed the blood, transforming into a crimson blade that pulsed with ominous power. God-killing thrust. Shin suddenly thrust his sword towards the Berserk human. With more than 50 meters between them, the Berserk human concluded there was no way the thrust could possibly reach it. Alas, it was wrong. Shin's thrust released a sword energy that created the illusion of the blade, elongating through space to strike the Berserk human. The Warcroc's instinct screamed as the elongated sword shot towards it, and it quickly formed a crossguard with its arms to block the attack. However, the strike was Shin's ultimate technique. It pierced through the Berserk human's arm, through its torso, and out its back, dragging the creature several meters backwards before the energy finally weakened. TCH. Shin clicked his teeth as the sword energy dissipated. Damn Thing shifted the strike away from its heart at the last instant. Shin's vision wobbled immediately as he dropped to his knees from energy exhaustion. This better work, or I'm so dead, he thought, forcing himself back to his feet through sheer will. In that moment, Jean rushed in to strike the Berserk human with a punch. Even though the holy son of the physique-tempering sacred land had returned to his withered form, the Berserk human did not underestimate him. Not when his arms were clearly swollen with concentrated energy. Obviously, all his power had been redirected from his body into his limbs specifically. Boom! What? The sorcerers exclaimed in shock as they saw the Berserk human block Jin's strike. Sand Shield. Having learned its lesson from Shin's full power sword strike, the Berserk human did not dare block Jin's punch directly. Instead, it raised a shield of sand that absorbed and dissipated the force and energy of the attack. However, Jin did not relent. His eyes flashed. Let's see if you can block everything. Boom! 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 Energy burst from Jin's arms and legs as he moved, unleashing punch after punch in rapid succession. Unfortunately, as fast as he was, the Berserk human was faster. It rotated smoothly, keeping Jin within its line of sight at all times. And as long as the sorcerer remained visible, its sand shield would rise automatically to protect it. Eventually, Jean ran out of gas and began a tire. As if waiting precisely for that moment, the berserk human attacked. With two claws subtly swiped upwards, causing a spike of compressed sand to shoot out from the ground, aiming to impale Jean. Or so the berserk human expected. Anticipating the counterattack, Hero punched forward, releasing a burst of compressed air that arrived just in time to shove Jean aside at the final instant. The spike failed to impale Jean through the torso. Instead, it tore away his arm. Arg! Jean forcibly muffled his groan. He clutched the stump where his left arm had been. "What are you doing? You should have killed it." Jean shouted at Hero, fury and pain mixing in his voice. However, the Holy Son of the Heaven Secret sect ignored the external sorcerer's words as the berserk human loomed over them. Enraged at being prevented from killing its prey, the berserk human unleashed a volley of sand spikes at the Heaven Secret sect disciples. Samir stepped forward, swiping his hand before him. An energy shield formed, halting the incoming spike as force rippled violently across its surface. Subtly, the energy of that ripple was transferred from the shield into the circle beneath Samir's feet. It flowed along the luminous line from Samir's circle to Leo's circle within the triangular formation. Leo suppressed the rampaging energy through sheer will, stabilizing it before transferring it along the connecting lines towards Hero. Air bullet. Hero immediately used the energy, shooting out another compressed air projectile. Sand shield. The berserk human raised another sand shield, blocking the strike. However, the impact forced it to skid backwards, carving a 5-meter trail across the ground beneath its feet. It was about to retaliate when a sharp pain suddenly pierced its legs. It looked down and saw a snake biting into its thigh. Before it could retaliate, the snake immediately retreated back into the ground. Arg! Enraged, the berserk human was about to manipulate the sand within the soil to crush the snake when a sudden throb struck its head. Its energy rampaged violently within its body. Realization flashed across its eyes. The snake bite was clearly responsible. It quickly focused, attempting to drive out the venom and contain the storm raging inside its body. It realized it would only take a few breaths to regain control of its energy. However, life and death on the battlefield were often decided within a single breath. Terra loc talisman. Suddenly, a talisman circle lit up beneath its feet. The berserk human felt the weight upon it increase exponentially, as if gravity itself had multiplied many times over, forcing it to its knees and hunching its body towards the ground. It forced itself to look at the one responsible, Ray, holy son of the craftsmanship sacred land. It realized Ray and Lena had faked their injuries, feigning near death. Lena had been secretly transferring her mystic energy while Ray subtly wove this talisman together. However, although he succeeded in trapping the berserk human, Ray did not look well. He can't hold it much longer. Hurry, Lena shouted urgently. On the horizon, two brilliant lights suddenly ignited. To the east, Sanaa's black-purple panther channeled energy into a football-sized artifact sphere. Once it reached its limit, the flaming red gorilla snatched the artifact. Veins bulged across its body as its muscles tensed to their absolute limits. With every ounce of strength it possessed, the gorilla hurled the sphere towards the berserk human. The projectile shot forward like a bullet fired from a railgun. At the same time, Ken rapidly formed hand seals. For someone whose main strength was casting speed, one could only imagine the scale of the spell that required such prolonged preparation. The final seal formed, and Ken pointed his index finger at the berserk human. Secret Mystic Art, Extinction Dragon. Secret Mystic Art, Extinction Dragon. Fire, lightning, and darkness mana gathered before the outstretched finger, compressing into a reddish-purple-black orb that pulsed with destructive power. Boom! The orb fired forward like a bullet from a high-powered sniper rifle, leaving behind a lifelike serpentine, dragon-shaped afterimage as it tore through space. Both the artifact projectile and the mystic art arrived at the same moment, colliding just before the berserk human. Virum! There was no loud blast at first, only a throb in the air. Instead, the collision between artifact and mystic art produced an eerily silent detonation, releasing a blackened sphere of energy that engulfed the berserk human entirely. The sphere suddenly contracted, swallowing the berserk human within its core. Then, boom! Only then did it explode with a thunderous blast. The explosion raged for more than 2 breaths. That should have killed it, the sorcerers believed. However, when the dust cleared, what? To their horror, the berserk human's body had not disintegrated into dust, as they had expected. Its head and torso still remained. Though limbless, energy dissipated and gravely injured. If left alone, the berserk human would eventually recover, rendering everything they had done meaningless. But all the sorcerers were completely spent after that sequence of attacks. Their mana reserves were empty, and the aftereffects of the overload potions were beginning to surface. Ken, Sana, Ray, and Shin could not even move a muscle, while Jean focused solely on preventing himself from bleeding out. Lena could care about nothing else, as she concentrated on tending to her fiancé, who would most likely suffer the worst aftereffects after Manifest drawing a talisman far beyond his limits to restrain a creature stronger than himself. As for the 3 disciples of the Heaven Secret sect, they too were low on mana. Due to their proximity to the berserk human during the explosion, they had not only needed to shield themselves from the blast, but Jean and Shin as well. However, seeing that no one else could move to finish off the gravely injured berserk human, Hero gritted his teeth and forced himself to his feet. He picked up Shin's artifact wooden sword. Fortunately, the sword was completely drained of energy. Otherwise, it would have resisted him violently. He dragged his body forward through sheer grit towards the berserk human, whose flesh twitched and writhed disgustingly, a clear sign that regeneration was about to begin. As he inched closer to the injured creature, relying solely on determination and stubborn will, the words of his master, the Heaven Secret Sect's sect master of this generation, echoed in his mind. This is a dark time. Our world is watched by evils beyond and traitors within. The world needs a hero who can save it from this darkness. And I believe you are that hero. In the darkest of times, when all hope is lost, when everyone else has given up, you must rise, always. You must become the light, the guiding light that will bring our world and its people salvation. You will be the hero of our world. Hero, you must. Yes, master. Hero's eyes flashed with renewed resolve. While his body screamed in agony, Hero effectively hypnotized himself with his master's words, forcing himself to ignore the pain. The other sorcerers watched as he dragged himself forward, one agonizing step at a time. Still lying on the ground, Leo and Samir exchanged a glance. Determination hardened in their eyes. Ignoring the state of their own bodies, they re-established the connection of the Earth Concordance mystic art and channeled whatever drops of mystic energy they had left into Hero. Go, senior disciple. Hero felt the faint inflow of energy entering his body. It was negligible compared to his energy at peak condition. However, mosquito meat was still meat. Hero continued dragging himself until, finally, he stood above the berserk human. The berserk human gazed coldly at the unblessed human standing over it. It did not plead for mercy. It simply watched, almost expressionless as death approached. Then again, Hero could care less about what it felt, or whether it felt anything at all. He raised the sword high. Then, with every last ounce of strength he could muster, he drove it down through the berserk human's eye socket and into its skull, severing its brain. With that, the Warcroc berserk human finally breathed its last. Hero collapsed directly onto the remains of the creature's body. Ha ha! Unknowingly, he broke into tired laughter. I did it, he told himself. He felt vindicated. He felt he had honored his master's trust. He felt he had proven, to himself, that he could indeed become a hero. Become the hero the world needed. The group of sorcerers all heaved sighs of relief at the sound of Hero's laughter. It was clear that the holy son of the Heaven Secret sect had successfully finished off the stubborn berserk human. Now, they had attended to their injuries and managed the aftereffects of the overload potions to mitigate the eventual consequences on their cultivation progress. Lena finished treating Ray and carefully helped him drink a potion that quickly lulled him into sleep. Fortunately, the potion was a high-purity make from my master, and he only drank a third of it. Otherwise, this could have become far worse, she thought. By her estimation, Ray could forget about progressing to the fourth circle for at least 3 months. Fortunately, the craftsmanship's sacred land prioritized craftsmanship over cultivation, and internal competition was not excessively strict. Otherwise, it might have meant Ray losing his position as Holy Son. Such a demotion would be a severe stain on his reputation. It might even prompt the elders of the alchemy school to annul their engagement. At least now, there was still a fighting chance. After assisting Ray, Lena moved to tend to her own condition. She was far from safe herself. An indeterminate amount of time passed, and the sorcerer group gradually recovered. Well, recovered as much as they could, given the situation and environment. They were far from peak condition, but at least they were combat ready. And although they still kept each other at arm's length, surviving such a difficult battle together had fostered a measure of cautious respect among them. They would not stab each other in the back, at least not until they returned to their respective sacred lands. "Let's go. We found the next gate," Hero said. The gate now stood where the berserk human had initially been when they first encountered it. The chosen children felt grim and solemn, yet they knew they had to continue, and so they did. To their surprise and elation, the scene beyond the door was not another labyrinth chamber. Instead, before them lay a sorcerer's cave dwelling. "Is it Sana Mutret?" "Yes, it is," Hero replied with a wide smile. "We have done it. We have passed the trial," he said confidently. He walked ahead through the entrance and into the inner chamber of the dwelling. There, they found a larger room. At its center stood a solitary statue of an average-looking middle-aged man sporting a chest-length beard. Ancestor. Realization dawned upon the 3 Heaven Secret sect disciples. They immediately stepped forward and kowtowed. The other surviving chosen children froze in shock, but a moment later they moved as well. Honored Senior. They bowed respectfully. However, unlike the Heaven Secret sect trio, they did not kowtow. After all, they were not members of the Heaven Secret sect, and thus had no need to display such profound reverence. Shake, rumble. The statue suddenly trembled. It slid backwards, causing the entire room to shake with it. Fortunately, the trembling subsided before long. A pedestal rose from the ground where the statue had originally stood. Upon the pedestal rested a nameless book. Instinctively, each of them understood what it was, the objective of their expedition, the inheritance of the mighty ancestor who had established the Heaven-Earth Concordance Talisman Field. Hero excitedly retrieved the book. However, the moment he touched it, a brilliant light engulfed the sorcerer's vision. When the light faded, the group found themselves outside the talismanic field, standing upon the mountain from which they overlooked the formation's mountain eye. And with that, the expedition came to a successful conclusion. "Let's head back to the sacred lands. We'll let the elders decide what to do with the inheritance," Hero said. The other chosen children understood that these were largely empty words. The Heaven Secret sect would not relinquish the book willingly, or at least not without compensation. However, they were all far too exhausted and had no desire to fight amongst themselves. Not after what they had experienced together. They turned and began making their way out of the area. Unbeknownst to them, while they had been inside the cave dwelling, they had not been alone. Also present within the dwelling were an old man with a long beard and a silver-haired youth with ruby-red eyes. Sometime earlier, light cascaded across Alex's face, prompting his eyelids to quiver. Soon, his eyes opened groggily as he regained consciousness after suddenly blacking out. Opening his eyes to the sky above, Alex felt an odd sense of déjà vu. He recalled the day he first opened his eyes in this new world. He had been taken aback, even slightly fearful by the way he had been brought here, but beyond that there had been a strange sense of ease, an emotion he had not truly felt in a long time during his workaholic life. Not even the myriads of web novels, games, literature, and other forms of entertainment had been able to give him that feeling. Wait, fear. The memory of how he lost consciousness suddenly came flooding back. His awareness sharpened instantly as he took in his surroundings. He realized he was still within the arid desert, enclosed by sky-high monoliths on every side. Yes, that's right. We are inside the illusionary labyrinth generated by the grand formation we encountered in the wildlands, Alex recalled. I suddenly lost consciousness when he noticed something else, something that sent a chill straight through his core. I can't see it. Horror filled his expression as he stared up at the sky. His right hand rose to cover his face, his eyes, as the color drained from his features. My true seeker eyes, they're gone, he realized. His vision had returned to normal. He could no longer feel his unique ocular prowess, the sensation of peering into the true nature of everything within his sight. Enhanced vision, which improved the distance and clarity of what he saw. Spirit sight, which painted the world in a vibrant spectrum of mana only he could perceive. Depth perception, which allowed him to discern the weak points of anything that fell within his gaze. All of it, particularly spirit sight, which had defined his perception for more than 6 years since arriving in this world, was now locked away from him, as if it had been forcibly ripped out. Alex suddenly clutched his head in pain. His skull throbbed in intermittent waves, sharp pulses that seemed to echo behind his eyes. The throbbing only eased when he shut his eyes. Alex, are you okay? Alex felt someone quickly steady him, arms supporting his weight. Even without opening his eyes, the familiar scent and warmth surrounding him told him exactly who it was. Alex forced himself to take a slow, deep breath, struggling to regain control. Zora, he said weakly, are you okay? Zora asked carefully. Yadara and Eleanor knelt beside him as well, worry evident on their faces. Alex did not answer, but the trembling of his body spoke volumes. Looks like it is as I suspected. At that moment, Alex heard an unfamiliar voice. He instinctively opened his eyes to look at the speaker, only to be struck by another sharp spike of pain. Still, he endured it. Ahead of him, Alex saw his followers forming a defensive stance. Beyond them stood an old man who appeared to be in his late 60s or early 70s. He was average in almost every regard: height, appearance, presence, yet an extraordinary aura surrounded him. Not even Alex's father, Earl Drake Fury, carried an aura so potent. This man, he is above legend. Alex thought. The moment the thought formed, more memories surfaced. While searching for distortions in the flow of mana under Sugud's guidance, Alex's true seeker eyes had been drawn to a point above the portal door. There had been a thin line connecting the door to higher spatial dimension, or at least to a different dimension entirely. His true seeker eyes had been drawn to that position, almost as though they had developed a will of their own, determined to peer into that spatial dimension. So much so that he had not realized his eyes were bleeding. It was you, wasn't it? Alex spoke. Everyone glanced between the old man and Alex in confusion, their guard rising even further. What did you do to my eyes? Alex asked. From what I have seen and can tell since you entered this talismanic field of mine, you are quite an intelligent lad. Surely you must understand what happened, the old man said, casually stroking his torso-length gray beard. Alex, talk to us. What's going on? Zora pressed urgently. Master, Alex. Yadara and Eleanor muttered worriedly. Alex closed his eyes once more. Calm madness. My innate mana perception, my spirit sight, it's gone. I have lost it, Alex said. My brain is currently undergoing sensory or perception withdrawal because of it. Even with his eyes closed, his wives sensed the activation of his bloodline's unique trait. Alex was using the controlled state of calm madness to endure or outright ignore the pain. For him to go this far, his wives felt a deep ache at the thought of what he must be experiencing. Don't be so dramatic, boy. You haven't lost your ocular prowess, the old man said calmly. It has merely shut down temporarily to protect your brain. You attempted to pry into secrets far above your level. You are fortunate to be alive, a clear testament to the strength of your ocular prowess and your fortune. Alex's eyebrows furrowed. He could not see the old man's expression clearly, but he instinctively knew the man was telling the truth. He had indeed attempted to peer beyond the distortion in the flow of mana above, into what might have been the foundational core of the grand formation that he and Sugud suspected was a grade 6 or even a grade 7 grand formation. More than that, Alex was beginning to suspect that what his truth-seeker eyes had instinctively tried to pry into was not the formation core itself, but this old man. All of you, stand down, Alex said, forcing himself to rise to his feet. Sir, Kavakin looked back in confusion. Alex offered his wives a reassuring smile, even though his eyes remained closed. He is an excellency above the legendary rank, at least. If he wished to kill us, none of us would even be able to react. Standing on guard like that would simply be rude, Alex explained calmly. Stand down, he ordered, his tone turning firm. Kavakin, Mogul, Havel, and Silver reluctantly lowered their guard and sheathed their weapons. The old man looked at Alex with amusement. He was wise and experienced enough to recognize that Alex's words were not truly meant for his followers, but for him. Interesting lad, the mysterious old man thought, stroking his beard. Alex turned towards the old man's direction. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel the man's gaze fixed squarely upon him. For a moment, he had the strange illusion that the old man had never taken his eyes off him, or perhaps that the old man had been watching only him all along. He could not help but consider what was happening, and why the old man had suddenly appeared. Alex offered a respectful bow. Would your excellency please enlighten us as to who you are, and why you have taken the effort to appear before our little party? Alex asked. His tone was neither servile nor arrogant, which only deepened the old man's amusement. It is as I believe you have already suspected, the old man said. I am the creator of this heaven-earth concordance talismanic field. I am the creator of this heaven-earth concordance talismanic field. The old man's words sent ripples through Alex's mind. However, before Alex could respond, someone else spoke first. Impossible, Sugud said. From the distortions and degradation in the functioning of this formation, this grand formation has existed for at least 1,000 years. Even if you're a class 7, you could not have lived for that long. The old man's attention finally shifted from Alex to someone else. Interesting, the old man muttered, sizing Sugud up. You clearly use a system different from sigils and talismans, and do not fully understand how talismanic fields operate, yet you are able to deduce that much. You might possess talent as a talismanic field master. With proper tutelage, you might even excel in the discipline, he added. For a moment, he gave Sugud a small nod. Then he continued, I believe this class 7 you mentioned refers to what is known here in our realm as the Seventh Circle. If that is the case, you are correct about this talismanic field being over 1,000 years old. However, you are mistaken about me being class 7. Before my death, I was actually class 8. Alex's eyes flashed. There were many details in the old man's words that raised even more questions. It seems you have many questions on your mind. However, along with my name, the answers to those questions must be earned through a trial, the mysterious old man said suddenly. A trial? Alex asked. Yes, the old man confirmed with a nod. This ground was built by me to impart a special legacy. A legacy that would place its bearer in the crosshairs of those false deities who, no doubt, now control much of the realm after 1,000 years have passed, as well as that thing. That thing! Alex caught on to another implication. Is he referring to the source of the Berserk property? Alex could not help recalling the gaze that had fallen upon his back earlier within the Red Rock Berserk beast nest. As I suspected, something has been guiding me along the path of this world's mysteries. Alex sighed inwardly. Looks like all roads lead back to this old man. He would be lying if he claimed he was not curious about the secrets and lore of this world. How could he call himself a self-respecting reader, an otaku, if he were not. Alas, it was clear the old man would reveal little, if anything, unless Alex passed the trial. Alex suddenly thought of something and spoke. If this legacy is antithetical to the Navi, the false deities, aren't you being too lax about telling me? How are you so certain that we are not agents of the deities? Alex asked. You are an intelligent young man. The answer stands right before you. But if you still cannot deduce it, I will eventually reveal everything. Should you pass the trial? The mysterious old man replied. Alex fell silent. He quickly reviewed everything the old man had said since their meeting. He knows. Realization dawned. He knows we are not from Verdantis. And if we are outsiders to this plane, then we're almost naturally antithetical to the Navi. Furthermore, the way we arrived here, at this trial ground, is suspicious. It is far too convenient. Then there is the ground itself. It is impossible for this place to have existed for 1,000 years, hosted countless trials during that time, and yet the deities never caught even a trace of it. There must be something safeguarding this place, preventing agents of the various temples from. Alex's thoughts suddenly slowed as he reached that conclusion. His eyelids trembled, almost snapping open, but he retained enough presence of mind to keep them closed. So that's it. A super-large, possibly wildlands encompassing Grand Formation. The clergy's apparent abandonment of the wildlands. So that's why, Alex mused inwardly. He found himself growing increasingly curious about the secrets and knowledge this mysterious old man possessed. Looks like you have figured something out for yourself. Very well. The old man nodded, still stroking his long gray beard. He waved a hand. In the next instant, both he and the Fortuna party vanished from the desert illusionary labyrinth chamber. The Fortuna party members found themselves transported to a mountain peak with a breathtaking view. The mountaintop resembled the residence of an immortal sage from the fiction Alex had read in his previous life. It was simple, perhaps even minimalistic, yet everything present, from the flowers in the garden to the wooden furniture in view, even down to the soil itself, radiated dense mystical energy. It was obvious even to the slowest among them that each item here, though appearing ordinary, was a treasure capable of igniting countless wars in the outside world. The old man gazed down at the lush, vibrant land below, which none of the Fortuna party could clearly determine to be real or illusory, as though quietly taking in the scenery. If one observed closely, one would notice that the land below was divided into square regions of space. Within those regions existed distinct landscapes that bore an eerie resemblance to the various chambers within the Heaven-Earth Concordance Talismanic Fields Labyrinth. Alas, it was likely a sight only someone of the old man's stature could perceive clearly. To the Fortuna party, all they saw were dense clouds and scattered patches of terrain, unable to make sense of the greater picture. The old man turned towards the group, standing with his arms clasped behind his back. The Heaven-Earth Concordance Talismanic Field is a grand construct that I completed toward the twilight of my life. It is a mystical formation designed to assess the energy, fate, and fortune of candidates who are endorsed by the guardian families scattered across the surrounding lands to protect it. Fate and fortune are of particular importance because, without sufficient measure of either, one would not be able to stand against those false deities. And that thing, the first series of trials were intended to take place within the Grand Labyrinth. The labyrinth was designed to measure a candidate's, or, in your case, a group of candidates, fate and fortune. Unlike what some foolish candidates in the past believed, a pathfinding method was unnecessary. So long as one possessed the required threshold of fate and fortune, one would naturally be guided through the maze, he revealed. The old man's eyes softened as his gaze passed across the Fortuna party. Never did I expect that a party would arrive whose members all possess high fate and fortune in their own right. And even more remarkable, that the leader of this party would be a man who does not appear to possess any fate and fortune of his own. The old man paused, then slowly shook his head. No, that is the wrong way to phrase it, he said. Rather, I should say, I did not expect to encounter someone whose fate and fortune cannot be seen through by me. even when using this grand talismanic field. Alex was taken aback by the old man's words. You can see our providence? He asked. I mean, our fate and fortune? Not exactly. The old man shook his head. At my level, one eventually develops a sense that can feel out fate and fortune, providence as you call it. This sense is not usually precise, even when there is a vast disparity between the observer and the target. However, within this grand talismanic field, that perception can be amplified. I can tell that each of them carries significant fortune. Exactly how great, I cannot say with certainty. What I can say is that it is sufficient for them to have eventually passed the labyrinth test, the old man explained. As for you, he turned back to Alex. I cannot sense your fate and fortune at all. It is as though you are a vortex into which my perception simply vanishes. Considering your rank, it is impossible for you to deflect my probe, so one might assume your fate and fortune are negligible. However, if that were true, you would not possess the fortune required to gather and lead a group whose members carry such high providence. Then there's the powerful aura of fortune surrounding you. An aura so potent it appears fortune itself favors you. So much so that it was actively pointing the way for you back in the labyrinth. With that in mind, I would rather believe your providence is shielded by something, or that your providence possesses a nature that cannot, or must not, be probed. In that case, you are certainly someone capable of bearing the legacy I safeguard here. And you won't tell us what this legacy is until we pass the trial? Alex asked. Until you pass the trial, the old man corrected. Only one individual may undertake it, and you're the one best suited to do so. The old man spoke without the slightest concern for the others' feelings. Fortunately, the others did not object. With his eyes still closed, Alex looked towards the mysterious old man. Can we, or rather, can I refuse to take this trial? He asked. Most certainly, the old man replied with a nod. This legacy is not one that can be borne by someone forced into it. It must be accepted willingly. Alex's eyelids trembled, though he forced them to remain shut. Does passing your trial mean that I immediately bear the legacy? He asked. The old man's eyes brightened, and a wide smile spread across his face. He nodded appreciatively at Alex's caution while stroking his beard. No, he answered. The trial determines whether you are worthy of a legacy. Only once you have proven your worth will you learn what the legacy entails. After that, you may choose whether to bear it or not. While the legacy carries immense responsibility, it also offers opportunity and benefits that many would wage wars over. So, to confirm, only by passing your trials will I earn the right to ask the questions I have. And only afterwards will I need to choose whether to bear the legacy. Is that correct? Alex asked. Exactly, the old man confirmed. All right, I accept, Alex said. Daddy Golden Energy had guided him here for a reason. Since he had arrived, he might as well see it through to the end. What would happen to them while I'm undergoing the trial? Alex asked. They may choose to undergo the trial alongside you, the old man replied. While they will not be able to receive the legacy, they can still learn much from the process. And besides, the trials themselves carry individual rewards. The mysterious old man waved his arm, directing the party's attention towards a series of steels positioned within a large courtyard adjacent to the garden. To bear the legacy I wish to impart is to bear the history of sorcery itself. In that case, you must experience the trials of the different branches of sorcery, the old man said as he brought the group before the steels. He explained, sorcery is vast and all-encompassing. However, the sorcerers of the past, in their wisdom, divided sorcery into 7 primary branches: internal or elemental sorcery, external or physique-tempering sorcery, negating, hexing, or gray sorcery, armament or weapons sorcery, craftsmanship sorcery, transmutation or alchemy sorcery, and beast taming or anima sorcery. Each of the steels before you represents a trial corresponding to one of these major branches of sorcery, the old man continued. He turned towards Alex's wives and his followers. Each of you may approach a steel and attempt the trial of whichever branch appeals to you. If you possess fate and fortune, providence, aligned with that branch, the trial will begin. If not, your attempt will be rejected. They looked towards Alex. Sensing their gazes, he gave them a reassuring nod. In response, they nodded towards the old man. The mysterious old man then turned his attention back to Alex. As for you, you must pass the trials of all the steels in order to be deemed worthy of a legacy, he said. You mentioned 7 branches, yet there are 8 steels here, Your Excellency, Zora pointed out. Ah, yes. The old man turned towards the relatively smaller steel position behind the 7 larger ones representing the primary branches. That is the steel of Heaven's secrets, he said. The steel of Heaven's secrets? Alex echoed. The steel represents the Heaven's Secrets sect, a divergent school of sorcery born from a schism in a bygone era, the old man explained. To Alex's ears, the old man's tone carried a faint sense of fondness, along with a trace of melancholy. The old man continued, You must pass the Heaven's Secrets steel as well. However, you may only attempt it after successfully completing the other 7. Alex nodded in understanding. You may begin whenever you are ready, the old man said, stepping aside. Are you allowed to do this, master? Yudara asked, worry evident in her voice. I'm Fina. I think it's better now, Alex replied. As if to prove his words, he slowly opened his eyes. A dull throb immediately pulsed through his head, but it was far milder than before. The pain was still there, irritatingly so, but thankfully it was bearable. He could function. To say he felt strange would be an understatement. The last time he had not seen the vibrant flow of mana within his vision was during the talent examination he underwent when he first arrived at the Dragonhold Enclave more than 6 years ago. That meant that, since transmigrating into this life, the amount of time he had experienced truly normal vision amounted to little more than a blink. He had always perceived mana flowing through his sight, and his brain had long since adapted to passively processing that constant stream of information. To suddenly lose that vibrancy filling his vision was unsettling, to say the least. No wonder my brain is showing withdrawal symptoms. Alex sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, he did not know how long this state would last, when his perception would return to normal, or what after effects might follow. Only time will tell. While Alex reflected on his situation, the other members of the party, reassured by him, moved towards their chosen steels. Their choices were not particularly surprising. Zora approached the elemental steel. Eleanor moved to the alchemy steel. Yudara, Silver, Havel, and Kavikan walked towards the armament steel. Mogul approached the physique tempering steel, while Sugud chose the craftsmanship steel. Under the old man's guidance, they sat before the 3-meter-tall, 2-meter-wide steels and projected their spiritual force and intent into them. Soon, the group slipped into a trance as they began experiencing their individual trials. Seeing that they were stable, Alex stepped forward to undertake his own. For reasons he could not fully explain, he chose to begin with the gray steel. He sat before it and extended his spiritual force inward. Crack! Huh! As he did, he heard something shatter, then break. Alex withdrew his spiritual force, half expecting to see the steel cracked or damaged. However, when he looked up, he realized that was not the case. Phew! He let out a quiet sigh of relief. Then what happened? He muttered, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He attempted to send his spiritual force into the steel once more, only for it to be rejected outright. What the? He froze in disbelief. When he retracted his spiritual force again, he noticed that the mysterious old man had somehow appeared beside him without his awareness. That's unexpected, the old man remarked. Did I do something wrong? Alex asked cautiously. No, the old man shook his head. It appears you're unable to undergo the gray trial. He placed his palm gently against the surface of the steel. Oh, I see, he murmured, then glanced at Alex with faint amusement. The steel has determined that you would pass any trial it could present, and thus sees no need to administer one. Congratulations. You have passed the gray steel. Alex blinked, taken aback. Why? He could not help but ask. The Grey Trial manifests in one of two forms. For a candidate experienced in such mystic arts, it tests their proficiency with hexes, curses, weakening mystic arts, and similar disciplines. For those without experience, it instead tests their resistance to those very same mystic arts. Since you do not appear to be a practitioner of this branch, the steel must have assessed that your resistance exceeds what it can meaningfully evaluate. Thus, it chose not to proceed, the old man explained. He added with a light chuckle, I neither expected nor even conceived of such a possibility when I created these trials. For an old man who had witnessed and experienced countless things, the opportunity to encounter something genuinely new was rare. To be caught off guard in such a manner was refreshing. When Alex reflected upon it, he suspected the steel's reaction stemmed from the nature of his soul. His true strength lay in the power of his soul, his spiritual force. Even at the intermediate rank, the sheer quantity of his spiritual force rivaled that of a great mage or veteran-level practitioner. As for quality, his soul and spiritual force were so pure that such refinement was typically only found in those who had ascended beyond mortality, legends, and above. Perks of being a transmigrator, I guess, he thought to himself. So, since I passed, does that mean I receive a reward? Alex asked. Although you technically passed, you did not actually face a trial. So what do you think? The old man regarded him with a steady gaze. Alex shrugged lightly. You can't blame a man for trying, he muttered inwardly. He rose and moved to the next steel beside the gray steel, the craftsmanship steel. Alex settled into a comfortable seated position not far from Sugud, then extended his spiritual force into the craftsmanship steel. He had high expectations for this one. After all, he considered himself more of an engineer, a craftsman, than a traditional mage. Alas, crack, shatter. Once again, his spiritual force was forcefully rejected. Alex frowned and turned towards the old man, who looked half stunned and half amused. The old man placed his palm upon the steel. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and carefully assessed Alex from head to toe. The steel indicates that you possess upon your person what it considers the pinnacle of craftsmanship achievable by mortal hands, an artifact of immense strength and even greater potential, he revealed. Rune. The answer clicked instantly in Alex's mind. Judging by your expression, you understand what the steel refers to. Very well, the old man smiled. Shall we proceed? You're not going to ask what it is? Alex asked, surprised. I am indeed curious. But what use would such knowledge be to me? The old man shrugged. I am nothing more than a lingering remnant of the past. I have little interest in your secrets. My sole concern now is to pass the legacy on to a worthy successor. Oh, Alex muttered softly. The old man waved his hand dismissively. On to the next one, then, he said. Alex nodded and moved to the next steel, the alchemy steel, where he sat beside Eleanor. This one isn't going to reject me as well, is it? Alex could not help thinking. Fortunately, that did not come to pass. His spiritual force, along with his consciousness, was drawn into the steel's testing ground. Ho ho, so it finally begins, does it? One intriguing lad. The old man chuckled, stroking his beard. He shifted his gaze towards the Fortuna party members who were immersed in their respective trials. His eyes flashed, as though peering beyond the physical and into the metaphysical. Fate and fortune are mysterious forces. Which comes first, fortune or fate? No one can say with certainty. The old man muttered to himself, shaking his head lightly. Were each of you destined to be bound to your leader? Or was it merely a stroke of fortune? The cycle of fate and fortune, much like the supreme laws of life, death, destiny, time, and even space, is vast and elusive. Each of you possesses considerable fortune. Was that always the case? Or did it arise the moment you chose to follow your current leader? Whatever the truth, by making that choice, your fortune has brought you to this opportunity, and now a new fate stands before you. Will you seize this fate and earn even greater fortune? Or will you let it slip away and lose what you already hold? Whatever you choose, whatever you achieve, I shall bear witness. All submit to the will of heaven and earth. A faint smile appeared on his face. The heaven-earth concordance is not truly a trial, but an opportunity. An opportunity to learn, to grow. However, it is an opportunity entirely dependent upon your fate, your fortune, your talent, and your comprehension. None may be lacking, or the opportunity will be lost. It was peculiar that the old man waited until after the party had fallen into their trance-like states, their minds now dwelling within the steels, before speaking these words. Yet, unexpectedly, the breathing of the party members gradually smoothed, as though they had heard a profound mantra that calmed their hearts and steadied their minds. It was as if the old man's voice had transcended space itself to reach them within the depths of the steels. The old man nodded to himself, seemingly satisfied. Now, then, I wonder which of them will be the first to complete their trial, he mused inwardly. Zora opened her eyes to find herself standing within what appeared to be a cavern. To one side, she noticed a pool of steaming water. A hot spring, she muttered to herself. Then she sensed another presence and instinctively stepped back. A woman's head emerged slowly from the hot spring. She glanced around before her gaze locked onto Zora. Moments later, the woman rose fully from the water. Impressively, the water clinging to her clothes did not drip to the ground. Instead, as she stepped out of the pool, the droplets gathered together, compressing into a floating sphere of water before her. The woman extended a hand, and the water sphere settled gently into her palm. Then, astonishingly, the water deconstructed into raw mana and flowed into her body. The woman turned to face Zora. Heaven and earth provide for all. However, one's provision does not always come with ease. Sometimes, one must seize their provision from the most unfavorable of places. Only then can one truly call themselves a walker of heaven and earth. The woman muttered something in a language Zora could not understand. Another bubble of water rose from the hot spring and drifted into her hand, and she cast a spell. Water jet. Zora's eyes widened as the woman unleashed the spell towards her. Ice wall. She instinctively quick-cast a defensive spell. However, instead of the usual thick, boulder-like wall that formed before her, only a thin sheet of ice materialized. Crack. Shatter. The water jet pierced straight through the fragile barrier, striking Zora and blasting her backwards. She rolled across the cavern floor and collided with a wall. Fortunately, she did not hit it too hard and only sustained minor scrapes. Moreover, the woman did not pursue her. She merely looked down at Zora's fallen form. Zora gritted her teeth and forced herself back onto her feet. At first, she could not understand why her spell had manifested so weakly, but realization soon dawned. The surrounding mana, it's entirely elemental. Her expression darkened. Not just elemental, fire elemental mana. Ambient mana was typically neutral, or rather, an amalgamation of various elemental attributes. As such, it could usually be used to cast spells regardless of elemental affinity. However, clearly attributed elemental mana behaved differently. Fire mana, for instance, could not be used to cast water-based spells. And being immersed in an environment saturated with fire elemental mana meant Zora could not effectively cast water spells. It was one of the inherent weaknesses of spell casting. Wait, that makes no sense. She's using water spells as well, Zora mused. How is she? Realization struck her abruptly. She recalled the woman's earlier words. Heaven and earth provide for all. However, one's provision does not always come with ease. Sometimes, one must seize their provision from the most unfavorable of places. Only then can one truly call themselves a walker of heaven and earth. Zora understood. This was her trial. She had to comprehend how to extract the water elemental mana she required from an environment saturated with fire mana, and then defeat the woman before her, who was clearly a formidable spellcaster. Mogul found himself standing upon a vast prairie. Ahead of him stood a man no more than 2 meters tall. At first glance, the man appeared somewhat lanky, yet the longer Mogul observed him, the more he sensed a refined strength coiled within that frame. The man largely ignored Mogul's presence. Instead, he crouched low, his gaze fixed upon a colossal beast roughly 200 meters away. The creature resembled a mammoth, though without trunks. Its tusks, however, were far more menacing, thick and curved like scythes forged from bone. Mogul instinctively lowered himself to avoid being noticed by the massive beast. He could not help but wonder whether the man before him was hiding from it or stalking it. He attempted to speak, only to realize that no words would leave his mouth. All he could do was watch. As he observed more closely, he realized something peculiar. He could not sense any cultivation from a man, nor from the beast. In fact, he could not sense cultivation from anything across the entire prairie. It was as though everything here existed without cultivation. If that's the case, how does he intend to hunt that beast without weapons? Or was I correct? Is he hiding from it instead? Mogul wondered, yet no answers came. Heaven and earth are all-encompassing. Mogul suddenly heard a voice resonate within his mind. He quickly understood that it was the man speaking. The voice continued, "To walk the path of heaven and earth is to realize that it is the unfathomable, holding endless possibilities, even within that which our feeble minds deem impossible. To walk the path of heaven and earth is to understand that the will of heaven can make all things possible upon the earth. However, more than that, one must realize and be humbled that the will of heaven has granted us the opportunity to do the same within ourselves. With our bodies as the infinite earth, the universe, our souls as the unfathomable heavens, the universal law, and our minds as the unyielding will of heaven, the natural order, we too can forge an unrivaled creation." As the voice echoed within Mogul's mind, the behemoth continued grazing, wandering to within 100 meters of the man's position. "Let my mind will it. Let my muscles and flesh enact it. Let my bones bear it. Let my blood fuel it. Let my will be unhindered, unrivaled speed." Boom! Before Mogul's eyes, the seemingly ordinary man burst forward, moving at blinding speed and arriving before the behemoth in an instant. He barely reached the creature's knees. It cannot even be likened to a child attacking an adult. And yet, the man's eyes burned with unwavering confidence. He drew his arms back, preparing to strike. Let my will be unhindered, unstoppable force. Time seemed to slow in Mogul's perception. Every movement of the man became crystal clear. The surge of blood through veins, the contraction of muscle fibers, the ripple of flesh, the bracing of bone, and finally, the pure simplicity of motion. But more than the mechanics, something else seized Mogul's attention. Though he appeared no more than an ant standing before a charging carriage, as he unleashed his punch, his eyes blazed with absolute belief. The belief that his seemingly weaker body could fell this behemoth with a single strike. Boom! Crack! The punch connected, and a thunderous cracking of bone reverberated across the prairie. At first, Mogul thought it was the man's bones shattering, but reality revealed otherwise. It was the behemoth's. When the punch landed, the force first shattered the creature's skull. The impact then traveled down its spine, propagating through its frame and splintering every bone within its massive body. The beast's enormous form lifted off the ground and was hurled back several dozen meters before crashing heavily upon the prairie. It was unquestionably dead. The man slowly turned towards Mogul. His eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. In that instant, Mogul understood the nature of his trial. He had to forge a body of earth and a will of heaven, such that he could accomplish any feat through his flesh alone, or perish trying within this trial. Kavakin opened his eyes to find himself standing upon what he could only describe as a battlefield. The stench of rotting corpses, the metallic tang of blood filling his nostrils, the echoes of clashing steel and the roaring cries of men locked in combat, the oppressive aura of massacre and death. All of it felt eerily familiar, and yet unsettlingly strange. The battlefield unfolding before Kavakin's eyes was steeped in utter chaos. There was no discernible order, only madness, as warriors fought in every direction. Men joined forces to bring down one opponent in a moment, only to turn upon each other the next. This isn't a war, the Rune-Tiger realized grimly. This is a fiendish battle royale where fighting is the only law. Kavakin assessed his surroundings. He stood upon a high wall. Below it lay the field where the unending carnage raged. Ahead of him stretched a relatively long queue. Strangely, each man upon the wall appeared eager, even excited, to plunge into the chaos below. Suddenly, a voice descended into his mind, and he was drawn into a trance. The path of heaven and earth is vast and bountiful, yet only the strong may claim its wealth and power for themselves. Heaven and earth are fair. All beings are granted equal right to compete for its wealth and power. Compete. Triumph over others. Consume for yourself their strength and their very being. However, make no mistake, heaven and earth are fair. Those who consume shall themselves be consumed. When Kavakin regained awareness, he found himself at the head of the queue. He stood at the very edge of the wall, gazing directly down at the battlefield below. The scene had subtly changed. The more the fighters killed, the more drenched in blood they became. The more drenched they became, the stronger they appeared. Yet as they surrendered themselves to increasing slaughter, while their energy surged upward, their combat effectiveness paradoxically began to decline. It was as though the more power they acquired, the more rabid they became. And soon, those who had grown strongest became targets themselves, hunted down by the remaining, more lucid competitors. Kavakin frowned, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. His instincts screamed at him not to descend into that chaos, yet he was given no choice. Just as he turned away from the edge of the wall, the man behind him launched a thrust kick at his chest. Kavakin saw the attack coming, but found himself unable to move. All he could do was watch as the kick connected, sending him tumbling down into the battlefield below. He landed hard, but quickly regained his footing, only to see a swordsman charging straight at him. His hands moved instinctively to the twin axes at his waist. He sidestepped the incoming thrust, and in one smooth, practiced motion, swung an axe low to cleave through the attacker's legs, bringing the man crashing to the ground. The second axe followed without hesitation, splitting the man's skull clean in two. The moment the kill was made, blood surged from the fallen foe and flowed into Kavakin's body. He felt it immediately, a slight increase in his strength. Before he could process what had happened, another opponent attacked. As before, Kavakin evaded and countered, dispatching the attacker with ruthless efficiency. Again, strength surged through him. He noticed others closing in within his vicinity. Choosing not to wait, he acted preemptively, cutting them down as well. The more he killed, the stronger he felt. The sensation was intoxicating. For a brief moment, Kavakin lost himself, surrendering to the slaughter and the intoxicating surge of power. Lycanthropic transformation. At some point, he discarded his axes altogether. His body expanded and shifted into his tiger beast form, and he began tearing through his fellow combatants with savage claws. It was only when the self-imposed limiter on his full beast transformation triggered, forcing him instinctively back into his human form, and the fatigue of transformation crashed down upon him, that clarity returned to his eyes. His blood ran cold as awareness settled in. He had lost himself to the killing. Immediately, the warning voice echoed once more within his mind. However, make no mistake, the heaven and earth are fair. Those who consume shall be consumed. He had initially assumed the warning meant that those who killed excessively would eventually be overwhelmed by other competitors. But now he realized he had misunderstood. It was not the other fighters who would ultimately consume him the more he killed. It was the power he absorbed. This trial was not merely about slaughter and gaining strength. It was about forging a mind capable of bearing the corruption that accompanied such power. Havel opened his eyes to find himself within a picturesque pavilion, surrounded by vibrant flowers in full bloom. Reclining languidly on her side, gazing idly at the small pond beneath the pavilion, was a beautiful elven woman. Her eyelids drooped heavily as she lazily traced her fingers through the water surface. She gave the impression of someone too indolent to even keep her eyes open. Yet Havel did not dare underestimate her. Each time her eyes fluttered open, as though fighting sleep, she unconsciously released a potent sword spirit. He had no doubt that the woman had already awakened her sword intent. Not only that, he suspected her intent had reached a remarkably advanced level, perhaps making her a Tier 4 sword master or even a Tier 5 sword grandmaster. Havel quietly lowered himself to sit against the wooden frame of the pavilion. His left arm rested upon his raised knee, while his right hand held his sword firmly across his extended leg as he calmly observed his surroundings. "How many fish swim from the stream into the pond?" he suddenly heard a feminine voice ask. "9," Havel replied in a similarly languid tone. "Check again." "Yawn." The voice came once more as the woman stretched. When Havel looked again, the number had changed. There were now 7 fish in the pond. His brows furrowed slightly. Then, noticing something, he turned his gaze towards the woman's sword. Though still sheathed, 2 freshly caught fish now rested neatly beside it against the pavilion's frame. 7, he answered calmly. He did not protest. He did not question. He merely stated the new count. The woman nodded lazily at his response. Heaven and earth are an instant and an eternity apart. Within eternity, an instant holds the greatest importance. Her voice echoed once more. Heaven and earth are an instant and an eternity apart. Within eternity, an instant holds the greatest importance. Havel could not help but shake his head. It was obvious there was more to be said, yet this elven swordswoman could not be bothered to elaborate. She lightly tapped the sheath of her sword with a finger. A brilliant sword light erupted, engulfing the 2 fish in searing flame for a brief instant before fading. That instant, however, was sufficient to cook them thoroughly. She passed 1 fish to Havel and casually began eating the other. "We have an eternity here. You may wish to make use of your instants," she said before reclining once more. Zzz. She truly fell asleep without a single concern for the world. Havel realized he would have to decipher the meaning of this trial on his own. But before doing so, he quietly ate the fish, then lay back and slept as well. He slept for an indeterminate amount of time. When he finally awoke, he stretched and felt a sense of relief he had not experienced in quite some time. "I haven't rested this well in a long while," he reflected inwardly. Grumble. His stomach growled loudly. In truth, hunger was the only reason he had awakened. Otherwise, he might have slept indefinitely. Havel turned his gaze towards the 7 fish swimming within the pond. Assuming they would be easy prey, he leaned forward and reached towards the water. Yet each time his fingers neared a fish, it slipped from his grasp at the final instant. After several futile attempts, Havel grew tired of wasting effort. He reached for his sword. Quick draw, flash, slash. What? To his surprise, the fish reacted at the final instant once more, narrowly evading the strike. Perhaps he had misjudged the distance or erred in execution. He struck again. The result was identical. He tried targeting a different fish. Once more, the outcome remained unchanged. Each fish dodged at the very last moment. Havel's brows knit together. He studied the 7 koi carefully. They were ordinary fish, nothing more. None of them should have been capable of evading his blade. It was then that realization dawned upon him. Perhaps this is the trial, Havel muttered inwardly. He recalled the woman's words. Heaven and earth are an instant and an eternity apart. Within eternity, an instant holds the greatest importance. Eternity, an instant, Havel repeated to himself. If eternity is my hunger, then catching the fish is my instant. Is that correct? He then remembered how the woman had obtained the fish she had shared with him. She had struck so swiftly that he had not even registered her movement. Instant speed, Havel contemplated. The koi cannot truly be dodging my strikes. The most plausible explanation is that some form of enactment here preserves them at the final moment. If that is the case, then I must strike faster than an instant, so swiftly that the enactment cannot respond in time to save them. Grumble. Havel pressed a hand against his stomach. He glanced at the woman, who appeared capable of sleeping for an eternity without concern. He knew he could not rely on her to awaken and feed him again. He would have to act for himself. I must succeed, or I will likely starve here. Silver opened her eyes to find herself standing upon what appeared to be a verdant platform suspended against a backdrop of star-filled skies. Before her stood a lean man with disproportionately broad, muscular arms. A strip of cloth was wrapped around his eyes, and he held an axe in one hand. Without acknowledging her presence, the man began methodically chopping down trees that hindered the growth of the forested half of the verdant platform. Once felled, he hoisted the logs upon his shoulder and carried them, one by one, to the grassy side where Silver stood. Using one of the logs as a seat, he settled down and began working the wood with quiet focus. Before long, he fashioned a bow, though it lacked a string. From additional logs, he carved a quiver and roughly a dozen arrows. Turning the long-range recurved bow over in his hands, the man finally faced Silver. Heaven and earth are vast, and yet small. Before the will of heaven, the distance of earth is both relevant and irrelevant. To walk the path of heaven and earth is to comprehend and distinguish between what is far and what is near. It is to see clearly that which stands before you and that which lies upon the horizon. To understand that something may be close and yet impossibly distant. Once you truly comprehend this, the vastness of heaven and earth gains meaning and simultaneously loses it. You will be able to appreciate distance when necessary and disregard it when required. Distance, range, space, these are all concepts born of heaven and earth. And as one who walks their path, you may learn them, if only you pause to observe. The man raised the stringless bow he had just crafted and mimed notching an arrow. As though responding to his intent, ambient mana gathered at the tips of the bow, stretching and weaving itself into a thin yet resilient bowstring. Space is vast, but also small, the man said softly. This statement seemed less directed at Silver and more like a mantra to focus his own will as he prepared to release the arrow. The arrow in his grasp glowed with an abstruse radiance, imbued with a mysterious charm as though acknowledging his intent. Phew! He released the arrow. It shot into the star-filled expanse. Silver watched in astonishment as the arrow traversed what appeared to be light years in a single instant, arriving at a distant star and collapsing it upon impact. The man then turned to Silver and extended the bow towards her. Heaven granted mankind the will to achieve the impossible. Take up your bow. Refine your intent. Let your will manifest upon the stars. Without another word, he retrieved his axe and strode back into the forested half of the platform. Silver lowered her gaze to the bow now in her hands and the quiver resting at her feet. The nature of her trial was clear. She had to replicate what the man had just accomplished before she exhausted the arrows available to her. Yudara opened her eyes to find herself standing within a practice arena. It looked eerily similar to those of the Fury family, only far larger. Nearly 10 times larger, in fact spacious enough that even a giant could battle within it. Opposite her stood a mirror, reflecting her beautiful form. Yet Yudara did not see beauty. All she saw were ghosts of the past clawing at the surface, barely restrained by the warmth of her present. Her gaze hardened for a fleeting moment before softening once more. She did not wish to dwell on it. Instead, she chose to ignore the obvious fracture within herself. After all, it had always been this way. Ever since that day, the darkest day of her life. As Yudara steadied herself, coming to terms with her reality for perhaps the 1000th time, ripples spread across the surface of the mirror. From within it stepped another figure. Udera. Her eyes flashed as she stared at the doppelganger before her. Unlike herself, clad in practical black leather armor reinforced with functional plates, the doppelganger wore cream and brown armor that was distinctly feminine, yet still suited for combat. Where Yudara's armor rejected ornamentation in favor of pure functionality, the other wore embellishments proudly, even at some cost to practicality. Yadara emanated the aura of a hardened combatant. The doppelganger, in contrast, exuded the presence of a lady, a woman of high standing, who could fight when required, yet did not define herself by battle alone. It was unmistakable. The doppelganger represented the path Yadara might have walked had her life unfolded differently. Suddenly, weapon racks rose from the ground beside both women. The doppelganger reached out and selected a dagger-like trident-shaped weapon, a pair of sai. After choosing her weapons, she stood silently, watching Yadara. The Amazon drow lady understood. The trial would not commence until she made her own selection. Her preferred weapons were combat daggers and short swords. Yet the doppelganger's choice of sai was deliberate. Sai were specifically designed to trap, control, and counter-bladed weapons. The implication was clear. The doppelganger was crafted to be antithetical to her instincts, her temperament, and her fighting style. Despite the clear disadvantage, Yadara chose to remain true to her nature. She reached forward and selected two short swords, a variant only slightly longer than daggers, yet thick-spined and optimized for thrusting attacks. The blades carried some weight, but thanks to her Amazonian heritage, Yadara wielded them with ease. With both sides having chosen their weapons, the racks sank back into the hardened stone floor as though they had never existed. The doppelganger turned towards Yadara, a disturbingly lifelike glint shining within her eyes. The heaven and earth are vast and mysterious. In truth, they're the greatest of mysteries. To walk the path of heaven and earth is to lift the veil and understand even a fragment of that mystery. Yet the heaven and earth are also a mirror, reflecting the hidden mysteries within one's own heart. Thus, to understand and comprehend heaven and earth, one must first comprehend that which is veiled within their own heart. For how can one hope to understand, accept, and embrace the truth of heaven and earth, when one cannot even look upon, comprehend, and accept the truth of their own heart, dark or otherwise? The doppelganger shifted smoothly into a combat stance. Yadara instinctively understood the essence of her trial. She was to confront the version of herself she might have become, a woman who, despite enduring the same past, chose to walk a different path. Sugud opened his eyes to find himself within a vast workshop and forge. Before him stood a giant of a man, easily 3 meters tall. Clink, clink. The man did not speak. He simply heated a piece of metal and hammered it upon the anvil. Once it cooled, he reheated it and repeated the process again and again, seemingly without end. Gradually, Sugud found himself drawn into the rhythm of the hammer strikes. Before he realized it, he too slipped into a trance. Within that trance, he began to witness the origin and history of the metal beneath the hammer. He saw how it had formed from the death of an unknown creature. He saw the creature plummeting from outer space and crashing into this plane. He saw the impact collapse a mountain upon its body. Over millennia, the mountain eroded the creature's flesh until all that remained were unique metallic deposits embedded within the stone. Sugud witnessed the metal ore's entire history unfold before him, from its cosmic origin to its burial beneath a mountain, until it was finally unearthed and placed into the hands of this towering blacksmith. Now it was being refined, shaped into something new. At first, Sugud assumed the blacksmith was forging a weapon from the purified ingot. Yet to his surprise, that was not the case. The blacksmith was constructing a metal golem. Golems were not uncommon in Pangaea. However, they were typically the domain of alchemists who relied heavily upon intricate magical matrices and formulaic refinement. It was not unheard of for blacksmiths to attempt similar creations, but their results were usually vastly inferior. That was why most smiths had long abandoned such pursuits. And yet, from what Sugud could perceive, this blacksmith's golem would be no less refined than the creation of a master alchemist. Sugud would know. His mother had taken him to visit several alchemists of that caliber in his youth, hoping to broaden his horizons and expose him to the crafts of her peers. But before Sugud could glimpse the final product, the massive figure of the blacksmith obscuring his view, the scene shifted. Suddenly, he stood within a workshop scaled to his own proportions. The forge, tools, and equipment were all crafted to a level just beyond his current capabilities, capable of producing anything he could conceive. Hum! The hammer resting upon the anvil began to vibrate, emitting a resonant hum that drew his attention. When Sugud approached it, he felt an overwhelming longing surge from the depths of his being, an intense urge to grasp the tool. And so he did. The moment his fingers wrapped around the hammer, a voice thundered in his ears. The heaven and earth are abundant in creation. Each dawn and rising sun heralds new beginnings and the end of old forms. To walk the path of the heaven and earth is to carve your own road with the gifts and knowledge they provide, continuing the eternal cycle of creation. The voice faded, yet the hammer continued to tremble gently in his grasp. It directed his gaze first towards a stack of ores, gifts born of the heaven and earth, and then towards shelves lined with books and parchments, repositories of the heaven and earth's knowledge. With that, Sugud understood his trial. He must construct something worthy of advancing his chosen path. It could not be ordinary. It had to be something truly innovative, something breathtaking. Eleanor found herself standing within an alchemy workshop. Test tubes, vials, alembics, retorts, and various other laboratory apparatus lined the tables and walls. At the center of the room stood a massive cauldron, large enough to brew dozens of potions at once. Wait! Eleanor recoiled abruptly, stumbling backwards and landing on her backside as another figure materialized within the chamber. A troll. The troll paid her no attention. Instead, it strode towards the cauldron and began pouring an assortment of suspicious liquids and ingredients into it without hesitation. Ominous bubbles rose from the concoction as the troll stirred the thick mixture with a long rod. At first, the brew emitted a pungent, unsettling odor, but gradually, a familiar fragrance reached Eleanor's nose. It was the scent of an alchemical medicine potion. Realization dawned upon her. This was no ordinary troll. It was a wizened troll, a rare subspecies that had traded their race's natural avarice for food and sleep in exchange for an obsessive pursuit of knowledge and intellect. Where ordinary trolls could sleep for years, so long as they were well fed, wizened trolls could remain awake for years in relentless pursuit of research. They were master scholars, researchers, and experimentalists, and generally harmless, so long as one did not become the subject of their experimentation. As the troll continued stirring, the cauldron's contents, initially amounting to well over 10 liters, gradually reduced. Steam hissed into the air. The liquid condensed and refined. Eventually, only a few hundred milliliters remained. The troll carefully siphoned the concentrated potion into a crystal vial. Still ignoring Eleanor's presence entirely, the wizened troll carried the potion into a nearby garden connected to the workshop. At the center of the garden, it uncorked the vial. Instantly, a dense aura of potent life force flooded the surroundings. Rare, precious, and notoriously slow-growing plants stirred visibly, their stems thickening and leaves unfurling as they grew before her eyes. Even Eleanor felt a wave of overwhelming tranquility wash over her. Her Fey monarch bloodline reacted instinctively to the rich vitality emanating from the potion. For a fleeting moment, an intense urge surged within her to seize the vial and drink it whole. Yet she retained enough clarity to suppress that impulse. Ignoring the obvious fact that interfering with a wizened troll's research was a catastrophically foolish decision, not to mention doing so before one who exuded the breath of laws, indicating at least saint-level existence. Even if she somehow managed to snatch the potion, drinking it would be sheer stupidity. Merely inhaling its vapor caused her vitality to stir violently. If she were to consume it outright, the overwhelming life force would flood her body beyond its limits. Her bloodline would not have the time to refine or absorb it. She would simply explode and die. While Eleanor marveled inwardly at the potion's brilliance, the wizened troll merely shook his head and began writing upon a parchment scroll. Eleanor's heart itched with curiosity. She longed to glimpse the scroll, to steal even a fragment of the knowledge etched upon it. Then suddenly, the troll paused. It turned to face her. To her surprise, it nodded slightly, and there was unmistakable appreciation within its eyes. The heaven and earth are vast with mysteries to uncover, truths to understand, and knowledge to comprehend. To walk the path of the heaven and earth is to recognize one's ignorance, to abandon trifling futilities, and to seek the generosity and illumination of knowledge. To walk the path of the heaven and earth is to take knowledge and convert it into something useful to you. To walk the path of heaven and earth is to recognize that the intellect hidden between heaven and earth is the greatest gift of all, not the obvious treasures that lie before our eyes. For with knowledge and intellect, we may transform those obvious gifts into something far greater. To walk the path of heaven and earth is to acquire knowledge and produce that which improves your existence. This is the reality for one who seeks to walk that path. The wizened troll fully turned to face Eleanor. Though it appeared only marginally less savage than most trolls she had encountered, its eyes shone with an intellectual depth that drew her in. For a fleeting moment, she sensed that, despite its ferocious exterior, she and this troll would have gotten along well, provided they could communicate. Suddenly, the troll's figure trembled. Its presence shifted. An archaic, melancholic will settled into the space. The troll nodded appreciatively at her before gesturing toward the stack of scrolls nearby. The ancient will flowed into the scrolls, forcing what should have been mere illusionary props into tangible reality. The troll gazed deeply at Eleanor. It did not speak. It did not need to. As a fellow seeker of knowledge, she understood. Those scrolls represented the culmination of the troll's life's work. And now, it was inviting her to read them. The sharing of knowledge. The greatest gift one kindred spirit of intellect could bestow upon another. Eleanor bowed deeply in respect. Without hesitation, she approached the stack and selected scroll. She began reading at once, as swiftly as possible. She understood instinctively that this ancient would not endure long. This was not part of the official trial. Unfortunately, despite her speed, she managed to complete only a single scroll before the will began to fade. It had withered for far too long. Time had eroded it beyond recovery. Still, it had endured just long enough to pass on a fragment of its knowledge to one worthy of receiving it. Eleanor bowed once more as the will dissipated into nothingness. From that single scroll, likely written during the troll's prime, she gained profound insights, not only into Verdantist-style alchemy, but also into methodologies useful in Pangea's. Truly a genius beyond its era, Eleanor thought, a faint trace of pity stirring within her heart. That realization only made her disappointment at being unable to read the remaining scrolls even more poignant. Yet she did not allow herself to dwell on it. She understood the true purpose of this trial. She was to create a potion she had never brewed before, one capable of resolving a current limitation she faced. As for who would determine whether her creation succeeded or failed, it would be herself, for she was a kindred spirit of knowledge. And when it came to the pursuit of advancement, Eleanor would never deceive herself, even if doing so meant failing the trial. Fortunately, the trial has left behind a compendium of herbs. First, I must match these herbs to their Pangean counterparts so that I may bridge and harmonize the two alchemical systems, she contemplated inwardly. Though the trial was already demanding, Eleanor chose to elevate its difficulty further. She deliberately incorporated the techniques and theoretical insights she had gleaned from the Wizentroll scroll into her formulation, a fitting tribute to a fellow seeker of knowledge. Outside the steels, the mysterious old man's gaze swept across the backs of Alex's wives and followers before settling particularly upon Eleanor. It appears the lingering wills of those old fogies have taken a liking to these youngsters, he mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. I cannot say I blame them. Each of them possesses talent in their own right. Now, let us see whether they can capitalize upon these opportunities, or whether the increased difficulty will crush them beneath its weight. Hum! A sudden vibration rippled through the air. The old man's eyes snapped towards Alex. For the first time since their meeting, genuine surprise colored his face. I anticipated he possessed the fortune of a legatee, but to achieve a result beyond the intended scope of the trial? A faint smile slowly spread across his face. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Alex found himself standing within a grand alchemy hall. There were easily hundreds of alchemical workstations arranged in disciplined rows across the vast chamber. Judging by the scale, the ambience, and the craftsmanship of the murals, this is likely the primary alchemy hall of a large, perhaps even super-large, organization, he mused inwardly. One of the great sorcerer sects, perhaps. Setting aside his initial speculation, he tested his mobility. Finding that he could move freely, he approached the nearest mural on his right, curious about the history or knowledge it might contain. The moment he stepped within a few feet of it, the mural illuminated. The painted image shimmered, then transformed into a moving scene. What the? Alex muttered unconsciously. It felt eerily similar to sitting in a cinema from his previous life, watching a film projected upon a vast screen. The scene depicted a humble individual quietly brewing what was clearly their first medicinal concoction. They carefully selected herbs, ground them by hand, and added them to a cauldron of heated water in precise order and timing. The person stirred attentively, monitoring the bubbles until the mixture stabilized. Once complete, they ladled the contents into a crude clay bowl. It resembled more of a traditional herbal brew than structured potion crafting. Alex stepped to the next mural. As before, the static image came alive. This time, the hall depicted within the mural had undergone visible improvement. The clothing worn by the unknown individual had also changed, becoming more refined and dignified, reflecting a rise in status. The fire beneath the cauldron was now ignited through magical means. The herbs reacted visibly as they were introduced, producing clear magical interactions within the brew. Stirring was no longer purely physical. Mana was infused into the process, guiding the transformation of the ingredients. Soon, the concoction was complete. Well, it's certainly more magical, Alex mused, but it's still far from what modern standards would call proper potion alchemy. Still, its product can reluctantly qualify as a true potion, he thought with a faint shrug. He moved on to the next mural. In the next mural, Alex observed that the hall had evolved yet again. It was noticeably larger than before. Although expanded and refined, there were still unmistakable architectural elements confirming it was the same hall depicted in the earlier murals. This time, a different individual stood before the cauldron. Their clothing lacked the overt luxury of the previous figure, yet the cut and material clearly reflected societal progression and development. From ingredient selection to the addition of components into the cauldron, from stirring to the retrieval of the final product, every step was now conducted through magical means. Yet something else caught Alex's attention. Chanting? Sorcerers used chanting. His eyes sharpened. He paused in thought for a brief moment. Then he shook his head. No point getting distracted. I should focus on completing the trial. The answers I want could be obtained directly from the old man afterwards. This mural demonstrated a distinct leap in technological sophistication. The methods employed were beginning to resemble structured alchemical systems rather than improvised magical brews. From that point onward, each subsequent mural displayed steady advancement in alchemical methodology. Magical artifacts were introduced. Refinement techniques improved, particularly in filtration and purification processes, which became increasingly precise and sophisticated. By the 10th mural, the hall had expanded to such an extent that Alex became convinced the murals were chronicling the history and rise of a major power within the sorcery world. After all, no minor faction could have financed such continual expansion and innovation. Not to mention, each mural implied the passage of significant stretches of time between them. No ordinary organization could have endured such temporal spans while maintaining uninterrupted progress. In the 10th mural, the Alchemy Hall had undergone a fundamental shift. No longer was it focused solely on medicinal or poisonous concoctions. For the first time, Alex witnessed a practitioner transmuting one material into another. Thus began the era of material alchemy. Material alchemy bore striking similarity to material synthesis in the chemistry of Alex's previous life. Through such processes, entirely new substances could be engineered to serve specialized functions across multiple disciplines. It was foundational technology, and this importance was reflected in the subsequent murals. The hall expanded further, its architecture grander and more refined. Many of the innovations showcased in the background were clearly rooted in breakthroughs made through material alchemy. Then came the final mural. Alex watched as a large assembly of alchemists collaborated on what appeared to be the most ambitious project this ancient hall had ever witnessed. He arched forward unconsciously, breath held, eyes glinting with undisguised greed. Before him, the alchemists succeeded in giving birth to energy alchemy, a revolutionary discipline that enabled the conversion of one form of energy into another. In theory, this meant that cheap, abundant energy could be transformed into rare, high-tier energies. Alex's heart pounded. He desperately wanted access to this knowledge. While he possessed a method to convert ambient mana and spirit stone mana into spatial energy, his approach was painfully slow and inefficient. The energy alchemy depicted here was clearly leagues beyond his crude workaround, and it was not limited to mana to spatial conversion. Temporal energy, life energy, death energies, even other exotic energies and forces, all appear to be viable conversion targets. Moreover, the input energy did not need to be mana at all. Sound energy, kinetic energy, perhaps even potential energy, all could theoretically be converted into desired forms. The applications were staggering. To call it groundbreaking would be a gross understatement. Beyond what he could accomplish with Rune-Tech alone, such a discipline could trigger an industrial and arcane revolution within this world. Yet this technology clearly didn't proliferate, Alex mused. Why? Was it lost during the war the sorcerers faced? Did the innovators perish along with it? Or is this knowledge now hoarded, restricted to those within the sorcerer's hidden subspace enclave? Questions swirled in his mind. Answers were scarce. Just as he prepared to step away from the mural, something caught his attention, a subtle detail he had previously overlooked. His eyes narrowed. Wait, the way they're manipulating energy, are they using domains? There were 6 individuals at the head of the group of alchemists within the mural. Each manipulated energy in ways that far exceeded the scope of conventional spells or magical artifacts. The distortions in space, the bending of force, the stabilization of unstable energies. None of it resembled structured spellcasting. The only logical explanation was the manifestation of a legend's domain. It makes sense that the architects of such a revolutionary discipline would be legends, perhaps even beyond, Alex reasoned. At the very least, they must have been grandmaster alchemists. Yet that realization raised an uncomfortable implication. Does this mean I would require 6 legendary ranked alchemy grandmasters working in unison to recreate this technology? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That would make monopolizing it difficult. If the technology inherently required multiple domain-level experts, it would be nearly impossible for him to quietly internalize it within his own organization. A disappointing thought, but he did not linger upon it. Well, I need to obtain the knowledge first before worrying about the logistics, Alex shrugged inwardly. After finishing his inspection of the murals, he returned to the center of the hall. He stood amidst an array of alchemical apparatus sufficient for any branch of the discipline: medicinal, poisonous, material, energy, and so on. Now, what exactly am I meant to do? He muttered. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed throughout the chamber. At times, it seemed as though the hall itself was speaking. At others, it resembled the voice of an ancient entity resonating through the currents of time. The heaven and earth are ever-changing, ever-growing, ever-learning, ever-adapting. As one who walks the path of the heaven and earth, stagnation is unacceptable. Observe, learn, ponder, comprehend, grow. The hall fell silent once more. That's it, Alex wondered. Then a second voice resounded. To become a legatee of the heaven and earth, one must embody their qualities in nature. To become a legatee of the heaven and earth, one must cultivate not only oneself, but the heaven and earth. To become a legatee of the heaven and earth, one must contribute to their growth. O seeker of the legacy of the heaven and earth, demonstrate your contribution. Present your tribute. At once, the primary workstation before Alex illuminated. A doorway ahead slid open, revealing a vast repository of materials. Herbs, ores, crystals, reagents. Everything he could reasonably require for any form of alchemy. Yet more significant than that, he felt it. The restrictions placed upon him loosened. The constraints limiting his Rune-Tech were lifting. What? The walls of the alchemy hall suddenly turned transparent. In the blink of an eye, Alex realized he had been transported into star-filled space. Ahead of him floated a verdant green planet, suspended silently against the vast cosmic backdrop. Yet that was not what seized his attention. Coiled around the planet was a dark, indistinct figure, something vast and incomprehensible. He could not discern its shape nor its nature. It simply was. However, before he could focus his gaze and study it more closely, the image blurred violently. The stars vanished. The planet disappeared. And once more, he stood beneath the earthen ceiling of the alchemy hall. I can still feel the restrictions on Rune-Tech loosening, Alex muttered inwardly. That scene just now, could it be that I briefly stepped outside Verdanus's planar jurisdiction? He could speculate endlessly, but without evidence, speculation was all it would remain. So he forced himself to focus on something tangible, something actionable. He sat at the main workstation, folding his arms as he sank into contemplation. From a voice just now, it seems the trial requires me to create an innovation in alchemy, he reasoned. His gaze drifted towards the murals lining the walls. Each mural depicts a leap forward, a significant improvement in the discipline that supports the idea. Alex turned back to the workstation, fingers tapping lightly against the surface as his thoughts churned. I don't have a strong foundation in alchemy. I can barely produce stable alchemical products, let alone pioneer an entirely new method. For a fleeting moment, a darker thought surfaced. Should I withdraw? What does becoming the legatee of some external plane truly have to do with me? He paused, then shook his head with a wry smile. I can't do that. Walking away like this would leave a bitter taste in my mouth. And besides, I can't deny that I want to uncover the truth behind this plane's past. He exhaled slowly. What kind of absurd genius are they expecting for this so-called legatee of heaven and earth? It's ridiculous to assume there exists someone who has mastered every branch of sorcery before even arriving here. Then his eyes sharpened. His idle musing had sparked a realization. Wait, that's exactly it. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's unreasonable to expect a single individual to master all major branches of sorcery. More often than not, those proficient in alchemy lack combat prowess, and those formidable in combat rarely excel in scholarly disciplines. Everyone has limits, unless they're selecting some ancient old fogey who has lived for centuries. How could anyone possibly attain mastery across every branch? And even then, mastery in one field often comes at the expense of another. He nodded to himself. If there were a so-called blessed son of heaven who excelled in every branch except one, would they truly be rejected outright because of that single weakness? He shook his head. That would make no sense. His eyes flickered again. If that's the case, then there must be something here designed to support such individuals, a mechanism to bridge deficiencies. I'm not asking for much. Even a hint would suffice. Alex rose and began scanning the hall more carefully. His gaze eventually fell upon the resource vault, the massive, ostentatious door that had opened earlier. But beside it, there was a smaller, far less conspicuous door. I didn't notice that before. It was hardly surprising. The grandeur of the vault door drew attention naturally, overshadowing anything nearby. Alex walked towards the smaller door without hesitation. Upon opening it, he discovered a modest yet expansive library. Dozens of shelves lined the room, certainly fewer than 100, but densely packed with books. To read them all would require months, perhaps even years. Yet a broad smile spread across Alex's face as he began scanning the titles. Compendium of 10,000 Basic Herbs. Introduction to Poisonous Flora. Identifying and Selecting Cauldrons. Fundamentals of Concoction Methods. He moved further along. Compendium of 1,000 Advanced Herbs. Advanced Herbological Theory. Compendium of Basic Ores. The arrangement was meticulous. The shelves progressed logically from foundational knowledge to increasingly advanced material. Given sufficient time to study and research here, one could build a robust understanding of alchemy from the ground up. A complete, structured foundation. One particular shelf even contained detailed explanations of each major advancement in alchemy, mirroring the historical developments depicted in the murals outside. At first, Alex was thrilled. However, his excitement dimmed when he realized that the volume on energy alchemy was absent. In its place stood only a thin introductory text, a mere overview. So my suspicion was correct, Alex mused inwardly. A potential legatee is not expected to possess prior mastery across all branches. What matters is comprehension, the ability to self-learn efficiently when provided with the right foundation. The only real constraint is time. A slow smile crept across his lips. Fortunately, I have precisely the right tool to deal with that. He prompted Rune, attempting to open a portal to the sanctuary. Bang! The portal flickered violently before collapsing with a resonant thud. It failed to stabilize sufficiently for him to pass through. Alex frowned. After several minutes of rapid mental calculations, he altered his approach. Instead of attempting full traversal with his body, he opened the portal by only a fraction, just enough to reach into the sanctuary's sealed space. Fortunately, most of his rune ink materials were stored together. All he needed was to align the portal opening precisely within the sanctuary's storage coordinates. He succeeded. Then, for a brief moment, he tested whether he could transfer materials from the alchemy hall into the sanctuary. The attempt failed immediately. Naturally, it wouldn't be that simple, he chuckled. Once he retrieved the necessary materials, he closed the portal with a wave of hand. Then he began inscribing runic formations throughout the hall. Within the library chamber, he etched a familiar scanning circle upon the floor. It was identical in principle to the formation he had deployed at Dragonhold Enclave, the one used to scan and digitize the contents of the archives into the virtual library. It was also the same foundational formation circle integrated into the arcane crystal runic servers distributed by the Golden Palace. There was no need to code the formation from scratch. He merely expanded its scale and reinforced its stability. With the upgraded formation in place, Alex was able to scan and transfer the contents of dozens of books into Rune within mere moments. Over the next few hours, most of the time spent retrieving and returning volumes to their shelves, he completed the digitization of the entire library, processed the acquired data, and extract all relevant information on Verdantian alchemy, Alex instructed. Rune complied. This time, instead of projecting the information externally, the AI mage assistant transmitted it directly into Alex's mind, leveraging their recently strengthened neural and spiritual linkage, a byproduct of the ongoing spell recovery process Rune had been performing for him. Basic, intermediate, advanced, a torrent of alchemical knowledge poured into his consciousness. Alex sat cross-legged and entered meditation, attempting to sort, categorize, and digest the influx of information. Time passed, though how much he could not tell. Eventually, he opened his eyes. A problem had surfaced. This approach is too slow, he concluded inwardly. Even if I master the material through structured learning, at best, I will only reproduce what already exists. That doesn't constitute innovation. He leaned back slightly against the shelf. I need a different angle. Another hour passed as he entertained and discarded idea after idea. Then, he stopped. I've been thinking about this the wrong way. A subtle shift occurred in his thoughts. This isn't the first time I've introduced something considered new into a world. A faint smile tugged at his lips. I don't need to invent something entirely unprecedented in absolute terms. I simply need to introduce something unprecedented to this world. Light flickered in his eyes. Verdantine and Pangean alchemy are not fundamentally alien to each other. They share a common root. Merely merging the two systems would not qualify as a true leap. In that case, I need to draw from somewhere entirely different. And then, the otaku within Alex stirred. A grin slowly spread across his face. An idea, one he had once casually fantasized about in his previous life, now resurfaced with startling clarity. Though excitement surged within him, Alex did not allow it to cloud his judgment. He sat down and meditated, steadily guiding himself back into a calm, controlled mental state. Only once his thoughts were orderly did he begin refining his idea. Working in tandem with Omnirune and drawing upon the vast body of knowledge now stored within it, Alex began constructing a revolutionary alchemical methodology unlike anything Verdantis or Pangea had ever seen. Every step was meticulously reviewed between himself and the AI assistant. Assumptions were stress-tested. Parameters were recalculated. Feasibility was cross-checked against his current capabilities. Eventually, probability of success? Alex asked calmly. Omnirune initiated rapid simulations, modeling the process against known variables and environmental constraints. 95%. Alex's brows lifted slightly. 95%. That's higher than I anticipated. After all, the foundation of this method originated from another world entirely, reinterpreted and reconstructed using only the tools and principles available within this one. At this stage, it was the original method in name alone. He found it almost absurd that something so conceptually hybrid and forcibly adapted would yield such a high projected success rate. Well, perhaps that just highlights my genius and the effort invested in properly adapting it, he thought with mild self-satisfaction. He gave himself a small mental pat on the back. In that case, let's begin. Alex entered the resource vault and carefully selected herbs required for a basic healing potion, one effective up to the mid-stage beginner rank. Anything more advanced would introduce unnecessary layers of complexity. He was not attempting to create a new formula. He was attempting to pioneer an entirely new method of alchemical crafting. To prove the validity of the method, a high-rank product was unnecessary. If anything, reducing the complexity would eliminate avoidable variables. After verifying that all required herbs were present within the vault, he returned to the main workstation. However, he did not immediately begin brewing. Instead, he began remodeling the workstation itself. One by one, the apparatus and equipment across the workstation received upgrades, at least by Alex's standards. Some were inscribed with basic runes. Others were fitted with interconnected runic circuits. A few required minor array formations, and select components were branded with simple greater runes. The cauldron, however, the core crafting instrument, underwent the most extensive transformation. Alex integrated into it his premier semi-greater rune-based grand array formation. It was an undertaking so intricate and demanding that, in certain respects, it rivaled the work he had invested into the Void Heart core. That was how seriously he treated this endeavor. He lost all sense of time. Fully immersed, he poured himself into the process. He had missed this feeling, the exhilaration of pioneering a new Rune-Tech construct, the quiet thrill of solving complex interlocking systems. A familiar rush of euphoria coursed through him, urging him to push forward without pause until perfection was achieved. He truly had missed this. Sigh. After inscribing the final glyph, unaware of how much time had passed, Alex exhaled deeply. The cauldron shimmered faintly. For a brief moment, it seemed almost sentient, as though acknowledging its rebirth. No longer merely a sorcery artifact, but a fully integrated Rune-Tech construct. Following his habitual discipline, Alex sat down to meditate. He replenished his mana. He stabilized his spiritual force. He restored his mental clarity. Only when he felt balanced once more did he rise. Now then, let the new revolutionary alchemical method commence. A grin spread across his face. He raised his hand. A lifelike dragon of flame coiled into existence upon his palm. Whether this succeeds or fails will depend on you, little fellow, Alex said softly to Etherkindle. In response, the primal origin flame manifested a playful flicker, then snapped off a fragment of one of its claws and offered it to him. Instead of placing the flame beneath the cauldron to ignite conventional fuel, Alex cast the splinter of primal origin flame directly into the cauldron. The instant the splinter of flame entered the cauldron, a pre-inscribed runic formation ignited in response. It had been designed precisely for this purpose. Not only did the formation stabilize the splinter, it rapidly channeled its primal fire throughout the inner walls of the cauldron, evenly heating the entire construct. Alex immediately felt a deepened connection to the cauldron through Etherkindle. Through that link, he could regulate the internal temperature with exquisite precision, raising, lowering, or concentrating the heat at will. Stage 1 complete. He turned his attention to the healing potion's ingredients. The potion required 2 primary herbs, 1 supplementary catalyst ingredient, and liquid mana, making it, by conventional standards, a relatively simple formulation. Ordinarily, liquid mana would be introduced first to serve as the solvent. However, Alex deliberately set it aside. Instead, he picked up the solid ingredients and cast them directly into the cauldron. Instantly, they were engulfed by Etherkindle's flames and reduced to ash. This was intentional. The potion did not require the physical husks of the herbs. It required their essence. Under normal circumstances, that essence would be extracted gradually through dissolution within heated liquid mana. But Alex had devised an alternative. Etherkindle, the primal origin flame, was not merely physical fire. It was also a metaphysical existence. And so too was the essence he sought to extract. Under Etherkindle's influence, much as they would have reacted within heated liquid mana, the supplementary ingredient released a catalytic substance under intense heat. That catalyst triggered a reaction between the 2 primary herbs. Moments later, a fused essence was liberated. As soon as the essence manifested, multiple runic formations activated. One formation siphoned away the residual ash from the destroyed herb husks. Another isolated the extracted essence within a controlled subspace inside the cauldron, where it remained suspended, still enveloped by Etherkindle's flame. True to its nature as a flame of purification and refinement, Etherkindle worked slowly and methodically upon the extracted essence. Layer by layer, it stripped away impurities, every trace of instability, and each remnant of incompatible elemental residue. Within the cauldron, the supporting runic formations operated in perfect synchrony, siphoning away the impurities separated by the primal origin flame and expelling them into containment channels prepared beforehand. Gradually, only the purest essence remained. Yet Alex did not allow himself even a fraction of relief. Now came the most delicate stage. His spiritual force surged deeper into the construct, assuming even finer control over the internal systems. Heat fluctuations, energy ripples, pressure micro-adjustments. Carefully controlling the overall temperature, sometimes lowering it by a hair's breadth, sometimes raising it by a calculated increment, Alex thickened the refined essence. With ether kindle's controlled burn and the stabilizing influence of the semi-greater rune grand array, the once fluid metaphysical essence gradually condensed. It thickened, compressed, solidified, until it hardened into a perfect sphere. Yes, Alex's grand innovation to Verdantis alchemy was the introduction of the alchemical pill from his past life's Eastern fantasy cultivation literature. Beads of sweat formed along his brow and rolled down his temples as the grueling refinement continued. Seconds stretched into minutes. Minutes blurred into what might have been hours. He no longer knew. His entire consciousness was devoted to maintaining structural integrity while preventing energetic collapse during final compression. One miscalculation, and the entire pill would destabilize. Or worse, explode. Finally, after an indeterminate span of time, a golden pill floated serenely within the cauldron's core. Alex slowly extended his hand and retrieved it. He raised it to his nose. There was no fragrance, no leakage of medicinal aura. The essence and efficacy were completely sealed within, contained, stabilized, and perfectly preserved. A resounding success. The thought had barely formed when the world trembled. The scene shifted. The grand alchemy hall remained, but all the workstations had vanished. In their place stood a single elevated podium. Alex found himself standing upon it. Before him, a congregation of phantoms. The very same figures he had observed within murals. The innovators, the pioneers, the architects of Verdantian alchemy across the ages. What was required became immediately apparent. So, I must present my creation before the peers of Verdantian alchemical history. Alex was no stranger to product reveals and peer reviews. He had done it many times in his previous life, and in this current one as well. So, although he had been caught slightly off guard by having to present his innovation before a committee of phantom peers spanning the ages, he quickly adjusted. "My name is Alex Fury," he began calmly. "Today, I present to you a new alchemical refinement method. Pill alchemical refinement. Or simply pill refinement. Or if you prefer, pill alchemy." He paused briefly before continuing. As the name implies, pill alchemy involves refining alchemical products into the form of a pill. This method works best for medicinal and poisonous alchemical products, though there may also be certain applications for it within the field of material alchemy. Pill alchemy utilizes the same fundamental ingredient formulas used in traditional potion alchemy. Naturally, this raises an obvious question. Alex smiled faintly. What makes pill alchemy different, or even superior, to conventional potion alchemy? There are several advantages. He raised a finger. First, shelf life. Pills possess a significantly longer shelf life compared to potions. When refined correctly, the pill structure completely locks in the medicinal essence and efficacy of the ingredients. This means the pill itself naturally resists spoilage and loss of potency. Potions, on the other hand, rely heavily on their containers to maintain stability. In most cases, depending on the potion grade, particularly for higher-tier potions, leaving the liquid exposed to the open air for only a few minutes, some even seconds, is enough for the essence and medicinal efficacy to dissipate almost entirely. By contrast, alchemical products refined into pill form can remain exposed to the open air for at least 10 times, hours, longer than their equivalent potion counterparts before experiencing any sort of degradation. In addition to this inherent advantage, pills can also still benefit from specialized storage containers, just like potions. However, pills occupy far less physical volume. In practical terms, this means significantly more alchemical products can be stored within the same amount of space. Alex paused briefly and looked across the dozens of phantom figures, the innovators of Verdantian alchemy from across the ages. Even though their faces were indistinct, he could feel their attention fixed firmly upon him. Still smiling calmly, he continued. Furthermore, because, when done correctly, pills inherently trap all of the alchemical product's efficacy within their structure, they generally possess greater medicinal potency than their corresponding potion forms. This occurs because, during traditional potion production, some portion of the medicinal efficacy is inevitably lost throughout the brewing and stabilization process. This loss is unavoidable. With pill refinement, however, that loss can be drastically reduced, if not completely eliminated. This is significant because it means that, in many cases, a pill may be up to twice as effective as its equivalent potion. That statement landed like a bombshell. To Alex's surprise, the phantoms reacted visibly. Despite their indistinct features, the subtle ripples in their forms clearly conveyed astonishment. Another advantage of pills lies in superior batch production, Alex continued. Pill alchemy allows multiple pills to be refined simultaneously simply by increasing the quantity of ingredients used and dividing the final condensed product during the final stage of refinement. This dramatically improves production efficiency, as several doses can be produced within a single refinement cycle. The exact number of pills produced will naturally depend on the complexity of the formula and the potency of the ingredients involved. In addition, because pills contain a concentrated form of medicinal efficacy, they may also be dissolved into suitable liquids, such as liquid mana, to recreate potion solutions. In fact, a single pill may be dissolved to produce multiple doses of potion. Beyond the increased production efficiency, this method also addresses a long-standing weakness of potion distribution. Transportation. As mentioned earlier, potion shelf life is heavily dependent on the containers used to store them. Unfortunately, the containers that provide the greatest preservation, such as specialized glass vials, are also among the most fragile. They are prone to cracking or shattering during transportation. Pills do not suffer from this vulnerability. Pills are structurally stable and remain intact unless deliberately dissolved in specific energy-infused liquids or consumed directly. Furthermore, because pills occupy far less physical space while retaining the ability to be converted into potion form when necessary, large quantities of vital medicine can be produced in pill form and transported easily. Upon reaching their destination, these pills can then be dissolved into energy liquids to produce potions if required. In essence, Alex concluded calmly, pills provide greater versatility, stability, efficacy, and logistical control than traditional potion-based alchemy. This concludes my method reveal. Thank you. Alex bowed respectfully. Although he was not entirely certain what kind of entities the phantoms before him truly were, Alex decided to treat them as if they were real people. He conducted himself exactly as he would during a formal presentation before fellow scholars or innovators. Clap, clap. To his surprise, the phantoms began applauding. Their approval was unmistakable. The acknowledgement felt surreal. It was as though he had received recognition from peers scattered across the river of time itself. How many inventors in any world could claim such a thing? With that, the outcome of his alchemy trial was obvious. A resounding success. One by one, the phantoms dissolved into motes of fading light. Soon, the entire scene blurred. Alex felt his consciousness shift, and then he opened his eyes. He was once again seated before the steel. However, as he looked to the side, he noticed that Eleanor had also completed her trial. Yet unlike him, she wore a deep frown. Alex struggled to imagine a scenario in which someone as talented as Eleanor could have failed the trial. With sharp wits, he quickly came up with a subtle way to ask about it. "What's wrong?" he asked. Was the trial too simple? Eleanor shook her head. Her mind drifted back to what had just happened inside the trial. Moments earlier, after identifying the requirements of her trial, Eleanor had immediately focused on a possible solution. In fact, it was something she had already been researching before entering this place. A cure for berserk human transformation. Her proposed method was relatively straightforward, at least in theory. Since the spell, purification, could remove the berserk property from an afflicted individual, she wondered whether a far more concentrated version of the same principle might be capable of reversing the transformation entirely. If that were possible, then perhaps the effect could be reproduced through alchemy, specifically through a potion. Of course, she did not mean this literally. She had no intention of turning a spell directly into a potion. Rather, her goal was to create a potion capable of stimulating ambient and/or internal mana to behave in the same purifying manner as the purification spell. The concept itself was not entirely unprecedented. There were already potions which, when exposed to ambient mana, produced effects similar to their corresponding spells. Explosive potions of various grades had long been created to mirror the destructive nature of the fireball spell at different power levels. In fact, from an academic perspective, most healing potions functioned in a very similar manner. They worked by introducing mana into the body while simultaneously stimulating the recipient's own mana to behave in ways comparable to many healing spells. Drawing upon this foundation, Eleanor had intended to create a potion adjacent to the purification spell, one capable of gently eliminating the berserk property from the inside out. If successful, it might even reverse the transformation process itself. Unfortunately, there were several complications with the potion formula she had devised. First, one of the required ingredients was exceedingly rare, even within the highly industrialized alchemical circles of Pangaea. As for Verdantis, she had already searched for the material while in Dragonstone, yet none of the alchemy vendors there even seemed aware of its existence. The second problem was the refinement method required to process that ingredient along with another supplementary component necessary to produce the desired effect. The method in question was an ancient alchemical technique. It was rarely used in the modern era of Pangaea. Not only that, it was an exceptionally abstruse technique, one that Eleanor doubted would even exist within Verdantis. After all, the method was so difficult that even she had been forced to rely upon a form of cheating to employ it successfully. Her famed monarch bloodline. Without that advantage, replicating the technique would be extremely difficult. And if others could not reproduce the process, the potion would remain limited to a handful of capable alchemists. Such limitations would make widespread production impossible. In other words, even if she succeeded, the cure could never truly proliferate. Fortunately, fate intervened. The scroll she had managed to read, containing the wizened troll's alchemical insights, described a method the troll had discovered and developed himself. A method capable of substituting the ancient technique. More surprisingly, the same method also allowed the replacement of the rare ingredient she had originally planned to use. In truth, the troll's method was something quite unusual. It was not merely a refinement process. It was an alchemy-specific spell, Zaxxon's transmutation. In essence, the spell was a method of bypassing the need for rare ingredients in alchemical concoctions by utilizing a much cheaper, similar, and most importantly readily available substitute. The troll spell allowed an alchemist to transmute the nature of the cheaper ingredient into that of the rarer one, though this came at the cost of consuming a significantly larger quantity of the substitute, as well as requiring a rather cumbersome refinement process. Even so, thanks to the spell, Eleanor was able to successfully complete a viable purification potion. With Zaxxon's transmutation, it is not only possible to convert the essence of a cheaper ingredient into that of a rarer one. The entire process directly exposes the resulting refined essence. Eleanor mused inwardly. That means the normally strict extraction technique required to obtain that essence safely can be bypassed entirely. Her thoughts continued to spin as she considered the broader implications. And since this method is based on a spell, once Alex's Rune-Tech fully recovers, he may be able to convert the spell into a runic formation. If that happens, the process could potentially be automated. Such a development would make the transmutation process vastly easier. Once the conversion could be handled automatically by a formation, the produced essence could be directly integrated into potion refinement. Afterwards, Eleanor carefully reviewed the potion formula she had constructed before beginning the search for the required ingredients. Just to be certain that the formula worked as intended, she decided to complete the potion first. Only then could she analyze the final product and confirm, as much as possible without conducting an actual field test, whether it would function as expected. Unlike Alex's simple 3-ingredient formula, her own creation was far more complex. It required 15 different ingredients and over 20 separate refinement steps before the potion could be completed. Nevertheless, Eleanor worked with professional precision and composure. Before long, a filled potion vial rested neatly upon the work table. She then proceeded to brew 2 additional potions to increase the number of samples available for testing. Thanks to the fully equipped alchemy laboratory provided within the trial environment, all the instruments necessary for analyzing the potion were readily available. The test itself was not entirely conclusive. Nothing could truly replace observing the potion's effects upon a living subject. Instead, the apparatus simply measured and analyzed the essence composition and mana behavior contained within the potion. Using those readings, Eleanor compared the results with her prior experience of the purification spell. From this comparison, she was able to estimate the potion's likely efficacy. A satisfied smile slowly appeared on her lips as she examined the results before her. There is an 80% chance the potion will work as intended, she deduced. Given the conditions she had been working under, this was the best result she could reasonably hope for. Crack! Shatter! Suddenly, the scene around her trembled violently. Before she could react, the entire trial space fractured and collapsed. In the next instant, Eleanor found herself once again seated before the steel. Beside her, Alex remained motionless, still immersed in his own trial. Just then, her attention was drawn to a faintly glowing spot on the surface of the steel. When she focused her gaze upon it, a list of rewards materialized before her eyes. Eleanor shook her head slightly as the memory faded. She turned to Alex. Not really. It was good enough, Eleanor replied to his earlier question. It's the points I gained. I don't have enough points to redeem what I want from the reward list. Points? Rewards? Alex raised an eyebrow. Eleanor gestured toward the glowing point on the steel. Alex followed her gesture, his gaze settling upon the illuminated spot. Instantly, the reward list appeared before him as well. Alchemical potion formulas, equipment, even rare ingredients. Not a bad selection, Alex thought. His eyes drifted to the bottom corner of the projected list where the current point tally was displayed. 990 points? Alex raised an eyebrow slightly. How many points do you have, he asked. And what reward are you trying to redeem? 900, Eleanor replied. I want the second item on the list. Unfortunately, I'm 20 points short. Alex shifted his attention to the second item listed. Unknown plant seed. Alex frowned slightly. However, the moment he concentrated on the item, an image suddenly appeared within his mind. This! His eyes flashed. He quickly glanced at the required point value. 920. All right, he nodded. Just as he was about to select the item, the old man's voice suddenly rang out. You may want to examine the item ranked first before making your decision. Alex turned toward the old man briefly, then looked back at the reward list. The item ranked first was Introduction to Energy Alchemy. Alex's body trembled slightly. Eleanor reacted the same way. How many points do you have? She asked quickly. 990, Alex replied. Then what are you waiting for? She said immediately. Buy it. However, to her surprise, Alex hesitated. He stared at the reward list in silence. After several moments of contemplation, he finally made his decision. Rumble. The steel suddenly shifted. A hidden compartment slowly opened, revealing a small jar within. Inside the jar rested a single item. A seed. Why did you dash? This is more important to you than that is to me, Alex interrupted gently. He shrugged. I might not even be able to make proper use of it, even if I redeemed it. Alex walked over and retrieved the jar containing the seed from the steel. Returning to Eleanor, he placed it carefully into her hands with a small smile. For the Sunheart Princess, he said lightly, I present a seed of the Sunheart blossom. Eleanor was left completely speechless. Oh, one more thing, Alex added suddenly, as if remembering something. You might be interested in my trial. I had OmniRune transcribe the entire process. You can check it out on your Rune phone, Alex said with upwards nose tilt. With that said, Alex turned and casually walked toward the next steel, the steel of the anima trial, before beginning the next test without another word. Eleanor remained standing where she was, still holding the jar. It took her several moments to recover from her stunned state. Her gaze slowly lowered to the seed in her hands, her expression filled with complicated emotions. Watching her reaction, the mysterious old man chuckled quietly in amusement. "If you're able to view his trial or learn about it, you should," he said while stroking his long gray beard. Eleanor nodded somewhat stiffly before retrieving her rune phone. Once again, the old man found himself fascinated by these young people. Using the limited access authority granted by the Sun Heart gemstone embedded in her choker, Eleanor requested Omnirune to display the transcript of Alex's trial. As she read through the record, she discovered the method Alex had created, a completely new branch of alchemy. Pill alchemy. Leave it to Alex Fury to come up with something so strange, she thought. Her gaze drifted toward him as she remembered the expression he wore when telling her about the transcript. "Show off," she muttered softly. Yet despite the words, her eyes softened with quiet affection. At that very moment, something subtle happened. Unnoticed by her, the seed in her hand cracked. A tiny leaf slowly emerged from within. The metaphysical plant, which required a very specific form of providence, the providence of kindness, had begun to awaken. Without realizing it, Alex's actions had fulfilled the seed's requirement. Now, it was only a matter of time before it blossomed. This, however, went completely unnoticed by Eleanor. She was still immersed in thoughts of Alex's brilliance. His creation, combined with the quiet sacrifice he had made for her, stirred a new feeling within her heart. It swelled slowly, warm and unfamiliar. Then a thought suddenly struck her. She turned toward the old man. "This is such a breakthrough. Why is there only a 90-point difference between our scores?" she asked, frowning slightly. "His method is revolutionary and has extremely broad applications. You should have earned far more." The old man smiled and nodded. "You are correct," he admitted. "The difference between your scores should indeed not be so small. The boy's score is already the highest possible score within the framework of the trial. It is not that his score was too low. It is that your score was inflated." "My score was inflated?" Eleanor asked in surprise. "You managed to resonate with Zaxxon's will," the old man explained. "The bonus points were granted because of that resonance. Without that influence, your original score would likely have been no higher than 600. Eleanor nodded quietly. She was not particularly surprised by the explanation. After reflecting for a moment, the reasoning made perfect sense. If Alex's revolutionary new method had been evaluated at 990 points, then her own potion formula, which was only applicable to a single problem, truly did not deserve to exceed even half of that value. It was likely only because of the critical importance of the Berserk crisis within Verdantis that her formula had received such a high baseline evaluation of 600 points in the first place. Realizing where the additional points had come from, Eleanor turned back toward the reward list and began searching for several specific items. "As expected," she muttered softly, "they are here." A small smile appeared on her lips. Zaxxon's alchemical research log, ×8. As she had suspected, the bonus points existed precisely so she could obtain the complete set of the Wizened Troll's research scrolls. During the trial itself, she had only managed to read one of them. Now she could acquire the remaining ones as well. And unsurprisingly, the full set cost exactly 900 points. Eleanor did not hesitate. Without even bothering to examine the other reward options, she immediately redeemed the scrolls. At that exact moment, the tiny seedling emerging from the Sunheart seed in her hand grew slightly larger. This time, Eleanor finally noticed it. Just like the seedling, a gentle smile bloomed across her face. Nearby, the old man also smiled quietly to himself. "Congratulations, old friend," he thought. "It seems your life's work has finally found its way into the right hands." To Alex, giving up the knowledge of energy alchemy had been a far bigger decision than he allowed others to see. Although he had rationalized the choice by reminding himself that he lacked the 6 legendary ranked alchemy grandmasters required to fully realize the technology, it had still been a difficult decision to make. He had not even allowed himself to linger long enough to properly examine the rare Sunheart Blossom seed before handing it to Eleanor and immediately moving on to the anima trial. In truth, it would not be inaccurate to say that he had been running away from confronting the full weight of that decision. That said, he did not truly regret what he had done. After all, from a purely pragmatic perspective, Alex believed he had made the correct choice. Unlike knowledge he might not be able to utilize, at least not anytime soon, obtaining the seed for Eleanor directly strengthened the abilities of the party's primary healer. Considering they were currently trapped within a dangerous and hostile plane, investing in the individual whose abilities could effectively grant the group a second chance at life was undoubtedly a wise decision. The dead have no use for knowledge. Only the living do, Alex told himself. With that thought, his consciousness entered the Steel's trial space. Just before fully arriving within the trial environment, Alex felt something brush against his being. A probing sensation. More precisely, it was a probe directed not only at him, but at the beings connected to him. The presence examined the various links surrounding him, spiritual contracts, soul bonds, and other forms of connection. Eventually, the probe settled upon his bonds with his beast companions. Outside the Heaven-Earth Concordance formation, not much time had passed since Alex, his wives, and his followers had entered the Grand Formation and disappeared. Although their sudden disappearance had caused a brief moment of unease among those left behind, Alex and Sugud had warned them beforehand that such an outcome was possible. Because of this preparation, the group quickly regained their composure. With Alex gone, Dread soon grew bored. The nightmare horse eventually found a comfortable spot beneath the shade of the mountain peak and settled down to rest. Fun, on the other hand, behaved much more proactively, as usual. Chef Finn had just finished preparing a meal for the group and was about to begin serving himself. High above in the sky, Senu circled watchfully over her flock. Her keen eyes ensured that no danger, whether berserk humans or anything else, could approach the camp without being detected first. Suddenly, all three of them felt a pulse within their minds. It originated from their connection to Alex. Before they could make sense of what was happening, they abruptly vanished. What the? When Alex opened his eyes, he found himself standing within a collapsing world. The landscape around him appeared fractured and unstable, as though reality itself was breaking apart. Below him, a countless horde of beasts and corrupted humanoids slowly crept forward. Yet this was not the most shocking part. What truly startled Alex was the fact that he had lost all of his mana and cultivation. He could not even command Omni Rune to cast a spell. However, standing beside him were his beast companions, Dread, Fun, and Queen Senu. "How did you guys get here?" he asked instinctively. The three companions looked at one another with the same confusion reflected in their eyes. Alex had deliberately left them behind to assist the other party members outside the formation. He had reasoned that they would be far more useful protecting the Fortuna party in the outside world than accompanying him within what was likely to be a confined environment inside the Grand Formation's maze. Never had he expected to encounter them within the steel trials like this. Dread, Fun, and Senu quickly conveyed their own confusion regarding how they had arrived here. Once Alex confirmed that these were indeed truly his bonded companions, and not fakes with nefarious intentions, he quickly explained everything that had happened inside the Grand Formation. The three beasts did not fully understand every detail he described, but they grasped one important point. They were likely here to help him complete a trial, and that was all they needed to know. "What do we need to do?" they asked through their bond. "I'm not entirely sure," Alex admitted. "There's usually supposed to be a voice that explains the rumble." Before Alex could finish speaking, lightning flashed across the sky. A violent bolt struck somewhere behind the advancing horde of beasts and corrupted humanoids below. The brief flash of light illuminated their faces, and, judging from the glowing red eyes filled with malice staring back at them, these creatures were definitely not friendly. The heavens and the earth do not exist in isolation. Heaven exists because it is supported by the earth. The earth exists because it is guided by the wisdom of heaven. To become the legatee of the heaven and the earth is to understand that the existence and survival of one being between heaven and earth depend upon the existence and survival of another. To become the legatee of the heaven and the earth is to recognize the weakness of one's solitary power and the strength born from cooperation among the beings who live between the heaven and earth. To become the legatee of the heaven and the earth is to understand not only your own strengths and weaknesses, but also those of all beings beneath heaven and upon earth. To become the legatee of the heaven and the earth is to possess the wisdom and prestige required to guide and unite the beings who dwell between heaven and earth. O seeker of the legacy of the heaven and the earth, the burden of heaven and earth is not meant for a single shoulder to bear. It is a burden shared by all shoulders. Thus, present your conviction. Roar. From deep within the advancing horde below, a low and thunderous roar erupted into the sky. The sound tore through the air like a shockwave. It was a roar so overwhelming that even the most hardened warriors would feel their courage tremble. The beasts and corrupted humanoids froze momentarily. Then their glowing red eyes returned forward, toward the source of the roar's target. Alex and his beast companions. Stripped of his mana, stripped of his cultivation, stripped of his bloodline powers, and everything that normally defined his strength. For a brief moment, Alex stumbled. For the first time in a long while, true fear filled his being. Without realizing it, he took several steps backward. Then he abruptly stopped. What did I just do? His thoughts froze. Is this all I amount to? He clenched his teeth and tried to step forward, but his legs refused to obey. The terror carried within that roar seeped into his mind, slowly spreading like creeping darkness. It threatened to swallow him whole. Nay, bark, scream. Just as the darkness threatened to overwhelm him, new cries erupted within Alex's mind. Familiar voices that broke through the fear. Seeing that distant light within the darkness, Alex gritted his teeth. Then he forced himself to run toward it. When he crossed that light, his consciousness snapped back into his body. Standing not far from him, his beast companions stared back at him encouragingly. In that moment, realization dawned upon him. To recognize the weakness of my soul power. Alex muttered. He now understood that the overwhelming terror he felt was part of the trial. It was likely something he would never be able to fully shake off. Alex lifted his gaze toward the horizon, toward the creature that had unleashed that terrifying roar. Yes, I am afraid of you, Alex admitted quietly. However, that fear won't stop me from doing what I must. At that moment, a saying from his previous life resurfaced in his mind. It was something he himself had even said to someone in this world. The words echoed through his mind, pushing him forward. Courage isn't the absence of fear. It is acting despite it, forcing me to feel this fear. You are testing my courage, aren't you? Then go ahead and test it all you want. Summoning the last reserves of his inner strength, Alex forced himself to step forward, toward the advancing horde, toward the creature of that race, which inspired fear across every plane where it existed. His legs still trembled, but through sheer willpower and stubborn determination, Alex pushed himself forward until he stood beside his beast companions once more. Then he mounted Dread's back. Almost immediately, a sense of reassurance washed over him. The crushing fear within his heart shrank noticeably. Alex nodded slightly. Then he turned to his companions. I'm useless right now, guys, he admitted. Looks like I'll have to rely on the three of you. Nay, woof, scree. His companions responded with reassuring cries. Senu and Fun's bodies expanded, returning to their full battle sizes. Alex smiled faintly. Turning back toward the horizon, he watched as the monstrous horde surged forward, preparing to attack. His gaze drifted toward the distant flames burning at the far edge of the battlefield. Those flames illuminated the otherwise dark and collapsing world. Beyond them lay an unknown future. Yet somehow, those flames inspired hope. I suppose that must be our destination. The moment that thought crossed his mind, as if to mock him or remind him of the hopelessness of such optimism, the source of that terrifying roar stepped into view. The Herald of Terror placed itself directly between Alex and the distant flames. Alex stared at the creature. Elder Dragon, he muttered under his breath. Indeed, the monster standing before them was none other than an Elder Dragon. Alex gritted his teeth. His trembling fist clenched tightly before he punched his own leg, the same leg that had gone stiff with fear while riding on Dread's back. Come on, what are you afraid of? Haven't we eaten the heart and bathed in the blood of one of these before? Right now, all we have to do is merely get past it. Compared to consuming its kin, this is easy peasy. After forcefully rallying his courage, Alex looked toward his beast companions. All right, lady and gentlemen, he said firmly, we have a flame to reach. Any creature that dares stand in our way, kill it. His eyes flashed a murderous light. Nay, bark, scream. Unaware of the fear still lurking within Alex's heart and sensing only the confidence in his voice, the morale of his beast companions surged to its peak. And then, without hesitation, they charged bravely toward the oncoming horde. Though faster, Dread allowed Fun to move ahead of him, since Alex was essentially a common person in this scenario. Ice Breath. Fun immediately unleashed an attack at the front line of the incoming horde, freezing tens of beasts and corrupted humanoids in place. They are weak, Alex realized. Are they like me, reduced to class 1 and below? His eyes flashed. Senu, run wild, he ordered. Queen Senu's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. Being the strongest among Alex's beast companions, she also possessed the greatest firepower. Regaluha. Shadow Scream. Scree. Her presence turned terrifying as she released a piercing shriek that froze every nearby beast and corrupted humanoid in place. Then silvery spatial energy coated her wings as she prepared to unleash her spatial rend ability. However, instead of firing the technique outward, she kept the energy condensed around her wings before diving straight into the horde. Wherever she flew, the razor-sharp spatial blades coating her wings sliced through anything in her path like a hot knife through butter. Thus, she carved open a clear path for those on the ground to follow. Ice Bolt. Spatialahon. Ice Blast. Talon Lock. Predatory Lock. Ice Fang Needle. Omnidirectional Spatialahon. Fun and Senu held nothing back as they cut down wave after wave of enemies, carving a path toward the distant flame for Alex. However, the closer they moved toward the flame, the denser and more ferocious the horde became. Breaking through them grew increasingly difficult. They were forced to begin using stronger and stronger abilities. Even Dread was busy. As he galloped through the path opened by the other two companions, stragglers that survived the earlier culling occasionally leapt out in attempts to drag Alex down. But Dread revealed his most powerful weapons. His legs. Bam! Bam! Not only his rear legs, all four of his legs were deadly weapons. Every kick sent heads flying. Dread proved himself to be far more than just a mount. Each strike of his hooves became a lethal blow that crushed anything blocking their path. If Alex did not know better, he might have believed his horse to be the reincarnation of a taekwondo, capoeira, and kickboxing grandmaster all rolled into one. However, although things appeared to be going well, Alex felt uneasy. It's too easy, he thought to himself. His gaze shifted toward the massive figure ahead that blocked their path to the distant flame. How are we supposed to get past that thing? As if sensing Alex's gaze, the Elder Dragon suddenly turned toward him. A massive breath attack began to gather within its maw. Flaming Dragon Breath. Oh shit, Alex cursed. Unfortunately, in his current state, there was nothing he could do. Seeing the attack, and perhaps sensing Alex's desperation, Fun and Senu rushed ahead to intercept it. Greater Spatial Rend. Senna channeled even more of her spatial energy-laced mana into the technique, producing a far larger strike. As expected, the spatial rend tore forward, collapsing space along its path and opening a violent spatial fissure. At first, Sinu's quick thinking worked. The fissure devoured the majority of the dragon breath. However, the attack's power was simply too overwhelming. The fissure itself collapsed under the elder dragon's might, and the remaining breath attack continued hurtling toward Alex on Dread's back. Fortunately, Sinu's attack had bought just enough time for Fun to act. Fun executed the fastest elemental nature shift he had ever performed. It happened so quickly that even he had never imagined he could accomplish it. The snow-white wolf transformed into a black wolf with a blazing maw. Fire breath. Fun unleashed his own flame breath to confront the elder dragon's attack. "What are you doing? You can't dash." Bark. Alex was about to shout that Fun could not possibly block an elder dragon's breath attack, when the impossible happened. Instead of colliding head-on and clashing against each other out, Fun's fire breath wrapped around the incoming dragon breath and dragged it back toward Fun's mouth. The black wolf then redirected the captured power and unleashed another attack. But this time, the target was the horde. Fire beam. A blazing beam of fire shot from the wolf's maw like a scorching laser. A massive fan-shaped swathe of destruction was carved through the battlefield. Aside from the elder dragon itself, every beast and corrupted humanoid within a 100-meter radius ahead of Fun was instantly wiped out. Alex stared at the wolf in shock. Is that a variation of the energy absorption ability of wood/nature-type beasts? Alex was stunned. Aside from using it to control his size, did he finally develop another method of utilizing his lesser nature affinity? Alex looked at the direwolf-sized Fun with amazement and even more so, elation. That said, it was clear the move was not something the wolf could perform easily, nor repeatedly. Roar! Unlike Alex, the elder dragon was, suffice it to say, far less pleased with the wolf using its own energy to annihilate its minions. Once again, mana gathered within the dragon's maw for another attack. Oi, that's more than 3 times the previous attack, Alex thought in alarm. The earlier breath had required both Sinu and Fun to unleash their strongest abilities just to fend it off. They had already reached the limits of what they could resist. This attack, on the other hand, I can't just sit here. I have to do something. Time seemed to slow as Alex's thoughts raced through his mind. Within a moment, he reached a decision. He immediately issued an instruction to Sinu through their telepathic bond. The Queen Nightmare Eagle swooped down, grabbed Alex by the shoulders with her talons, and hurled him upward before catching him again as he landed acrobatically on her back. At that moment, Alex felt a profound connection to Sinu as she opened her being to him. Their bloodlines, their wills, and most importantly, their mana merged together through the link of their external magic companion contract. With access to their combined pool of power, Alex executed his all-or-nothing move. Halt! Alex spoke suddenly in a language understood only by him and the Elder Dragon. Dragon tongue. The Elder Dragon froze. The mana gathering within its maw dispersed instantly. The massive creature stared at Alex, standing upon Sinu's back, in visible confusion. Alex released a slow breath of relief. By linking himself to Sinu's mana pool, he had managed to bypass the restriction of the trial. Although his own body possessed no mana in this state, he could still draw upon Sinu's power to speak the dragon tongue. Okay, but he was not finished. Continuing to channel what remained of Sinu's mana, Alex unleashed his bloodline pressure. Behind him, the humanoid phantom manifestation of his fused bloodline appeared in full form. Alex deliberately tilted the aura toward one particular member within the fusion, thus achieving a deliberate effect. Dragon presence. In the Elder Dragon's senses, Alex now appeared to be a dragon, or at least the descendant of one. Suddenly, the scene seemed to freeze. A phantom manifestation of will appeared high in the heavens before descending into the Elder Dragon's body. Soon, the dragon's eyes gained clarity and intent. Who are you? How can you speak our tongue? The Elder Dragon demanded. I am a descendant, a disciple, of one of the elders of the true dragon race, Alex replied. The ancient dragon, Uthvasgal. Because of the length of the statement, Alex did not dare draw upon Sinu's mana to speak in dragon tongue, and instead spoke normally. You, a human, dare claim descent from such an exalted being? Do your human treacheries know no limits? The elder dragon bellowed. Scan me and see for yourself. Alex replied. Immediately, as though enraged by the claim, the elder dragon's overwhelming senses swept across Alex's body. A drop of sweat rolled down Alex's brow and slid along his temple. This was a huge gamble. He was betting that his master's imprint still remained within him, and that the elder dragon would be able to detect it. What? The elder dragon suddenly exclaimed. Its massive eyes stared at Alex in unmistakable shock. Why would dash? It could not comprehend why such an exalted being would leave their imprint upon such a weak, seemingly insignificant human. And not only had the exalted one left his imprint upon the human, he had also used an elder dragon's essence, blood, and heart to remold the human's body. Within the dragon clan across the universe, such a matter would be treated with the utmost seriousness. If the exalted one had truly done this, then the human before him must hold great value. Since that was the case, there was only one proper response. For the descendant of an exalted one to grace our plane and submit himself to become its legatee is an honor for this world. The elder dragon said solemnly. Please proceed, heir of the exalted one. The dragon stepped aside, revealing the flame behind it. Alex quietly released the breath he had been holding. Sorry, master. I didn't have a choice but to drop your name, Alex thought inwardly. His agreement with Uth-Vazgal, Merlin, was that he would not reveal their connection until he had grown stronger. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I'm sure Master will understand, Alex told himself. Fortunately, the gamble paid off. The imprint of a dragon above Class 8 was not something a mere Class 6 dragon would dare to ignore. Alex gently patted Sinu, while simultaneously reassuring his other beast companions through their respective bonds. The group moved forward, the countless beasts and corrupted humanoids of the horde frozen in time by the elder dragon's will toward the distant flame. Although Alex tried to reassure them that the elder dragon would not attack them, his beast companions remained vigilant, keeping their guard up against the dragon. Alex almost rolled his eyes. Now that its will has descended into its body, that's no longer just a phantom of an elder dragon. It's practically the real thing. If it wanted to harm us, there's nothing you lot could do about it anyway, he thought to himself. That said, he was still pleased by their vigilance. Eventually, the group reached the flame. Despite the far-reaching light it cast across the collapsing world, the flame itself was surprisingly small. Once they approached, the flame rose gently into the air and drifted toward Alex before settling into his palm. Alex felt its heat. It's hot, but also warm, he thought. That is our plane's flame of hope, the elder dragon said. Even in the darkest of times, so long as the smallest ember of hope remains within the hearts of this plane's denizens, that hope will illuminate the path toward the plane's survival and victory. Alex's eyes flashed with understanding. So that's the symbolism of this trial, he mused. Even in the darkest times, when everything seems lost, when no path to survival or victory can be seen, as long as we keep hope alive in our hearts, a path toward that unseen victory will eventually appear. And through cooperation among all who remain, we can advance along the path illuminated by that hope and resilience. Descendant of the Exalted One, though our plane is but one among the myriad worlds scattered across the vast void, tiny and inconsequential, to us who were born from it, it is the most important of all. Your fate and fortune have brought you to us, and now you hold our plane's flame of hope in your hands. I hope that you will respect and honor our commitment and conviction with the same sincerity you have shown today. Suddenly, the elder dragon lowered its head. Please lead this plane and its people sincerely through this tribulation. Alex was stunned. To the best of his knowledge, elder dragons were incredibly proud beings. To see one, a legendary existence, and likely a powerful one at that, bow its head to him, There was no doubt in his mind that the dragon genuinely cared about this plane. Alex's expression grew solemn, almost grave. "I understand your conviction, Your Excellency," he said with all the seriousness he could muster. "However, I am merely a weak Class 2 being. I do not know what tribulation has befallen this plane, but if Your Excellency and others at your level could not or cannot stop it, then I cannot logically promise that I can. If the tribulation proves to be beyond my capacity, and beyond the capacity of those I am responsible for, then I will do everything I can to leave this plane without looking back." Alex's blunt honesty clearly caught the dragon off guard. The elder dragon released a soft, mirthless sigh filled with melancholy. But Alex continued. "That said, I am someone who hates living with regrets," he said calmly. "So I will do my best to pass all the trials and become this legatee that these trials keep referring to. And if I succeed, then I will do everything within my power, limited though it may be, to play my part. That I promise." Alex spoke the final words in dragon tongue. The elder dragon's eyes widened slightly. From Alex's words, which carried no deceit, the dragon could already tell what kind of man he was. He appeared to be one of the rare humans who honored their words and took their oaths seriously. But going further and declaring that promise in dragon tongue, that was not merely a statement. It was a binding vow. Even the exalted one behind him would not be able to break such a vow without severe consequences. "Thank you." The elder dragon bowed its head once more. When the elder dragon raised its head again, its gaze shifted toward Alex's beast companions. "They are all good seeds," it said suddenly. "In my lifetime, I was known as the Beast Emperor of this plane. I commanded many powerful beasts, mighty generals who stood beside me and faced the tribulation without wavering even once." The dragon's eyes grew slightly melancholic. "Their sacrifice, granted this plane the hope and opportunity it now possesses. However, to achieve this, we forfeited our chance to leave good seeds behind to succeed us. Please, allow me to remedy that." Before Alex or his beast companions could react, the elder dragon suddenly drove its claws into its own chest. Then it tore its heart out. Bazoom! Bazoom! Miraculously, the heart continued to beat. Each powerful thump caused the space surrounding it to distort and collapse. The elder dragon squeezed the heart. Instantly, it dematerialized, transforming into a mass of deep golden energy. That energy then divided into 3 liquid droplets. Without warning, the droplets shot toward Alex's 3 beast companions. Each drop pierced into the space between their eyes, where it remained suspended like a glowing third eye. The bodies of the 3 beasts trembled slightly as veins emerged and latched onto the glowing mark, rapidly drawing the golden energy into their bodies. Senu suddenly wobbled. Fun and dread soon followed. The elder dragon waved one of its claws, and Alex suddenly found himself standing on the ground instead of atop Senu's back. "Do not worry. They will fall into a brief slumber while the fusion completes," the dragon reassured him. "Until then, allow me to send you back." With another casual wave of its claw, Alex and his beast companions vanished from his space. Once they had left, the dragon fell silent. For a long moment, it appeared as though it were wondering whether it had made the correct decision in placing its hopes upon that human. Eventually, it released another heavy sigh. "This is our final hope. If even he cannot complete the trials and gain the acknowledgement of the 7 layers of heaven and earth, and the final layer beyond the heavens themselves, then no one will. And no one will be able to stop the tribulation." Senu, Fun, and Dread suddenly found themselves back at the camp outside the Heaven-Earth Concordance Talismanic Field's mountain formation eye. From the looks of things, they had only been gone for an instant, as none of the Fortuna members around them seemed to notice that they had disappeared at all. Perhaps their bodies had never left. Perhaps only their minds had joined Alex within the trial. Either way, the 3 could not care less about the details at the moment. They were exhausted. Using the last vestiges of their consciousness, the 3 beasts shuffled together into a small heap. Then they immediately fell asleep. The three were known to huddle together whenever they slept, so this behavior did not attract much attention. Well, except from a certain orc. The orc merely wondered why Finn had not eaten the food he had served himself. After a moment of hesitation, the orc quietly ate Funn's portion as well. Of course, it was not because the orc wanted to eat more. It was simply because he did not want the food to go to waste. Of course. Meanwhile, Alex's eyes snapped open before the steel. "I see you had an eventful trial." A voice sounded beside him. The mysterious old man looked at Alex with a knowing smile. Alex immediately guessed that the old man likely sensed, or perhaps even witnessed, what had happened inside the trial space. He had many questions. However, he could already deduce that the old man would probably not provide a clear answer. If any answer at all. Alex turned back toward the steel and tried to prompt the reward list to appear. Nothing happened. "Greedy, aren't we?" The old man chuckled. "You have already received a reward far greater than what was originally prepared, yet you are still searching for more?" "Huh?" Alex laughed sheepishly. Then he shrugged. Looking around, he noticed Eleanor sitting nearby, deeply engrossed in studying several scrolls. Seeing how focused she was, Alex decided not to disturb her. Instead, he turned his attention toward the remaining steels. "No one else has come out yet?" he wondered, raising an eyebrow. However, the moment that thought crossed his mind, the eyes of two people suddenly snapped open. One after another. Clank! Clank! The sharp sound of steel striking steel rang through the arena as two identical, yet fundamentally different, figures clashed weapons. Eudara moved swiftly, attempting to build and maintain overwhelming momentum to crush her opponent. Yet every time her dance reached its peak, it was abruptly halted by her opponent, the doppelganger. The mirror image seemed to know her movements intimately, disrupting her flow with precise counters. One might expect such interference to frustrate Eudara. In reality, however, she remained calm and simply began again. Watching the exchange carefully would reveal something rather surprising. Eudara was not truly fighting to kill. Instead, as the battle continued, her fighting style began to change subtly. Her brutal, purely practical style slowly began to display traces of graceful elegance. The sharp edges of her combat technique softened. To an observer, it might appear as though Eudara was learning her opponent's style and integrating it into her own. But that was not the truth. Eudara was not learning. She was remembering, or perhaps more accurately, she was reclaiming a style she had abandoned long ago. The doppelganger's fighting style had not appeared out of nowhere. It was the first style Eudara had ever been taught. However, the events that followed in her life had forced her to abandon it, just as she had been forced to abandon, or had lost, everything else from the life she once had. When the battle had first begun, an emotion had surfaced within her that she had not expected. Anger, a deep, buried rage that had lain hidden within her heart for so long that even she had been unaware of it. If it wasn't for that day, those people, this is the person I would have become. But the more she surrendered to that anger, the more she lost control of herself. And the more she lost control, the more the doppelganger gained the upper hand. Her mind teetered on the edge of collapse. Is everything I've built until now worse than what I lost? Worse than what was taken from me? But just as she sank into that abyss of doubt, a light appeared at the end of the darkness. The face of the person most important to her appeared in her mind. Eudara recalled the moment Alex reached out his hand to her and pulled her from the shadows into the light beside him. When she had first met him, she believed she would be, or rather, she was content remaining within his shadow, protecting him from the darkness she had long grown accustomed to. She had expected only a role, a purpose to continue living, even if that meant serving the goals of another. But what she found instead was a life. Slowly, before she even realized it, the man had wormed his way into the deepest parts of her being. Then he pulled her out from the darkness where she had hidden herself and offered her a place in the light. A place by his side. With that opportunity, she had built a life of her own, and that life gradually filled with more light. With the encouragement of the person most important to her, she met others who also became important. People who brightened her life. People who cared for her for who she was, rather than for the circumstances of her birth. And with his encouragement, she also discovered a purpose that truly belonged to her. Yes, the origin of that purpose had come from him, but the goal she chose was one she truly believed in. It was a purpose she had willingly chosen for herself. In essence, from the moment she accepted his hand that day, she had begun building a life of her own choosing. Perhaps, in the eyes of others, it was far less than the life she had once possessed, the life that had been taken from her. But to Eudora, a life she chose was far better than the false life that had once been imposed upon her. After all, that false life had been taken away. But the life she had chosen for herself could never be taken again. Even if she were to lose everything, the memories she cherished could never be lost or taken from her. From this realization, she began to understand something about the trial. This isn't about deciding which life, the one I had before or the one I have now, is better, Eudora mused to herself. Another exchange of attacks was halted by the doppelganger, who used her side to trap Eudora's short swords. It is about reflecting on both lives and realizing that they are both part of my life. One life, whether my past life or my current one, they are both mine. This is something I must accept and come to terms with. Sure, the pain, the misery, the abandonment hurt. They still hurt. But without them, I would not have become the person I am today. I would not be standing where I am now, and I would not be as happy as I am today. Eudora's eyes began to glow with a renewed light. Slowly, she made a decision. Instead of continuing to suppress her past, she would accept it. She would use it as fuel to push toward a better future. But just because I understand this doesn't mean it will be easy. She was not naive enough to believe otherwise. In that case, let's start small. Take something from the past and fuse it with my present, then build a better future from it. With that thought, she made her choice. She began drawing upon elements of her former fighting style, the very style her doppelganger now displayed, and slowly merged them with her current combat techniques. The result was something entirely new, something that would define her future fighting style. To others, such a change might seem insignificant, but to Eudora, it was worth more than its weight in gold. Gradually, the tide of battle began to shift. The stalemate that had endured until now finally broke. The doppelganger attempted to break Eudora's momentum once again by catching Eudora's blade between the prongs of her trident-like weapon. However, Eudora, who had now absorbed her past fighting style into her current one, knew exactly what her opponent intended to do. But instead of stopping it, she allowed it. In the next exchange, the doppelganger trapped Eudora's blades between her sais. Or so she believed. Amazonian might. With a sudden surge of power and a sharp flick of her wrist, Eudora not only parried the hold but also disarmed the doppelganger of her weapons. Thrust! Eudora drove her blade forward. Caught completely off guard, the doppelganger could do nothing as the strike came straight for her. The realization of the inevitable dawned upon her. She closed her eyes and waited for the fatal blow. But the strike never came. Instead, she felt warm arms wrap around her. The doppelganger opened her eyes in surprise. Eudora was hugging her gently. "I'm sorry for pushing you down and trying to forget you," Eudora whispered softly. "Thank you for coming back to push me forward. You can rest now. I finally understand and accept it. You are me, and I am you." Suddenly, a warm light emerged from Eudora's body and wrapped itself around the doppelganger. The light cocoon gradually shrank, condensing into a small sphere before sinking into Eudora's chest just above her heart. Eudora felt something within her change, but she could not quite identify what it was. It doesn't matter, she thought calmly. Indeed, it did not matter. She knew with absolute certainty that the change was a positive one, and that was all that mattered. Rumble. Shatter. With that final realization, the trial space trembled violently before collapsing. A moment later, Eudora found herself back before the steel. She suddenly stood up and bowed toward the old man. "Thank you for this opportunity," she said sincerely. The mysterious old man, habitually stroking his long beard, shook his head with a gentle smile. "There is no need to thank me. he replied. The trial was born from your own fate and fortune. You have no one to thank but yourself. He spoke with a genial warmth, like an elder fondly watching over a dutiful child. Alex stepped forward and immediately noticed a change in her. Are you okay? You seem different, he said, somewhat uncertain. He could not pinpoint exactly what had changed, but he could clearly tell that something had. Seeing him, and realizing that he had noticed the change, warmed Eudara's heart. A bright smile blossomed across her face, catching Alex slightly off guard. I'm fine, Master, she said. Then she added softly, never better. All right. Alex nodded, choosing to accept her answer. He gestured toward the steel. You should check the steel for your points and rewards. Eudara shook her head. I don't need a reward, she said calmly. I have already received the best thing I could, the thing I truly needed. Alex looked even more confused, but Eudara simply smiled without explaining further. May I attempt the other trials? She asked. Of course, the old man nodded. As long as the steel accepts you. Eudara nodded in return. Before leaving, she stepped forward and quickly hugged Alex. Then she walked toward another steel. This time, somewhat surprisingly, she chose the steel representing the gray branch of sorcery. Even more surprising, the steel accepted her. Her trial immediately began. Alex remained standing there, stunned and confused. It took him a moment to recover himself, his attention finally drawn away by the commotion caused by the other person who had completed their trial shortly after Eudara. Kavakin had long since lost track of how much time had passed within his trial. All he could do was kill and kill. Whenever the corrosion born from endless slaughter began to flood his mind, he would intentionally trigger lycanthropic transformation, shifting into his tiger beast form. He relied on the subconscious, self-imposed time limit of the transformation. When the transformation ended, the forced reversion back to human form would wash away the corruption clouding his mind. Unfortunately, this strategy was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. It was getting harder to remain sane during the transformation's cool-down period, sane enough to trigger the transformation again. Even after transforming, the risks did not end there. Kavakin was beginning to feel the limits of the cleansing effect on his mind once the transformation wore off. At first, the leftover corrosion had been negligible. But now, with every cycle, more and more residue remained within his mind after he returned to human form. It was only a matter of time before the corruption fully consumed him. I can't go on like this, Kavakin thought as he used the enhanced strength he had accumulated to swiftly slaughter another group of attackers before they could surround him. I need to think of a solution. There has to be a way to survive this trial. Unfortunately, thinking was not exactly his strongest skill. He had always been more of a hands-on person. If only Boss were here, he muttered inwardly, while cutting down another ambush before it could fully form. Since Alex was not here, Kavakin turned to the next best thing. What would Boss do? He asked himself. Unfortunately, just like before, no answer came to mind. In fact, instead of finding a solution, he simply ended up recalling a recent memory. Boss. I can't. This thinking stuff just isn't for me. Kavakin grumbled as he sheepishly scratched his head. Spread between him and Alex was a detailed map of the wildlands, which Alex had obtained earlier from the branch master of the Dragonstone Oasis Adventurers Association, Wayne Ashard. Alex had proposed a hypothetical situation and asked Kavakin to come up with a solution. However, even after several minutes of thinking, the word tiger could not produce one. It's not that you can't, Alex said patiently. It's more that you choose not to think. You're used to letting others think and make the decisions for you. But that has to change if you want to lead your own unit on my behalf. He gestured toward the orcs and barbarians he had placed under Kavakin's command. You wouldn't want your subordinates to die because of your incompetence, would you? Alex asked calmly. No. Kavakin replied, deflated. Alex shook his head slightly and fell silent for a moment as he thought. Then he suddenly asked, do you know the difference between humans and beasts? Without waiting for Kavakin's response, which he knew would not come, Alex answered the question himself. Beasts rely on instinct, whereas humans think and ponder. He pointed a finger directly at Kavakin. You're a war-tiger-kin. For the sake of this analogy, you stand somewhere between a human and a beast. As a result, your instincts won't be as sharp as those of a true beast. But at the same time, you may not be able to ponder as deeply as a human either. However, what you do have is the advantage of both beastly instinct and human intellect. All you need to do is learn how to use both. Use both. Kavakin perked up slightly. How, boss? Rely on your instincts first, Alex replied. Then scrutinize that instinct with your reasoning and decide whether you should follow it. He shrugged casually. Or you could do it the other way around. Think first, then use your instincts to test that decision. But the most important thing, Alex said, is to use one to evaluate the other. And by doing that, I suspect you'll find your answer. Kavakin's eyes sharpened. Remembering Alex's advice from that memory, he stopped trying to force his thoughts and instead reached inward, probing his instincts. How do I get out of this? A moment later, after killing another pair of combatants in the battle royale, Kavakin felt something tug at his instincts. It was subtle, but unmistakable. It turned out that his inner self had noticed something all along, something it had been urging him to act upon. Only now did he finally realize it. Kavakin focused inward, trying to understand what his inner being had sensed. Then the idea surfaced clearly in his mind. Should I? He asked himself. I should, he decided after a brief moment of consideration. He immediately made his move. Call of the Wild. He activated the unique ability of his kin. Instantly, a reddish hue began to gather around his body. However, before the crimson aura could fully condense and enhance his physical abilities, Kavakin felt something unexpected. A brief disconnect between himself and the corrosive force gnawing at his mind. Sensing the opportunity, he acted immediately. Using sheer willpower, he severed the link between his consciousness and the creeping corrosion. Then he redirected it. Instead of resisting it, he guided the corrosion into the crimson aura forming around him. The corruption flooded into the aura without resistance. Almost instantly, the red hue produced by Call of the Wild partially separated from Kavakin's body. Instead of wrapping around him like a warrior's mana coating, the crimson aura condensed into the phantom form of a tiger behind him. It resembled Mogul's beast totem. The phantom tiger's eyes radiated terrifying malice. Wherever its gaze fell, the combatants caught within its sight collapsed instantly. Dead. Killing intent. Kavakin exclaimed. He finally understood. The so-called corrosion plaguing his mind was actually killing intent. That was why the combatants within the battle royale gradually lost themselves and became mindless killing machines. By redirecting the killing intent into the phantom tiger, Kavakin freed his mind from its corrosive and corruptive influence while still harnessing its terrifying power. Realizing this, Kavakin slowly turned his gaze toward the remaining combatants. What followed was nothing short of a bloodbath. Without worrying about losing his mind, yet still benefiting from the killing boost of the intent, Kavakin slaughtered his way through the battle royale. Before he realized it, he stood alone atop a mountain of corpses with nothing else alive around him. More importantly, his innate killing intent had risen to Tier 3, making him an expert slaughterer. Roar! Kavakin suddenly felt something swell within him. Before he knew it, both he and the phantom tiger behind him bellowed out a thunderous roar that sent a beam of crimson light shooting into the sky. All the absorbed yet undigested killing intent surged upward with the roar, blasting into the heavens and shattering the sky above. Before Kavakin could even process what was happening, the trial space collapsed. The next moment, he found himself back before the steel. However, because he had just emerged from an endless battle that had lasted an unknown amount of time, he failed to suppress the momentum of combat still coursing through his body. This immediately caught Alex's attention, pulling him out of the stunned state Yadara had left him in. Kavakin, control yourself, Alex ordered sharply. Kavakin quickly came to his senses and forced himself to relax, gradually reining in the violent aura around him. I'm sorry, boss, he apologized. Move to the side and meditate. Get yourself together, Alex said with a dismissive wave. Kavakin immediately moved away, lest his uncontrolled combat momentum disturb the others still undergoing their trials. Alex shook his head wryly, seeing Kavakin sit down and begin meditating to regain control of himself. Alex turned his attention toward the remaining steels. Curious about the changes both Yudara and Kavakin had undergone, Alex moved toward the armament steel and sat down before it. His spiritual force flowed into the steel, and his consciousness was immediately pulled away into the armament trial. Meanwhile, after some time of meditation, Kavakin finally succeeded in bringing his killing intent and combat momentum fully under control. By then, Alex had already begun his next trial. Kavakin looked around and noticed that Yudara was now seated before the gray steel. It did not take long for him to piece together that it was possible to attempt more than one trial. The brute did not even think to ask the old man. Instead, he simply strutted over to the animus steel, sat down before it, and began another trial. When Alex arrived within the trial space, he found himself standing in a black void of complete emptiness. Confused, all he could do was wait for the familiar voice of the heaven and the earth that usually announced the nature of the trial. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. The voice echoed almost immediately. The heaven and the earth is an unending battlefield, a poisonous jar into which all denizens are thrown and forced to compete against one another. A vast struggle, a ceaseless competition, where only the strong, usually those without fatal weaknesses, can survive and prevail. To become a legatee of the heaven and the earth is to accept the reality of this lifelong battle which has shaped the heaven and the earth, as well as all its denizens. To become a legatee of the heaven and the earth is to be willing to compete within this lifelong struggle. To become a legatee of the heaven and the earth is to shed all weaknesses in order to survive and prevail within this eternal battlefield. O ye who seek the legacy of the heaven and the earth, shatter your weakness and stand amongst the strong. The final declaration reverberated across the void. Suddenly, numerous figures materialized before Alex. Towering energy avatars appeared in the darkness, each one possessing indistinct facial features, yet clearly defined forms. Every avatar held a different weapon: sword, spear, halberd, hammer, axe, bow, knife, staff, whip, baton. The avatars towered over Alex, each radiating a powerful aura that seemed inseparable from the weapon they wielded. It was clear that every one of them had dedicated their entire lives to mastering their chosen weapon. Even standing still, the way they held their weapons conveyed a terrifying level of proficiency. Each of them gave off the unmistakable impression that with their chosen weapon in hand, they were unrivaled beneath the heavens. Then, all at once, the avatars raised their weapons and pointed them toward Alex. Humdash! A crushing pressure burst forth. The force from the weapons struck both Alex's body and mind simultaneously. Weapon intense, Alex realized instantly. Reacting on instinct, he gathered his spiritual force and resisted the various weapon intents attempting to invade his being, pushing back against them with everything he could muster. It was obvious that these faceless individuals were not even exerting their full strength. Yet even so, Alex felt as though he were on the verge of collapse. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, he managed to push back the oppressive force of the weapons. Well, almost all of them. All except one. Alex dropped to one knee as this final weapon intent continued to press down upon him, relentlessly suppressing his body and spirit. The other weapon intents withdrew. Their avatars retreated silently, leaving behind only the one whose weapon intent Alex had failed to repel. Now only that towering avatar remained in the void with a legatee candidate. Through sheer stubbornness and iron will, Alex endured the suppression for a little longer and forced himself to look up at the gigantic figure. Suddenly, a glint flashed within the avatar's indistinct eyes. The glint flared into a brilliant light that flooded Alex's vision, blinding him and forcing him to shut his eyes. The next moment, Alex felt a gust of wind brush across his face. The air felt fresh, but noticeably thinner than what he was accustomed to. Slowly, he opened his eyes. He found himself standing atop a picturesque mountain peak. The place carried a similar immortal ambience to the heaven-earth concordance steel mountain, where they were currently undergoing the trials. It was also different. Alex stood upon a lone peak within a vast mountain range of jagged summits. Each mountain rose like a blade thrust defiantly toward the heavens, their sharp peaks piercing the sky. However, the peak beneath Alex's feet was the sole exception. Unlike the others, it did not end in a natural summit. Instead, it formed an impossibly perfectly level plateau. It looked less like a natural formation and more like the remnant scar left behind by a legendary strike. As though some ancient sword immortal had once cleaved the crown from the mountain with a single, unimaginable slash. At the center of this clearly artificial plateau stood an ancient sword. It was embedded deep into the ground. The weapon itself looked old and unassuming, almost plain, yet it carried an indescribable weight of presence. Perhaps that was why Alex had instinctively formed such an impression of the mountain. Suddenly, a phantom appeared beside the sword. No, Alex corrected himself. That's no phantom. Alex stared into the eyes of the burly yet athletic middle-aged man before him and immediately realized something. He was dressed in a sleeveless training garb reminiscent to those of the East from Alex's previous life. This was no phantom like the ones he had encountered in the earlier trials. Behind those eyes was a clear mind, a distinct will, and perhaps even a soul. "Welcome to my sword-cut peak, legacy seeker," the man said calmly. The man reached out and grasped the sword embedded in the earth, pulling it free in a single effortless motion. Watching the scene, Alex suddenly felt a strange illusion. It simply felt right, as though the sword had always been meant to rest in that hand, and that hand had always been meant to wrap around the sword's grip. The man and the weapon seemed perfectly suited to one another. No, Alex corrected himself inwardly. The man and the sword are not merely suited to each other. They are truly one. Alex clasped his hands together respectfully and offered the middle-aged man a small bow. "May I be granted the honor of knowing Your Excellency's name?" he asked politely. "And would Your Excellency please enlighten me as to what I am expected to do?" "My name is irrelevant," the man replied, shaking his head slightly. "I am merely a fragment of a bygone era." Then, as though recalling something, he paused. After a brief moment, he changed his mind. "You may refer to me simply as the Sword Emperor," he said. "For in my lifetime, there was none between the heaven and the earth who could match me with a sword in hand." Alex's eyes flashed subtly. He seemed to grasp what was happening. Still, he held his tongue and waited patiently. The Sword Emperor continued, "You are here because your weakness has been identified." He waved his hand. A sword materialized in the air above his palm. With another casual motion, the sword shot forward and embedded itself into the ground directly before Alex's feet. "Among the origin weapons, your weakness lies with the Sword Emperor said. "This trial exists to remove that weakness and turn you into a competent swordsman. Pick up the sword." The command was plain and direct. Alex frowned. "I'm not a swordsman," he said calmly, "and I have no intention of becoming one. I see no reason to pick up a sword." "No reason to pick up a sword?" the Sword Emperor repeated. "Ha!" He suddenly burst into loud laughter, as though Alex had just told the greatest joke in the world. Alex's brows furrowed even deeper. When the Sword Emperor finally stopped laughing, the amusement in his eyes vanished. His gaze turned cold. When he spoke again, his voice seemed to echo not only in Alex's ears, but directly within his mind. "Between the heaven and the earth lies an unforgiving crucible, a battlefield of kill or be killed, a never-ending war of survival and death. In this furnace of war, countless weapons have been forged and taken up by warriors. Yet without dispute, without even the shadow of a doubt, the sword stands as the king of all weapons. Do you know why?" Without waiting for Alex's response, the Sword Emperor continued. "Because the sword is the only true armament of war and killing. It has but one purpose: It exists for one reason alone, and in that purpose, it reigns supreme. War and killing. The Sword Emperor's gaze became unbearably heavy as it pressed down upon Alex's shoulders. You are a seeker of the legacy of the heaven and the earth. Competition, battle, va. These will become your fate and your fortune. No matter what path you choose to walk, you will never truly escape the sword. The sword is the symbol of war, the symbol of power, and the symbol of survival. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the oppressive gaze vanished like a mirage. Now a choice stands before you. When the time inevitably comes for you to take up a sword, will you do so then, when you do not know how to wield it? Or will you do so now, when you still have the opportunity to learn? The choice is yours, seeker. Although the Sword Emperor presented it as a choice, the air around him carried a pressure eerily similar to that of Jared. And if the middle-aged man before him truly possessed the same immovable will as that middle-aged bulwark, Alex realized something. There was no real choice here. Not truly. Alex sighed. Then he bent down and picked up the weapon he had never intended to wield, the weapon he had never imagined he would need. Let's get this over with. Quick draw, flash, slash. 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 Again and again, Havel struck at the water with his sword. Yet every time, the blade narrowly missed the koi fish darting within. Frustration and fatigue slowly crept in as Havel began to question his own skill. His quick-draw style was built upon the foundations of speed, agility, and precision. Among his noble race, and across his entire plane, the style was renowned as the fastest sword technique. And yet, here, that same sword style was somehow not fast enough to achieve his goal. No, Havel wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's not that the sword style is slow, it's that I am slow. He glanced down at his arm, glistening with sweat. Even his clothes were soaked through. Havel could barely remember the last time he had exerted himself this much. For most of his life, things had come so effortlessly to him that he had long forgotten the earlier years when he had trained with such intensity to reach the level of skill he now possessed. Grumble. Havel pressed a hand against his stomach. The trial truly knew how to torment him. If the objective had been anything else, he might not have pushed himself nearly this hard. But the reason he kept going, the reason he continued to pour such effort into something that seemed pointless, was simple. Food. He was hungry, extremely hungry, from experience, and from understanding his own similar nature. Havel knew that the female elf who had previously given him food before falling asleep again would not wake up to feed him a second time. The meal she had shared with him had merely been a passing whim. At this rate, he would starve to death long before the woman awoke again to fish. Havel had imagined many ways he might one day die. But starving to death while a food source swam right in front of him, that was a fate he absolutely refused to accept. So he forced himself to keep searching for a solution, even when none seemed to exist. Quick draw, flash, slash. 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 Yet no matter how many times he tried, the result remained the same. His vision suddenly wavered, and he collapsed to the ground. I am reaching my limits, he thought to himself. Soon, I won't even have enough strength to move my arm, much less swing a sword. Grumble. So hungry. I need to eat. His vision wobbled again. His consciousness grew hazy as his mind drifted between reality and memory. Havel recalled a time long ago, the last time he had felt hunger like this. Havel had been an orphan, and most of his early life had been spent hungry, scraping together whatever scraps of food he could find. That was how he survived. However, everything changed the day he met a strange man. The man looked thin and frail, yet his shoulders seemed to carry the weight of the world, and he bore it effortlessly. The man appeared genial, the sort of person who looked incapable of harming even a fly. Yet the countless scars covering his body, everywhere except his face, told a very different story. Most striking of all was the cross-shaped X scar carved across his chest. Even now, Havel could not decide whether meeting that man had been a blessing or a curse. What he did know, however, was that after meeting the man, he had never gone hungry again. At the very least, He had never again been forced into hunger by poverty. In fact, it had been so long that he could barely remember the last time he had truly felt hungry. Not even when he had been captured in his home world and brought to Pangaea, before eventually being sold to the Fury family's Mainagoge, had he been forced to sleep while starving. Using the skills that man had taught him, he had always found a way. Yet here he was now. Hunger gnawed at him. Food swam right before his eyes. And still, he could not claim it. Would you laugh at me if you were here? Havel wondered. Then he shook his head. I don't have the energy to waste on useless thoughts. He slowly forced himself to his feet. Throughout the entire motion, his sword never left his hand. However, this time, even after regaining his footing, he did not immediately swing his sword again. I only have a few swings left. I have to make them count. I can't waste what little energy I have left, Havel thought to himself. He looked down at the sword in his hand. It was a blade that had never disappointed him, a weapon that had carried him through countless situations in the past. This time will be no different, he told himself with determination. Closing his eyes, Havel steadied his breathing and began contemplating a solution. It was then that a memory, long buried in the depths of his past, surfaced within his mind. Ultimate quick draw art, Death Phantom Razor. When their small home had once been invaded by powerful hostiles, the frail-looking man had stepped forward to face them. Despite his thin and seemingly weak body, he somehow managed to shield a younger Havel from the enemies before them. Havel had not even realized the man had moved. It was only when the hostiles suddenly split apart into 10 or so slices that he noticed his teacher had already acted. Hours later, while cleaning the mess left behind after the intruders had been repelled, Havel asked curiously, "Teacher, how are you able to move and attack so fast? When will I be able to perform 9 instantaneous slashes like you?" Havel's teacher smiled. The Death Phantom Razor is called that because it is a move that can only be learned by wrestling with the Phantom of Death and stealing its scythe for yourself. "You're speaking in riddles again, teacher," Havel pouted. "I'm not. You simply don't understand yet," the man laughed. Then, a moment later, his expression turned solemn. Every living being with a brain has a limit imposed upon it by that very brain. This is especially true for sapient races like our noble race. That limit exists to ensure we do not push our bodies beyond what they can bear. However, more often than not, the brain sets this limit far below the true threshold of what the body can endure. In other words, there is untapped potential hidden within our bodies. As long as we are willing to endure the pain and push beyond the limits imposed by our minds, we can access that hidden reserve of power. It is from this principle that practitioners of the quick draw style gain their sudden bursts of speed and agility. Havel nodded in understanding. It was a principle his teacher had explained to him before. However, for the Death Phantom Razor, we must push our bodies even further, his teacher continued. For a single instant, we must push our bodies beyond the true limit of what they can safely bear. Although this post-limit state lasts only for a brief moment, it is still a journey into an unknown state, one where a single wrong move may lead to death. That is why I say the Death Phantom Razor is a tussle with the Phantom of Death. If you win that tussle, you live and gain the right to wield its scythe. But if you lose, you die. Havel's teacher paused for a moment before continuing. So, if you wish to truly master the full state of the Death Phantom Razor, you can only achieve it when facing slow, true death. He reached out and placed a hand on Havel's head, ruffling the young boy's hair with a gentle smile. Afterwards, he stood up and looked toward the sky for a long moment. Then he turned back to Havel. "Do not rush, Havel. The unique experience required to truly learn the Death Phantom Razor. As a fellow swordsman, I can assure you that you will encounter it one day." Then his expression softened. "But to be honest, as your guardian, I hope you never do, for it would mean that I have failed you." Havel's eyes suddenly flashed open. His vision stabilized as his consciousness returned from the haze of vertigo and memory. "You have not failed me, teacher. This is the path I chose for myself, and I will walk it to the very end." Havel tightened his grip on his sword. Then he moved. Ultimate quick draw art. Death Phantom Razor. Ultimate quick draw art. Death Phantom Razor. Havel gathered the last remnants of energy within his body and unleashed the ultimate art of his quick draw sword style. Swoosh! Time seemed to slow as his blade flashed through the air with incredible speed, slicing toward the koi swimming in the pond. Miss! 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 All three simultaneous slashes failed to strike the target. Havel dropped weakly to his knees. His desperate attack had failed, consuming the last of the energy he had left. His head hung low as he stared blankly at the sword in his hand. Pain and weakness screamed through every fiber of his body. Yet none of that occupied his thoughts. All Havel could think about was his sword and the strange sensation he had felt when he struck just now. I felt it. I felt something repel my blade. I was right. Although the strike had failed, Havel refused to dwell on the despair that threatened to overwhelm him. Instead, he focused on the single positive outcome. His attack had indeed been faster than before. And because of that increase in speed, he had finally sensed the ward protecting the koi from his strikes. Faster. I have to strike even faster. However, that was easier said than done. He no longer had the strength to even rise from his kneeling position, much less lift his sword. Minutes passed as Havel struggled to gather enough strength to stand. Each attempt ended the same way. Failure. There was simply too little fuel left in the tank to make a difference. Still, Havel clung stubbornly to his determination. If he failed now, he would starve to death. Get up! Get up! Get up, damn it! He roared the words internally, over and over again, refusing to give up, refusing to surrender, until finally, drip! In the depths of his desperation, Havel felt something drop into his energy pool. A sudden spark of energy surged through his body. Rather than question where it had come from, Havel immediately channeled the energy through his limbs. Then he realized something. It was only enough for one final action. Either he succeeded and gained a chance at survival, or he failed and died. Slowly, Havel rose from his knees. He settled into a striking stance and prepared to unleash his attack. Just then, his teacher's words echoed through his mind once more. Death Phantom's razor is a tussle with the Phantom of Death. If you win the tussle, you live and gain the right to wield its scythe. If you lose, you die. I will survive. Havel roared inwardly. In that instant, everything between him and the koi fish in the lake seemed to disappear. The world narrowed. There was only him and the fish. One final strike, a desperate attack that would decide everything. Ultimate quick draw art, Death Phantom Razor. The same ultimate technique burst forth. But this time, there was a major difference. 1, 2, 3, and finally, 4. Havel poured every last ounce of strength into the technique. At last, he broke through his limits and forced out a fourth simultaneous slash. Crack! Shatter! The terrifying speed required to execute the fourth strike finally allowed Havel to bypass the ward protecting the lake. The barrier shattered from the inside out, its defense collapsing after Havel's blade slipped past its outer protection. The ward broke. The 7 koi fish within the pond were now completely vulnerable. Unfortunately, there was one small problem. Havel had completely drained himself of all remaining energy. He lay collapsed on the bank of the lake, staring weakly at the fish swimming within the water. Catching one of them would take almost no effort, but he did not even have the strength left to move a finger. He could not even maintain consciousness as his vision slowly began to blur. He was about to pass out from starvation. If he had possessed even a little energy left, he might have laughed at the cruel irony of such a death. Fate truly was a cruel mistress. And then, Havel's vision went black. He died, or so he thought. Suddenly, Havel's eyes snapped open. He found himself seated inside the pavilion. A half-eaten roast fish rested in his hand. Across from him sat the beautiful elven swordswoman, calmly eating a fish of her own. "Did you enjoy your fish?" the elf asked. Havel stared blankly between the fish in his hand and the woman before him. His body felt full of energy, as though he had never collapsed from hunger at all. What just happened? Havel could not help asking. Divine enlightenment koi, the female elf replied, pointing toward the fish in Havel's hand. It creates an illusion of the consumer's greatest fear in order to bring them the enlightenment they require. Congratulations, she added casually. You have awakened your sword intent. Not only that, you managed to cultivate it to the third stage despite only being a second circle. I suppose the divine enlightenment koi truly lives up to its reputation. Havel stared incredulously at the fish in his hand. A Class 2, intermediate, warrior with Tier 3 sword intent. He was stunned. He had never heard of such a treasure before. An item capable of helping someone birth their intent was already a groundbreaking treasure in its own right. Yet this fish could go even further, raising the newly awakened intent to a level that broke the natural rank limitation. Thank you, Havel said, bowing respectfully to the woman. The elf waved her hand dismissively. I am only fulfilling a dying wish, she replied. She looked at the man before her, someone who resembled her kin, yet was clearly not, and could not help but shake her head. I had intended to pass on my Instant Horizon sword manual to you, she said, but I can already tell that you would never abandon your current technique. That is rather unfortunate. It means my sword art will be lost to history. She let out a soft sigh. Then she lay back upon the bank of the lake, turning her back to Havel as she idly traced her fingers across the surface of the water. You may leave now. Your trial is over. A portal of light opened before Havel. Unlike the phantoms from the other trials, it seemed the elf was simply too lazy to personally send him away. Havel nodded and stood up. He walked toward the portal. However, just as he was about to step through it, he paused. Then he turned back toward the woman. What is your name? He asked plainly. I will remember it. I cannot tell you my name, the woman replied without turning around. After all, my sword art will remain lost to history because of you. Havel smiled virilely. Well, since that old man is pretentious enough to hand out such grand titles, I suppose I can do the same. The woman muttered in a low voice that Havel barely managed to catch. Instant Blade Empress, she said suddenly. She turned her head and looked back at him with a playful smirk. You may remember me as the Instant Blade Empress. Havel nodded solemnly. I, Havel Landomas, final disciple of the Phantom Flash swordsman of the Sage Shadow Plane, pay my respects to the Instant Blade Empress. He performed a ceremonial bow of the noble race, one that was somewhat akin to a kowtow. After completing the bow, he remained kneeling, seated upon his heels with his sword placed across his thigh. You have my utmost gratitude, he said sincerely. I will never forget the favor you have done for me today and will forever carry it within my heart. Not only had he awakened and cultivated his sword intent, but he had also experienced the crucial state required to further develop the ultimate quick-draw art, Death Phantom Razor, the pinnacle technique of his sword style. For a swordsman of the Phantom quick-draw style, such an opportunity was invaluable. He could not possibly be more grateful. The elf did not turn around to acknowledge his words. Instead, she casually waved her hand. The portal suddenly surged forward, pulling Havel into it and ejecting him from the trial. Sigh. After he disappeared, a quiet sigh echoed through the space. The Instant Blade Empress lay on her back, staring up at the pavilion ceiling. What use is remembering the title of someone who died centuries ago? She muttered, shaking her head lightly. Her gaze then drifted back toward the koi fish gliding lazily within the lake. Phantom Flash swordsman, huh? She murmured softly. Sounds like the sort of rival who might have pushed me to try harder. Perhaps I might have grown stronger than that shifty old man. And if I had, maybe I could have defended our homeland better than he did. She shook her head again. What is the point of thinking about that now? I am merely a fragment left behind. Since my task is finished, I may as well slumber one final time. She chuckled softly. To think the end of the greatest genius of the elven race would be just as dull and lazy as the life I lived. Havel opened his eyes and found himself standing once again before the armament steel. Damn sadist. Just then, a grumble sounded beside him. Surprisingly, the voice belonged to Alex, who had also just completed his armament trial. Alex's expression was extremely dark. He was barely suppressing the overwhelming urge to curse the Sword Emperor's 9 generations. His armament trial had consisted of nothing more than a one-sided beating delivered by the Sword Emperor. Under the pretext of hands-on teaching through sparring, the Sword Emperor had proceeded to beat Alex relentlessly with the flat side of his sword. And to think I actually compared him to Jared. Compared to that damn Sword Emperor, Jared might as well be a caring nanny. Alex grit his teeth. That said, despite his complaints, Alex could not deny that the Sword Emperor's teaching had been somewhat more effective than Jared's. Just a bit, Alex thought stubbornly, unwilling to acknowledge his abuser too much. Contrary to Alex's expectations, the Sword Emperor had not taught him any complicated sword techniques. Instead, Alex recalled the man's blunt explanation. "I don't have any sword arts. I don't use them. Why would you need a sword art just to swing a sword?" "Look, kid, a sword art is simply a method someone created to show others how to swing a sword. Are you so inept that you need someone else to teach you how to swing a sword? Just swing your sword however you like. Keep repeating it until you find a way that feels comfortable and produces the best results. It's that simple." Alex had been completely aghast when he first heard those words. The way the Sword Emperor spoke reminded him of the geniuses described in the literature of his previous life, as well as some he had encountered in this world. These kinds of geniuses could deduce 10 truths from a single clue. Yet somehow, they could not properly explain even one concept out of 100. They possessed the knowledge. They even knew how to use it perfectly. But articulating that knowledge clearly and teaching it to others was an entirely different challenge. Such geniuses simply operated on a different wavelength. Put simply, they were a completely different breed from ordinary people. Expecting them to teach anyone other than another genius was almost impossible. However, the Sword Emperor had actually delivered. Just as he had said, all he had Alex do during their sparring sessions was swing his sword. Every mistake or flaw Alex revealed was immediately punished with a ruthless beating, forcing Alex to correct those flaws himself, often instinctively. According to the Sword Emperor, Alex could now hold his own in a pure sword duel with a sword expert. Since Alex vehemently refused to dedicate himself to the sword, or to any other weapon, for that matter, he had been unable to awaken sword intent. Because of that, he could not officially be considered a sword expert, even though his swordsmanship now rivaled one. Alex was perfectly fine with that. He had never cared much about titles or labels anyway. Alex turned toward the mysterious old man while rubbing his palm expectantly. However, the old man simply shook his head. "A lesson from a Sword Emperor is a reward in and of itself," the old man said calmly. "You will receive nothing further from the steel." Alex's excitement deflated instantly. The old man then turned toward Havel. "I am certain you understand why you're not entitled to an additional reward either." "Yes," Havel replied calmly. "I have already received a precious gift. I cannot, in good conscience, ask for more." Alex almost felt the urge to slap Havel across the face. "What do you mean in good conscience? You have a conscience." Thinking back to the things Havel had done before, Alex nearly rolled his eyes. And yet this noble race scoundrel actually had the audacity to mention having a conscience. Alex then turned his gaze toward the old man. "You're even stingier than a dragon. Your plane is facing destruction, yet you still aren't rushing to give your successors the resources and artifacts they need to grow stronger." He silently complained. The old man suddenly turned his head toward Alex, and, as if reading the youth's thoughts, "It is not that I am stingy and unwilling to give them to you," he said calmly. "It is simply the rule established during the creation of this heaven-earth concordance talismanic field. There is very little I can do about it now that I exist in this form." Alex immediately looked away sheepishly. Just then, someone else completed their trial. "Are you all right?" Alex asked as he quickly moved to Mogul's side. "I am fine, leader," the hulking barbarian reassured him. "I am merely getting used to some changes. I will be fine soon." "Leave him be," the old man said calmly. "He will require some time to complete the metamorphosis triggered by that fellow's training." He waved his hand. Mogul vanished from where he stood, and reappeared upon a bed inside a nearby hut. Go. Continue your trials. Your companion will be fine, the old man said. There was nothing obviously wrong with Mogul, and the Dravo barbarian himself had insisted he was fine. So Alex decided to drop the matter. He glanced around and noticed that Kavakin and Yudara had already begun another trial. What are you going to do now? Alex asked Havel. Start another trial? The noble race kinsman shook his head. I have undergone too great a change during the trial. I need time to consolidate my gains, Havel replied. The old man, still stroking his long beard, nodded appreciatively. He silently approved of Havel's clear understanding of his own condition. Hearing his follower's response, Alex simply nodded and moved on to his own next trial. Before doing so, he cast a brief, worried glance toward Zora, who seemed to be struggling with her trial. Considering she possessed the greatest magical talent Alex had ever encountered, seeing her struggle with the elemental trial surprised him. Even so, he still believed she would eventually succeed. Alex sat down and extended his spiritual force into the steel, beginning his own elemental steel trial. Meanwhile, Havel walked toward the hut where Mogul now rested and sat down cross-legged outside the entrance. He placed his sword across his lap and entered meditation. Over time, his sword began to release intermittent humming sounds as he worked to familiarize himself with his newly awakened sword intent. Sword intents manifested in many forms. At their core, however, they allowed a swordsman to empower certain aspects of their sword or swordsmanship with their will and intent. In Havel's case, his sword intent clearly empowered one aspect above all others: speed. It was precisely this enhancement that had allowed him to unleash the fourth simultaneous slash of the ultimate quick-draw art, Death Phantom Razor. Let my will be unhindered like the heavens. Let my body be boundless like the earth. Meanwhile, inside the hut, Mogul muttered those words as the muscles beneath his skin twisted and squirmed grotesquely. The hulking barbarian endured the pain as his body pushed itself toward its most perfect state, reshaping itself to better express the Dravo clan combat method he cultivated. It was an alignment of will and body, heaven and earth, as taught by the mysterious wild man within the trial space. Even after teaching him and passing on the method to actively weaponize his will to empower his every action, the wild man had not once revealed his name. He had not even given Mogul the name of the technique. You don't need a name, the man had said. All you need is the method, and now you have it. Those were the final words the man spoke before ejecting Mogul from the trial space after he completed the trial. Unlike the wild man, who had blasted and shattered the behemoth's entire body, Mogul had only managed to shatter one of the monster's monolith-like legs. However, since he had successfully replicated the will technique, the wild man accepted the trial as complete. Not long after Alex began his elemental steel trial, Yudara's eyes suddenly snapped open. She had completed her gray steel trial. The mysterious old man smiled knowingly as Yudara, a faint blush appearing across her face, quickly pulled back and concealed the noticeably enhanced aura of charm and allure surrounding her. She returned to her usual calm and carefully controlled demeanor. Yudara paused for a moment, seemingly pondering something. Then she shook her head. Rising from the gray steel, she walked toward another steel. Surprisingly, it was the elemental steel, the same one Alex and Zora were currently undergoing. Her action caught Eleanor's attention. The healer finally lifted her gaze from the alchemical scroll she had been deeply absorbed in and cast the Amazonian drow woman a curious sideways glance. From a Pangean perspective, the elemental steel trial was almost certainly a spell-casting trial. In other words, it was meant for mages. Seeing a warrior attempt such a trial was rather unusual. Yudara simply offered a faint smile without offering any explanation. After all, she was attempting it on nothing more than a whim. She sat down before the steel and extended her spiritual force into it. Contrary to Eleanor's expectations, and even Yudara's own, the moment her spiritual force entered the steel, her consciousness was pulled inside. Thus, her elemental steel trial had begun. Sugud tinkered away in the workspace provided by the trial. His face was solemn, the very picture of absolute concentration, as he worked on the project he had devised after digesting the knowledge contained within the trial's library. The forge had become Sugud's constant companion during the trial. At times, he hammered steadily upon the anvil. At other moments, he performed more delicate adjustments at the workbench. Yet regardless of the task, he never strayed far from the forge. Its heat warmed the metal in his hands, and the ambition and passion burning within his heart. From the look of things, Sugud was constructing a diminutive golem. Unlike most golems, which typically stood more than 3 meters tall, towering above the average human, Sugud's creation stood at a modest 180 centimeters, roughly the same height as himself. However, what Sugud's golem lacked in height, it made up for in detail. Its body possessed far clearer definition and structure, appearing far more human-like than the bulky constructs typically used by Pangean alchemists. Another aspect that made this golem different from conventional alchemical constructs was its method of construction. Instead of relying upon magical or elemental methods and means, it was built entirely through physical engineering. Numerous gears and intricate mechanical components have been woven carefully throughout its frame. This design had emerged from a discussion between Sugud and young Master Alex, combined with a sudden flash of inspiration drawn from the work of the giant blacksmith Sugud had observed at the beginning of the trial. According to the scrolls he had studied within the trial space, the sorcerers of Runic possessed a branch of blacksmithing similar to Pangea's golem making. It was known as puppet making. These puppets were essentially golems crafted entirely from metal and other physical materials. Rather than being animated by alchemical cores, they were controlled through mana threads, thin, string-like strands of mana connecting the user to the puppet. Alternatively, they also could be controlled through telepathic. Both were means under a branch of the mystical arts the sorcerers referred to as puppetry. The construct, now standing before Sugud, represented a fusion of several ideas. His own mechanical concepts, what young Master Alex had called mechanics. Alex's ideas regarding the construct's movement mechanisms, the aesthetic inspiration of the giant man's golem, or rather, puppet. And finally, the puppetry control methods described in the books he had studied. At last, Sugud inserted the final component. He installed the control mechanism, or core, into the construct's head. Then he carefully placed the head upon the rest of the body. Finally, it is complete. My first robot. Sugud smiled. The word had also been coined by young Master Alex. According to the young master, if they wished to differentiate their constructs from existing creations such as golems, a new and unique name was required. Drawing inspiration from golems, which were essentially unpaid magical servants used by alchemists and mages alike, young Master Alex had chosen a word from an ancient, dead language that carried a similar meaning. Robot. And the art of making such creations would be called robotics. Sugud looked at the craft standing before him. Its appearance was rough, yes, crude in many places, but beyond its outward form, it represented something far more important. A breakthrough on Sugud's alternative path towards the creation of magic armor. From his many discussions with young Master Alex, Sugud had come to sense that the young master possessed an extraordinary vision for these robots. Alex had once spoken of a future where robots would become ubiquitous, used across almost every field imaginable. Furthermore, unlike magic armor design, a field dominated by rigid traditions and a powerful oligarchy of design guilds, robotics represented a path that anyone could walk. All that was required was the necessary knowledge and the passion to pursue it. In essence, it could become a haven for those rejected by the magic armor design field. Perhaps even a domain where these failed designers could someday claim their revenge against the establishment that had scorned them, despite the passion and effort they had invested into it. In Sugud's eyes, this strange creation, golem, puppet, robot, whatever one chose to call it, was not merely a craft constructed machine. It was the possibility of a dream. Not only his own dream, nor of Alex's vision, but the dream of countless others scattered across the plain of Pangea. The moment of truth. Sugud muttered quietly as he stepped back. He raised the dull-looking orb in his hand and spoke toward it. Voice command, initiate. The orb lit up with a soft, soothing glow. Activate. Suddenly, a faint glint flashed within the robot's eyes. It slowly rose from its fetal position, breaking free from the clamps and rope bindings that had held it in place. The construct straightened its body and stood upright before Sugud. The glowing orb in Sugud's hand was a command orb designed to control the robot remotely. Or simply put, a remote, according to one of young Master Alex's earlier design suggestions. The standard puppetry methods used by Verdantis sorcerers were not currently accessible to Sugud. So rather than attempting to replicate their techniques directly, Sugud devised an intermediary solution. Within the trial space's storage were several materials, no doubt rare and valuable, that possessed the ability to establish telepathic connections with other objects. Sugud had used these rare materials to construct his remote. With the remote in hand, instead of connecting to the robot himself, Sugud linked the robot to the remote. Through this method, he could issue pre-coded commands to the construct. These pre-recorded instructions also acted as limiters, reducing the chances of catastrophic mishaps should the robot fail to behave as expected. So far, so good, Sugud muttered. Raise right leg. The robot raised its right leg. Raise left leg. Tumble. Crash. Sugud palmed his face. Following his instructions to the letter, the robot raised its left leg, without lowering the right one first. The construct promptly lost its balance and collapsed onto the ground. What followed was a painfully tedious moment for Sugud. He had to micromanage every minute movement of the robot while guiding it back to its feet. Left arm, right arm, rotate torso, shift weight, stunt. For a brief moment, Sugud seriously considered walking into a corner and screaming into the wall. But in the next moment, he forced himself to look at the bright side. At the very least, it proved that the robot was completely obedient to its controller. It's a good start, Sugud told himself with a faint smile. Shut down, Sugud ordered. The robot instantly lost power and dropped straight to the ground. Sugud jumped slightly in surprise. He quickly inspected the construct and heaved a sigh of relief when he confirmed it had not been seriously damaged by the fall. Aside from the telepathy, sympathetic materials, Sugud had used only low-grade metals for the robot's construction. After all, it was an untested concept. The blacksmith in him simply would not allow such valuable materials to be risked on an experiment. Furthermore, even if he had chosen higher-grade materials, most of them possessed unique mystical properties that would introduce new variables during construction. Variables that could create unintended complications within such a novel construct. Sugud folded his arms as he evaluated his work. At best, this is a grade 0 robot, he muttered thoughtfully, roughly as strong as an ordinary human. I doubt it could even contend with an acolyte, a trainee, or a squire, class so. He paused before nodding to himself. Still, this is as far as I can push the concept for now. I will simply have to refine the method in the future. With that done, Sugud carried the inactive robot to the submission point. A beam of light descended upon the construct, bathing it from head to toe, as if scanning and evaluating every detail of its structure. Before Sugud could even react, the trial space suddenly began to collapse. The surroundings shattered like glass. In the next instant, Sugud found himself back before the steel. It is a shame I no longer have access to the repository, Sugud said with a small shake of his head. I would love to get my hands on a few more scrolls. You can. A voice suddenly sounded beside him. Sugud turned and saw the mysterious old man standing nearby. He quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. Thank you for the privilege, Sugud said sincerely. You have only your fate and fortune to thank, the old man replied dismissively. Then he continued what he had been about to say earlier. You have successfully completed the trial, and that success has earned you points. Look into the steel and use those points to acquire whatever catches your interest. The old man stroked his long beard thoughtfully. Since you are a craftsman, I would advise that you favor knowledge over equipment. Equipment can be acquired elsewhere, but the knowledge stored here is one of a kind. Understood. Sugad nodded. He turned back toward the steel. Almost immediately, information began flowing directly into his mind. The more he read, the wider his eyes became. Excitement quickly lit up his expression as he began spending his points without hesitation. Just as the old man had advised, Sugad focused solely on knowledge. The same knowledge he had regretted losing access to the moment the trial ended. In truth, even without the old man's suggestion, Sugad would have made the same choice. Most of the equipment listed in the stele were sorcery-based artifacts, tools designed for sorcerers. Without learning Verdantis sorcery methods, Sugad would not be able to use them properly. The knowledge entries were technically the same. They also belonged to the sorcery system, but knowledge could at least be adapted with enough understanding and creativity. He did not necessarily have to learn an entirely new cultivation system to make use of them. Sugad was still happily reviewing the scrolls he had acquired when his body suddenly shivered. He turned toward the source of the disturbance. There, he saw that one of the party members seated before the armament stele had just awakened from their trial. Silver's eyes snapped open. She looked around instinctively, her gaze eventually settling on Sugad. Under Silver's gaze, Sugad suddenly felt as though he had nowhere to hide. It was as if her sight locked onto him completely. If she chose to attack him at that moment, he felt there would be nothing he could do to escape. What the dash? Sugad shivered with horror. Fortunately, Silver quickly regained control of herself and withdrew her intent. She silently bowed an apology to both Sugad and the mysterious old man, who had been caught within the unconscious surge of her power. The old man waved away her concern with a carefree flick of his hand. Sugad hurriedly waved both hands as well, indicating he held no grievance. Silver then turned back toward the armament stele, her mind heavy with contemplation. Shooting at the starry skies had turned out to be far more symbolic than literal. In hindsight, that fact should have been obvious. After all, perhaps not even a legendary ranked being could fire an arrow capable of traveling light years through the endless void of space to strike a distant star, much less an intermediate like her. No. Silver paused. That was no longer correct. She looked down at her hands as the realization dawned upon her. She was no longer an intermediate. She had become an elite ranker. Passing the armament trial had turned out to be the final piece of the puzzle she needed to break through to the next rank. Thinking back to the trial, she realized that firing the arrow into the void of space had not been the most difficult part. The true challenge had been believing that such a thing was even possible. For a long time, Silver had been unable to release the arrow. She simply could not bring herself to believe that she, merely an intermediate hunter, could fire such an impossible shot. On top of that, the fear of failing the trial had constantly gnawed at her mind. In truth, being a member of Fortuna had always been difficult for Silver, especially on a mental level. In her own eyes, she was the most lackluster direct follower Alex had ever recruited. Her only real saving grace was her talent as a scout. She had no doubt the others would succeed in their trials, and because of that, she feared becoming the only one who failed. Her mind drifted back to a conversation she once had with Alex. It was the time she had requested to be given a crossbow, after witnessing its might for herself. "Why are you so fixated on getting crossbow?" Alex asked curiously. "For what I can see, you're doing quite well with a traditional bow." He folded his arms thoughtfully. Besides, at the moment, the power of these crossbows depends entirely on their craftsmanship. You wouldn't be able to empower it with your mana the way you do with your bows, at least not as easily. Silver hesitated for quite a while. Alex remained silent, patiently waiting for her to answer. However, the calm look in his eyes made it clear that he wasn't going to let the matter drop without hearing the truth. Eventually, Silver folded under the quiet pressure. "Because I don't want to fall behind." That was all she said, yet it was enough. In that moment, Alex finally saw a side of the woman he had never truly considered before. By most standards, Silver was simply an ordinary human. She possessed no powerful bloodline nor exactly an extraordinary heritage. Arguably, if she had any advantage at all, it was that she came from a family of archers and had received training from them since childhood. Aside from that, she was ordinary. And yet, this ordinary warrior, a woman no less, had survived the brutal trials of the Fury family primagoge and emerged as one of its best graduates. Because of that brilliance, Alex had overlooked something important: the sheer amount of effort she must have poured into reaching that level. Compared to the others, her talents were modest at best, yet she was still able to stand beside them, train and compete with them every single day. The mantle of young Master Alex's follower had become a silent collar around her neck, one that slowly tightened, suffocating her under the weight of expectation, most of which were her own, in reality. "You might not realize it," Alex suddenly said, looking straight at her. "But in my view, and in the view of most people in our party, you are actually the most special person among us. Myself, my wives, and my other followers, we all possess bloodlines or innate traits tied to our birth," Alex continued. "Most of us, in one way or another, relied on or took advantage of these traits to reach the level we currently stand at. But you are different. You reached where you are purely through hard work. That is something the rest of us cannot truly claim. Yes, we also work hard in our own ways, but we cannot deny that our innate traits have played a significant role in our progress. So, because of that, because you are able to stand beside us at the same level without the same advantages, that makes you special among us. None of us will ever look down on you." Alex paused and looked at her sincerely. "To be clear, the reason we won't look down on you isn't because of your past achievements or your record. It's because we believe you have talent. True talent," he emphasized. "And if you trust in that talent and continue pushing forward the way you always have, regardless of anyone around you, then one day, you will reach for the stars." Unfortunately, those words did not seem to truly reach Silver at that moment. The woman simply nodded quietly. It was only later, during the trial, when she had been paralyzed by doubt and the sheer impossibility of the task before her, that those words resurfaced in her mind. "Push forward like you always have, and you will reach for the stars." Silver murmured Alex's words softly to herself. In that moment, his words felt less like simple encouragement and more like a prophecy. Silver chose to believe them as such. While the people of Pangaea, and those who lived on the plane long enough, were not particularly outwardly religious, they still believed in a creator and higher power watching over the created universe. Silver decided to believe Alex's strangely coincidental words were a message from whatever higher power might be watching over her, watching over everyone. And so, for that single moment, she set aside every doubt, fear, and hesitation. She shut herself away within the marksman's zone, a mental state where nothing else existed except her bow, the arrow, and the target. Phew! Silver loosed her first arrow, but it did not even travel beyond the verdant platform. Her mind shook for a moment, but she forcibly calmed herself. "Reach for the stars," she muttered, as though trying to hypnotize her own mind. She reached for another arrow from the remaining 10, notched it onto her bow, and released. Phew! Once again, failure. Then another, and another. One more. She continued shooting until only 5 arrows remained in her quiver. With every failed shot, doubt slowly crept in her mind. It is impossible for an intermediate to shoot down a star. Her doubts disguised themselves as the voice of reason, gnawing at her thoughts and urging her to lower her bow. But once again, Alex's words echoed through her mind. "Reach for the stars." She repeated the phrase like a mantra over and over until the doubts inside her mind were finally drowned out. Then she knocked another arrow and fired. Phew! Once again, the arrow failed to leave the platform. However, this time, Silver did not dwell on the failure. Instead, she focused on the success. This arrow had traveled farther than all the others before it. It had nearly reached the edge of the verdant platform. At that moment, the first half of Alex's words, the part she had ignored earlier, suddenly resurfaced in her mind. "Push forward like you always have, Silver murmured the words softly. Just as Alex had said, she did not possess the innate bloodline talents that many of the others had. While she could not deny that she had some natural aptitude for the bow, the majority of her ability had come from relentless repetition, shooting arrow after arrow, day after day, until the countless arrows she had loosed shaped the skill she possessed today. Along the way, she had encountered many individuals on her home world who possessed powerful bloodline talents. Some of them had been far better archers than her at the beginning. Yet today, they were nowhere to be seen. Through repeated training and sheer perseverance, she had slowly refined her skills, shaving away her weaknesses one by one until she surpassed them all. They had long since fallen beyond her sight. Keep pushing forward, Silver told herself, even if it is only by a meter at a time. Keep pushing forward. Eventually, I will reach the stars. She knocked another arrow and fired. Phew! For the first time, her arrow broke past the barrier of the platform, sailing into the void of space. Unfortunately, it did not travel far before slowing to a halt. It did not even fully escape the gravitational pull of the platform. Instead, it stalled and began drifting slowly within the platform's orbit. However, Silver did not despair. Once again, she focused on the positive. I got closer, she told herself. Push forward for the stars. She encouraged herself quietly. Reaching into her quiver, she drew one of the remaining 3 arrows and knocked it on her bow. This time, she did not look toward the distant star. Instead, she simply hoped for progress. Phew! As if powered by her belief and hope, the arrow shot forward. This time, it completely broke free of the platform's influence, finally escaping into the true void of space. However, in doing so, the arrow quickly lost the force behind it. Though it continued drifting forward through the vacuum, it was painfully obvious that it would not reach any star anytime soon. Still, Silver did not despair. She calmly knocked another arrow. Now only 1 arrow remained in her quiver. Her mind trembled for a moment as doubt tried to creep back in. But Silver immediately summoned her belief and will, guarding her mind against the encroaching fear. Then she fired. Phew! The arrow shattered the platform's boundary. It broke free from its sphere of influence. It entered the void and traveled farther than any arrow before it. Yet even then, it was obvious that it would not reach a star anytime soon. Silver reached toward the quiver again. The final arrow. Her hands, no, her entire body trembled as she grasped it. The arrow felt incredibly heavy as she knocked it onto the bow, so heavy that she could not even draw the bowstring. Doubt flooded her mind once again, paralyzing her arms. She could not move, not because her body was incapable, but because her mind refused to give the command. The final arrow determined the success or failure of the trial, a trial that seemed utterly impossible. Once again, doubt and fear gnawed at her thoughts. The fear of becoming the only member of the expedition party to fail their trial. If I don't fire the arrow, then the trial won't end. And if the trial doesn't end, I won't fail. For a brief moment, such a thought flashed through Silver's mind. Slowly, the strength in her hands faded. Her bow lowered, then slipped completely from her grasp, falling to the ground as though she had surrendered to the thought. Thwack! But suddenly, Silver slapped herself across the face. Shut up, she roared inwardly. I'm not a coward. I will not hide and run away. In that moment, Alex's words from back then echoed once again in her mind. Push forward like you always have, regardless of anyone around you, and you will reach for the stars. This time, another part of his words finally reached her. Regardless of anyone around you, Silver murmured. A sudden realization dawned upon her. Who is this trial for? Is it for the expedition party? No, it is for myself. Success or failure belongs to me alone. No one else matters. So what if I fail the trial? As long as I can still stand up, walk forward, and continue improving the way I always have, then no matter how far ahead the others may get, I will claw back the gap. At that moment, Silver's will solidified. Her belief in herself strengthened. She picked up her bow and knocked the final arrow once more. With the invisible weight she had placed upon her shoulders finally cast aside, Silver suddenly felt lighter. Her mind became clearer. Her bow felt easier to wield. Reach for the stars. This time, she locked onto the farthest star within her sight. Before, she had not even believed she could reach the nearest one. But now that she had discarded the burdens she had placed upon herself, her ambition expanded. She aimed for the farthest star she could see. As the saying went, aim high, and even a miss would still be a success. However, Silver was not merely aiming high. She truly believed she could make the shot. Her belief became so strong that it stirred her will, the two forces merging and reinforcing one another. And from that union, a new power was born. Bow intent. Unaware of it herself, Silver manifested her bow intent, which wrapped around her bow an arrow. Suddenly, mana and various energies from the surroundings were drawn into the arrow by her intent, gathering within it to fuel the shot. Silver noticed none of this. Her entire focus was fixed upon her target, the farthest star. She released the string. Phew! The arrow shot forth in a burst of brilliant light. A light so radiant that the arrow itself became reminiscent of a shooting star as it streaked toward its target. It traveled through the sea of stars as though it belonged there. Against all odds, it flew closer and closer to the farthest star Silver had aimed for. But just before reaching it, the arrow exploded. It could no longer withstand the immense power that had been forced into it and shattered mid-flight before reaching its destination. Only then did Silver come back to her senses. Only then did she realize that she had actually awakened her bow intent, and the full realization of what she had done finally sank into her conscious mind. Yet instead of collapsing in despair at her failure, she felt strangely at peace. She had done everything she possibly could. The failure had only occurred because of forces beyond her control. After all, it was not her fault that the arrow could not withstand her power. Instead, she focused on a different truth. Her strength had grown to the point that the arrow itself had become too weak to contain it. At that moment, the blindfolded man who had first handed her the bow and arrows appeared before her once again. Silver expected him to declare that she had failed the trial. However, to her surprise, the man merely smiled. With quiet appreciation, he took the bow back from her. Then he snapped it in half. Only then did the truth click within Silver's mind. This trial had never been about shooting down the star. It was about daring to attempt the impossible and truly believing that I could do it. This was never meant to be a literal trial. It was symbolic. A wry smile tugged at her lips as the realization settled in. After all, if this trial had been literal, there was no possible way she could shoot down a star. Not with belief alone, not even with intent. She was simply far too weak to accomplish such a feat, and certainly not with a bow carved from an ordinary tree. It also explained the intense doubts she had experienced during the trial. While she did occasionally struggle with such doubts, this was the first time they had felt so vivid, so overwhelmingly real. The trial had forced those doubts to the surface. Facing these doubts and inner demons, overcoming them, and daring to attempt the impossible despite them, that had been the true objective of the trial. And with that realization, Silver passed the trial. A flash of light enveloped Silver, and the next moment she found herself standing once more before the armament steel. Subconsciously, she scanned her surroundings. Just as she had expected, she realized she had been the last to complete the armament trial. Alex's other followers had already finished before her. For a brief moment, a surge of fighting will stirred within her. The surge instinctively released her newly born bow intent. Unfortunately, her gaze had unknowingly been directed towards Sugud's general direction at that moment. As a result, the poor craftsman bore the full brunt of her intent. "You should look into the steel for the reward of your trial," the mysterious old man reminded her. Silver simply nodded. She extended her spiritual force into the steel and examined the catalog of rewards contained within. As expected, most of the rewards consisted of ancient sorcerer weapons. Among them were several bows of various designs, along with numerous sorcerer weapon mystic arts. Naturally, Silver found herself drawn toward the bows. As an archer, how could she not be? However, after studying them for a moment, she slowly shook her head and withdrew her spiritual force from the steel. "You are not choosing anything?" the old man asked with mild curiosity. "Nothing there suits me," Silver replied calmly. The old man froze for a moment and stared at her. Eventually, he simply nodded without another word. Silver glanced once more toward the steel. She had briefly entertained the idea of selecting one of the rewards and selling it after leaving the trial. However, she ultimately decided that doing so would be disrespectful to the opportunity she had been given. If she had no intention of using the rewards herself, then she would rather leave them untouched. Instead of the weapons offered by the steel, which were clearly of high quality in their own right, Silver would much rather obtain one of the crossbows she had heard Alex discussing with Sugud during their breaks. Speaking of Alex, the young noble was currently hard at work within his elemental trial. When Alex opened his eyes within the trial space created by the elemental steel, a smile unknowingly formed on his face. After all, the sight before him was a very familiar one. The scene resembled a mystical realm floating high above the clouds. The ground beneath Alex's feet looked like an island made of fluffy, mythical cloud. But more importantly, ahead of him stood a pyramid of stairs, with radiant golden light from the heavens cascading down upon the flat podium like summit. Almost immediately, Alex gathered his bearings. Just then, the familiar voice of the trial space echoed within both his ears and mind. From the dawn of creation came the heaven and the earth, and between the heaven and the earth came the elements. Fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, wood, nature, poison, darkness, light, all elemental natures are bound within the heaven and the earth. To become the legatee of the heaven and the earth means to master the elements between the heavens and the earth. To become the legatee of the heaven and the earth means to comprehend the will of the heaven and the laws of the earth, both of which begin with the comprehension of the elements between the heaven and the earth. O ye who seeks the legacy of the heaven and the earth, stand forth upon the pyramid of elements, and proclaim your mastery of the elements. Even without this surprisingly clear instruction from the voice of the trial space, Alex already knew what to do. After all, the stairway to the heavens was a very common trial trope in the Eastern cultivation stories of his previous life. Usually, the stairway to the heavens is a trial of cultivation and physique, Alex mused to himself. You'd normally expect something like this in the physique trials. Then he shrugged. Well, since it's in the elemental trial instead, there's nothing I can do but take it as it comes. Alex, perhaps a little more excited than necessary, quickly rushed to the pyramid staircase and began climbing. As expected, the moment he placed his foot upon the first step, a powerful gravitational pressure pressed down on him, as though attempting to swat him flat against the stairs. However, thanks to the experience he had gained from the stories of his previous life, Alex was already prepared for this. His body easily withstood the pressure. He stepped onto the second step, then the third. However, when he reached the fourth step, the gravity suddenly intensified to a level that his body alone could no longer endure. It wasn't that his body was weak. Rather, the stairs themselves would not allow it, as such a method violated the rules governing the trial. All right then, Alex thought to himself, let's play by the rules. Since this is an elemental trial, the guiding principle of the trial should revolve around elemental mana, he reasoned. Unfortunately, with his truth-seeker eyes dormant, Alex could no longer rely on spirit sight to observe the distribution of ambient mana around him. No matter, Alex fell back on his post-natal elemental affinity enhancement talent to commune with the elemental mana surrounding him. Immediately, he sensed a strong concentration of various elemental natures within the ambient mana around him. Without giving it much thought, Alex used his enhanced affinity to cajole the fire elemental mana within the surrounding mana toward his body. Even without his urging, perhaps due to the rules of the trial, the fire elemental mana quickly gathered and formed a protective shield around him. The shield buffered him from the crushing gravity exuded by the stairs. Fourth step. Fifth step. With every step he took, the gravity intensified once more. By the sixth step, the pressure had reached the point where he was almost forced down onto the ground again. Alex called upon his affinity enhancement talent once more, drawing even more ambient fire elemental mana toward himself. The shield thickened, reinforcing itself and protecting his body from the oppressive gravity. From that point onward, with each step he took, he increased the concentration of fire elemental mana surrounding the shield. Each step gradually became easier. This continued until he reached the 9th step. However, as he attempted to step onto the 10th step of the pyramid, the gravity suddenly increased exponentially. Arg! Alex attempted to increase the concentration of fire elemental mana surrounding the shield, protecting his body from the pyramid's gravity. But this time, the moment he tried to draw in more fire elemental mana, he felt a sudden pressure bearing down on his spiritual force itself. A dull pain throbbed through his skull. He quickly withdrew his spiritual force and retreated back down to the 9th step. Once the pain subsided, Alex cautiously extended his spiritual force again, probing the ambient mana around him. Oh, so that's what happened. Realization dawned upon him almost immediately. He had already drawn in all the fire elemental mana closest to him. If he wished to gather more, he would have to extend his spiritual force farther outward. But doing so would also increase the exposure of his spiritual force to the pyramid's crushing gravity. Alex considered the situation cautiously for a moment. I could still brute force it. The pain isn't actually that bad, he mused. But then another thought occurred to him. Well, if fire elemental mana is out of reach, what if I simply pull in a different element? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Let's try light this time. Among his 4 major elements, after fire, light seemed like the elemental nature that would likely be the most abundant. So he reached out for it. If only I could still use spirit sight, I wouldn't have to guess like this. The thought passed briefly through his mind before he dismissed it. His spiritual force extended outward once more. Just as with the fire elemental mana earlier, the light elemental mana quickly responded to his pull. It gathered around him and formed an additional layer of shielding, protecting his body from the pyramid's crushing gravity. Success, Alex thought. He continued climbing the pyramid, increasing the concentration of light elemental mana surrounding his body with every step. Everything progressed smoothly until he reached the 18th step. When he attempted the 19th step, he realized that the light elemental mana surrounding him had already been depleted. Just like the fire mana before it, he would now need to extend his spiritual force farther outward, exposing it more to the pyramid's gravity, if he wished to gather more light mana. All right then, let's try darkness this time. Alex did not hesitate. He immediately switched to attracting a different elemental mana. Having begun to grasp the pattern of the trial, Alex deduced that the pyramid's gravity spiked every 9 steps, requiring a new element to withstand the pressure. Darkness mana quickly gathered around him. It reinforced his shield from the 19th step all the way to the 27th step. When he reached the 28th step, Alex immediately switched to drawing in lightning elemental mana. Just like before, the lightning mana strengthened his protective shield and allowed him to continue climbing the pyramid. However, unlike before, Alex's expression had become extremely solemn. Alex looked up the pyramid and realized he had not even reached halfway. And yet he had already exhausted the elemental affinities he could use to strengthen the shield protecting him from the pyramid's ever-increasing gravity. Soon, he reached the 36th step. Even before lifting his leg to attempt the next step, Alex immediately felt an overwhelming pressure pressing down upon the shield surrounding him. Forget taking the next step. The shield won't even last long if I stay here for too long, his brows furrowed. Should I step back? He glanced behind him, but the very next moment, he rolled his eyes and turned his gaze back toward the summit of the pyramid. Rather than waste time contemplating something he had no intention of doing, He might as well spend that time searching for a solution to his current predicament. Can I? Looking at the shield surrounding him, formed from the basic elemental affinities he had drawn together, Alex suddenly had a whimsical thought. Let's try this. His spiritual force extended outward once more. However, this time it did not reach toward the surrounding ambient mana. Instead, it reached into the shield itself. Under the influence of his spiritual force, the fire and light elemental mana within the shield began to merge. The shield suddenly strengthened. More fire and light elemental mana rushed toward it from the surrounding space, drawn in from areas beyond the safe range of his spiritual force's affinity. So solar mana is also recognized as an element under the heaven and the earth. Alex nodded to himself. With that realization, he continued his climb. Whenever the gravity intensified with each step, he simply merged the newly gathered fire and light mana within the shield to create solar mana. The solar mana would then attract additional fire and light elemental mana, creating a self-reinforcing loop that steadily strengthened his shield. This continued smoothly until he reached the next major checkpoint, the 46th step. At that point, the loop suddenly collapsed. It appeared that the fire and light elemental mana within the surrounding region had already been exhausted. Simply merging the remaining fire and light mana into solar mana was no longer enough. If he wished to continue forward, he would have to find another solution. In that case, without much hesitation or complex deliberation, Alex shifted his attention toward the lightning and darkness elemental mana within his shield. Netherspark, it's your turn. Lightning and darkness mana fused together, forming the rare, perhaps even unique, Netherspark element, an energy born when Alex's Velker true name first manifested, tied to the infernal origin of his Fuhrer bloodline. Just like before, the shield immediately strengthened. With the reinforcement provided by the Netherspark element, Alex was able to continue climbing once again. Things proceeded smoothly until he reached the 54th step. However, the moment he attempted to move toward the 55th step, he encountered yet another roadblock. As a test, Alex cautiously extended his spiritual force, probing the pressure that would descend upon it. Arg! Alex clutched his head. A numbing pain surged through his brain as the pyramid's crushing pressure descended upon his exposed spiritual force. He immediately withdrew it. It's still a bit bearable, but incredibly annoying, he thought. More importantly, it isn't a permanent solution. I don't think I can keep using it as a method to draw in more mana all the way to the top of the pyramid. I need a different solution. Crack! Suddenly, Alex heard a sharp fracture within the shield protecting him from the pyramid's overwhelming gravitational force. For a split second, a small portion of the pressure leaked through. Alex felt as though he had been struck by a speeding truck. Fortunately, the shield quickly stabilized itself, sealing the crack before the full force of the gravity could crush him. I definitely cannot allow the shield to collapse, he thought grimly. Think, what other method can I use to increase my mana affinity and attract more sympathetic ambient mana? Alex lifted his gaze toward the summit of the pyramid. There were 99 steps leading to the top. He had only climbed 54. That meant there were still 45 steps remaining. 5 major gravity spikes still lay ahead, which meant he needed 5 more solutions if he wanted to increase the elemental capacity of his shield enough to reach the summit. Crack! Unfortunately, the pyramid was not giving him much time to think. So Alex made a gamble. Calm madness. Alex roused the Fuhrer component of his bloodline, driving its essence through his body. The result was immediate. For reasons he could not fully explain, the darkness and lightning elemental mana from the next zone, which should have been difficult to reach due to the pyramid's gravity pressing upon his spiritual force, suddenly drifted closer. Close enough that his elemental affinity talent instinctively drew them toward him and into the shield surrounding his body. However, simply piling on basic elemental mana was no longer enough. The cracks within the shield merely healed without truly strengthening it. Realizing this, Alex quickly converted the incoming darkness and lightning mana into nether spark mana, raising the quality of the energy. Only then did the shield properly strengthen. He took a small pause to recover a bit from the effects of the pressure that struck him previously. After recovering for a few short moments, he continued. 55, 56, 57. With this method, Alex was able to continue his climb. But now he had a plan. By the time he reached the 63rd step, Alex swiftly roused the Oromir component of his bloodline. This immediately caused light and fire elemental mana to gather around him in greater quantities. After fusing them into solar elemental mana, he was once again able to continue climbing. 64, 66, 70. The next major roadblock appeared at the 72nd step, just before the 73rd. Without hesitation, Alex activated the final component of his fused bloodline. Dragon Presence. In many fantasy stories from his previous life, dragons were often portrayed as the favored children of the elements, the protagonists of the heaven and the earth themselves. And it seemed that some fragment of that ideal had carried over into the worlds of his new life. Alex was now betting on that innate affinity between dragons and the elements to further amplify his already powerful elemental affinity. Sigh. Alex released a breath of relief when his gamble paid off. Sensing the dragon presence emanating from his fused bloodline, more elemental mana began drifting closer toward him. This allowed him to draw in additional mana to reinforce the shield protecting him. Alex quickly converted the needed elemental mana to solar and nether spark mana within the shield. 73, 75, 79. Soon enough, the next roadblock appeared at the 81st step, just before the 82nd. Velker. Alex immediately invoked half of his true name. Subjugation, domination. The conceptual power of his true name surged into the air. Responding to the call, vast quantities of lightning and darkness elemental mana gathered from far greater distances, instinctively drawn to fuel the activation of the true name's concepts. However, before that could fully occur, the moment the mana pooled close enough, Alex's spiritual force immediately pulled into and converted them to nether spark mana in his shield, allowing him to progress further. 82, 85, 89. Solmir. Rinse and repeat. At the next roadblock on the 90th step, Alex activated the other half of his true name. Regality. Dominion. Light and fire elemental mana gathered rapidly, as though paying homage to the arrival of a king, an emperor, a ruler born to command. Alex barely needed to guide them. The newly arrived elemental mana naturally aligned within a shield, like well-trained soldiers forming ranks. They even merged of their own accord into their combined solar mana form. A wide smile spread across Alex's lips as he confidently continued toward the summit of the pyramid. 91, 93, 97, 98. With that same confident smile, Alex lifted his leg to step onto the 99th step. Bam! The shield surrounding him suddenly burst like a fragile bubble beneath the immense gravity of the final step. Alex's face slammed violently into the ground of the 98th step as the pressure suddenly multiplied. Groan. A pained groan escaped his lips as he struggled to push himself up. But it was impossible. The crushing gravity pressed his body flat against the stone, as though trying to grind him into the pavement itself. Worse still, the ambient mana surrounding the pyramid had been completely pushed away by the sudden spike in gravitational pressure. Even if he somehow managed to extend his spiritual force, which he currently could not, there would be no mana left to draw upon to rebuild his shield. Calm madness. Amid the sudden crisis threatening to end his trial and failure, Alex activated the unique trait of the Führer origin, buying himself a few precious moments of clarity. He quickly realized there was nothing left to calculate, nothing left to plan, so he simply threw everything he had at the gravity. Fire, light, darkness, lightning, solar, nether spark. He summoned every ounce of mana within his body. Furor, Oromir, Dragon. He channeled the combined essence of his fused bloodline. Velcurus Salmer. He invoked his true name in its entirety. At the same time, Alex activated the mana circulation method from the Astral Training Manual, forcing mana to surge through every channel of his body. For a single brief instant, the crushing gravity weakened. That moment was all Alex needed. Using that fleeting reprieve, he dragged himself forward and hauled his body onto the 99th step, the summit of the pyramid. The crushing pressure pressing down on him vanished, as if it had never existed, like a mirage fading away. Yes, I did it, Alex celebrated inwardly. He lay on his back, staring up at the clear skies above. His breathing was labored, but the wide grin on his face refused to fade. Alex remained sprawled across the top of the pyramid platform. Closing his eyes, he began to meditate, attempting to recover some of the energy he had expended in that final desperate resistance against the pyramid's gravity. However, as his energy slowly returned, his eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Wait, shouldn't I be back at the Steel Mountain by now? Realization dawned on him. Alex opened his eyes and discovered he was still inside the trial space. Damn, he muttered subconsciously. The clear skies he had been admiring moments earlier were gone. In their place, the heavens were now choked with dark, ominous clouds. Alex tried to sit up. To his dismay, he discovered that he was pinned to the ground, unable to move even an inch. Lightning flashed menacingly within the swirling storm clouds. Don't tell me. A grim realization surfaced in his mind. This wasn't a raised platform meant to reward those who reached the summit. It was a lightning tribulation platform, a stage designed to make it easier for the heavens to rain down its heaven tribulation in form of lightning upon whoever they wished. And he had fought tooth and nail against the pyramid's gravity just to place himself neatly upon it, right at the center, right where the lightning would strike. As if that wasn't bad enough, the lightning gathering above him took its sweet time forming. Pinned to the 99th step, the very peak of the pyramid, Alex had a perfect front row seat to watch the entire process unfold. In real time, and with an unobstructed view. Oh, thank a lot, he thought bitterly. A front row seat to watch you gather strength before smiting me. You're too kind. Needless to say, it was not a view he particularly wanted. Alex tried everything he could to break free from his restraints. Nothing worked. Every single power he possessed, every single ability he had used to climb the pyramid, had been completely sealed by some mysterious force. At that moment, he was no different from a powerless commoner awaiting judgment from the heavens. Finally, the lightning finished gathering. A terrifying bolt tore down from the clouds. Alex screamed in agony. The heavenly tribulation, lightning, descended upon Alex with a singular purpose. As the youth screamed in agony, the heavenly lightning tore through his body, unleashing the wrath of the heavens within him. No space within his body was spared from the lightning's violent passage. The tribulation lightning first ravaged Alex's physical body. It surged through his blood vessels, ripping through everything in its path. The violent assault forced Alex to spit out a mouthful of thick, blackish blood. As the tribulation lightning coursed through his circulatory system, several violent branches split away into his mana pathways, tearing through them while burning away anything that obstructed its path. The lightning flowing through both his mana pathways and blood vessels eventually converged upon a single destination: his brain. The sudden shock caused Alex's mind to freeze. One might have expected such an assault to knock him unconscious and spare him at least part of the pain. But that mercy never came. Instead, Alex remained perfectly conscious. It was a strange state. In a sense, he felt detached from his body, yet he could still feel every single thing the tribulation lightning was doing within it. Rather than blanking out his mind, it felt as though the lightning had yanked it out of his physical body entirely. A fragment of Alex's consciousness seemed to follow the tribulation lightning as it invaded his mind space. Almost as if searching for something, The tribulation lightning traveled through his mind carefully, scanning every corner of the mind space. Nothing was spared, not even Omni-Rune. The origin greater rune residing within Alex's mind space was lashed mercilessly by the tribulation lightning. Throughout the entire ordeal, the fragment of Alex's consciousness that remained, the part forcibly dragged along by the tribulation lightning, experienced indescribable pain as the lightning surged violently through his mind space. Eventually, the tribulation lightning seemed to conclude that what it was searching for was not there. So it left. But that did not mean Alex was granted any reprieve. Instead, the tribulation lightning moved deeper into another hidden domain within his body. Alex's soul space. This was the mystical space that housed Alex's soul, a realm formed at the birth of the soul by the will of the Creator itself. It was a domain that could not easily be interfered with by anything outside the soul itself, and by agents of creation. In other words, the heavens. The tribulation lightning forced its way into Alex's soul space, wielding the authority granted to it as an agent of the heavens. However, the moment it arrived, its rapid movement halted for a brief instant. If the lightning had possessed a face, the sight of Alex's soul would have made that face flash with shock in that fleeting moment. But the pause did not stop it from carrying out its purpose. The unexpected sight merely meant its task would be slightly more difficult. Nothing more. The lightning surged forward and plunged into Alex's unusually vast soul, burning through it as it searched for something very specific. Alex experienced a pain that pierced directly into his soul itself. The agony was so overwhelming that even outside the trial space, back upon the Steel Mountain, his scream echoed across the entire area. Eleanor, the only one of Alex's wives not currently undergoing a trial, rushed forward together with Alex's followers. Only Kavikin remained absent, still trapped within his anima trial. They all rushed toward their leader as his agonized screams reverberated through the mountain. "Don't touch him," the mysterious old man shouted. "What's happening to him?" Eleanor asked anxiously, panic evident in her voice. "Calm down. As long as he can endure it and hold on, he will be fine," the mysterious old man replied. To be honest, even he was surprised by what was happening. To prevent the agitated group from doing something reckless, like attempting to wake Alex while he was undergoing a heavenly tribulation, the old man silently muttered in chant. A barrier instantly formed around Alex. The shield also sealed off all sound from within, ensuring that none of Alex's agonized screams escaped beyond it. "What are you doing?" Eleanor demanded. The old man's actions caused the others to instinctively shift into defensive stances. "The trial he is undergoing now is beyond the scope of what I designed," the old man explained calmly. "He has triggered a trial from the heavens themselves. If any of you rashly attempt to help him, thereby interfering with the tribulation, you will not only doom him, but drag all of us into it as well." The old man's gaze swept across the tense group. "Calm yourselves," he said quietly, "and wait." Alas, just because he said so did not mean the group would simply accept it. Fortunately, despite her agitation, Eleanor still managed to keep a measure of calm. She turned toward Alex's followers and asked, "How are you feeling?" Havel, Mogul, and Silver were confused at first, but they soon understood what she was asking. "Fine. Completely fine," Silver replied. Only then did Eleanor release a sigh of relief. The way Alex had screamed moments ago indicated that he was experiencing pain related to his soul. The contract binding the three of them to Alex's service was one that would share such soul pain among his followers as a last resort safeguard to preserve his soul and his life. Since that sharing had not activated, it meant that although Alex was clearly in immense pain, his soul had not yet reached its limit. That at least meant whatever was happening to him was not meant to kill him outright. There were only a few remaining possibilities for what could be occurring, and any truly nefarious situation would eventually reveal itself through changes in the condition of Alex's followers. Since none of them showed any abnormality, Eleanor chose to remain hopeful. After all, The being before them was at least a Class 6 existence, far beyond anything they could oppose. He hasn't done anything suspicious so far, so let's maintain the peace for now, the healer decided quickly. She gave a signal to the others, and the 4 followers, including Sugud, slowly lowered their guard, diffusing the tense atmosphere. Throughout Eleanor's rapid deductions, the mysterious old man did not spare the group another glance. His gaze remained fixed solely on Alex and the elemental steel. "What a boy!" the old man exclaimed inwardly. "Not only did you trigger the Pyramid of Elements trial, you actually found a way to reach the summit. Why did you do that? At your level, you only needed to reach the 27th step. Since when did a second-order being have the guts to climb the entirety of the Pyramid of Elements, and thereby trigger a heavenly trial? Are you that confident in your own life? Or have I been trapped here for so long that second orders now dare challenge the heavens themselves?" The old man's expression shifted through a range of emotions as he looked down at the youth undergoing the heavenly tribulation within the elemental steel. What he did not know was that Alex had triggered the heavenly tribulation due to ignorance, or rather, a mistaken assumption. Because of knowledge from his previous life, Alex had wrongly assumed that reaching the summit of the pyramid was required in order to pass the trial. With that belief firmly fixed in his mind, Alex ignored all the signs indicating that he had already passed the trial and continued climbing. The various roadblocks and gravity spikes he had encountered were actually checkpoints, points where the challenger could descend from the pyramid and return later to continue the trial. In fact, the impulse he had felt at the 36th step to turn back had been both his subconscious mind and the trial itself hinting that he should stop climbing. However, because Alex was completely fixated on reaching the summit, he never stopped to examine that instinct. And as a result, he stubbornly pursued a fool's errand, climbing all the way to the top of the pyramid, only to trigger a heavenly tribulation he was not prepared to face. Fortunately, the heavens operate according to order, the old man mused. The tribulation has been reduced to a power level suitable for his rank. Otherwise, he would have been smitten into dust instantly. Even so, despite everything he had witnessed throughout these trials, this was the first time the old man found himself truly curious about the abilities of the Fortuna members. After all, although the heavens adjusted the difficulty of the Pyramid of Elements trial to match the challenger's rank, it was still not something that someone at the second order should have been able to complete. The old man could not help but wonder how Alex had managed to accomplish such a feat. "Have the times improved so much since I've been trapped here?" he wondered silently. "Or is this the standard of a genius from another world? Or is the boy simply a monster?" While everyone outside was left wondering what was happening within the trial, inside it Alex did not have the luxury of thought. He was simply in too much pain. After ravaging Alex's soul with its wrathful tribulation nature, and still failing to find what it was searching for, the tribulation lightning left the soul space and moved into another domain within Alex's body, the bloodline space. Boom! The moment the tribulation lightning entered the bloodline space, it immediately locked onto its target, Alex's heretical bloodline pools. Bang! Strike after strike crashed down upon the bloodline pools, causing Alex to feel as if he were burning from the inside out. "Arrogant!" he roared in pain and agony. His mind teetered on the brink of collapse, barely clinging to consciousness by a single fragile thread. When a ninth strike slammed into the bloodline pools, Alex's bloodlines could no longer endure the assault silently. The humanoid manifestation of Alex's fused bloodline suddenly appeared above his body, both within the bloodline space and upon the Pyramid of Elements. The manifestation raised itself and began taking the brunt of the heavenly lightning strikes. Alex still felt excruciating pain, but at least there was now some measure of reprieve. 9th strike, 18th strike, 25th, 26th, and finally, 27 strikes crashed down upon Alex's fused bloodline manifestation. By the end, the manifestation was completely battered. Innumerable injuries covered its entire body, and it was clearly standing on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, it seemed the heavenly tribulation had finally run its course. The dark storm clouds slowly receded, and the skies above the pyramid gradually cleared. A radiant golden beam of sunlight cascaded down upon Alex and his bloodline manifestation. The light after the storm. The sun's rays bathed the weakened figure lying atop the summit of the pyramid. The light seemed to pierce through his skin, flowing into his body where it merged with the remnants of tribulation lightning left behind within him. Suddenly, a mystical transformation occurred. The combination of the sun's rays and the lingering tribulation lightning fused together, giving birth to an entirely new form of energy. Wherever this energy flowed within Alex's body, the affected area rapidly regenerated and was reborn anew, stronger than before. Just like the tribulation lightning earlier, this new energy moved through the various spaces of Alex's body without obstruction, leaving healing and renewal in its wake. His blood vessels were left clean of any impurities, improving the quality of his blood further. Likewise, his mana pathways were widened even further, increasing Alex's mana flow rate at any time. But the most noticeable change occurred within Alex's bloodline, or rather, within his bloodline manifestation. As the manifestation healed, its previously bestial and infernal traits gradually softened and smoothed away. It now appeared more human than ever before. Its face was still somewhat indistinct, but the outline had become noticeably more human in shape and structure. Fortunately, the changes seemed to be limited to its appearance. The aura radiating from the figure remained unmistakably that of Alex's fused bloodline. Even though its form had become more refined, the bloodline's nature was still clearly infernal, beastly, and draconic. Just as the mysterious energy completed its work within the bloodline space, another transformation took place. The forming, illegible runic glyph within Alex's bloodline space suddenly manifested upon the forehead of the humanoid bloodline manifestation. It settled there naturally, as though it had always belonged in that place. What changes this glyph would eventually bring to Alex's bloodline remained unclear, as the rune itself still appeared incomplete, not yet fully formed nor ready to reveal its true nature. It was often said that danger and opportunity walk hand in hand. In the case of the heavenly lightning, tribulation and rebirth were indeed two sides of the same coin. In fact, they were separated only by a single turn of fate. First came the tribulation, but if one persevered through it, rebirth would follow. Although Alex had misinterpreted the trial because of assumptions drawn from his previous life, the fundamental cycle between tribulation and rebirth remained unchanged. Before long, Alex slowly awakened. He felt completely refreshed. Not a single scar remained on his body. Even more so, he could feel that his truth-seeker eyes were in the process of reawakening after having shut themselves down to preserve their integrity. Amongst other changes, yet despite these pieces of good news, Alex did not celebrate. Instead, he shivered as the memory of the pain he had just experienced resurfaced vividly in his mind. His body trembled unconsciously. Fortunately, the trial space seemed considerate enough to wait until he had regained his bearings before sending him out. When Alex finally opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that everyone was staring at him. "What's going on?" he asked. "Are you all right?" Eleanor asked immediately. "Yes, but why is everyone so worried?" Alex replied, "You brat went above and beyond and challenged the heavens themselves. I don't know whether to praise your courage or condemn your foolhardiness," the old man said. "The tribulation lightning spilled over into this space, alarming your party. They almost turned on me," the old man added with a light chuckle. Alex frowned. Something in the old man's words struck him as strange. "Wasn't I supposed to reach the top of the pyramid?" he asked. "Of course not," the old man replied immediately. "In all my years, I have never seen anyone at second-order attempt, much less reach the tribulation platform at the summit of the Pyramid of Elements. The summit exists to assist 5th-order sorcerers who are preparing to break through to the 6th order. The old man shook his head. The young calf fears not the lion, he added with clear exasperation, genuinely unsure whether Alex deserved praise or a reprimand. But the trial didn't reveal anything, and just let me continue, Alex argued innocently. The old man suddenly felt an urge to end the conversation immediately. Without responding further, he waved his hand and released the barrier surrounding Alex. Then he turned his attention toward the next person who had completed their trial. Alex seemed to sense something as well and turned his attention toward the remaining trial participants. His eyes flashed briefly as he concealed a look of surprise upon seeing Yudara attempting the elemental steel trial. But almost immediately after that, his eyes could no longer hide his astonishment when he saw who had completed the trial first. It was same the Yudara. As Yudara awakened from the elemental steel trial, the surrounding ambient darkness mana surged toward her, wrapping around her body as though she were the beloved daughter of darkness itself. Her presence seemed to soften within Alex's perception. Even though he was looking directly at her, he had the strange feeling that if he took his eyes off her for even a moment, he might completely lose track of her. Her darkness affinity had clearly increased by a tremendous margin. Roar! Suddenly, the distinct roar of a tiger echoed within everyone's mind. The group immediately turned toward the animus steel, where Kavikin had just awakened. Behind him stood a vivid tiger phantom, radiating overwhelming killing intent. The killing intent was so pure and potent that one might genuinely believe the phantom could kill someone with a single glance. However, that should have been impossible. After all, it was merely a phantom. Or was it? The phantom gradually dispersed, leaving Kavikin standing there alone. The hulking war-tiger looked toward the group with a slightly sheepish expression. While everyone else focused on Kavikin, Alex's gaze had already shifted elsewhere. His eyes moved toward Zora, who had now spent the longest time within the trials. Considering her extraordinary talent, Alex found it difficult to understand why she was struggling so much with the elemental trial. However, almost as if responding to his thoughts, Zora's eyes suddenly snapped open. Those familiar icy blue eyes appeared once more. For a brief moment, they looked so cold, like the ancient heart of a glacier, that Alex felt his own heart skip a beat from an inexplicable sense of fear. But when those blue eyes met his crimson gaze, the coldness quickly melted away, returning to the familiar intensity he knew. Even so, while the change in Zora's eyes faded, the transformation around her did not. Even while sitting still, the air surrounding Zora's body grew so cold that tiny flakes of ice began forming in the air around her. The sight caused Alex a great deal of worry. If only I had spirit sight, he thought to himself. Then, suddenly, his vision changed. Vibrant glows of various colors flooded into his sight. Spirit sight. Alex's eyes widened in shock. He immediately focused inward on his eyes and realized that his truth-seeker eyes had quietly recovered. Alex quickly deduced that the rebirth he experienced after the tribulation was responsible for the rapid recovery of his truth-seeker eyes. With his spirit sight restored, Alex examined Zora once more, now viewing her through an entirely different lens. Around her body, he could see streams of mana constantly leaking outward. The moment that mana touched the surrounding air, the atmosphere froze, creating a resonance that drew even more water elemental mana to gather around her. Under normal circumstances, Alex would have been delighted by such a development, since it meant Zora's mana control had significantly improved. However, the situation was not entirely reassuring. Within the mana she released, Alex could clearly see traces of Een energy, intertwined with the mana flowing through what appeared to be the dragon commute method. Zora stared into his eyes and immediately realized that he had understood what she was doing. She rolled her eyes at him in her usual fashion. Then she quickly halted the release of mana around her, allowing the gathered water mana to disperse back into the atmosphere. Afterwards, She nodded apologetically to the others nearby. The trial itself had ended rather abruptly once Zora figured out the method she was currently using to gather water mana within a volcanic environment. She had intentionally infused her mana with Een energy. Een energy naturally lowered the energy state of whatever surrounded it. By mixing Een energy into her mana and releasing it outward, she cooled the scorching volcanic environment around her. The surrounding air froze slightly, which in turn caused water elemental mana to accumulate nearby. She then used that gathered ambient water mana in the usual manner to fuel her spells, allowing her to defeat her trial opponent. In truth, the opponent had barely fought back. The figure only moved perfunctorily to defend herself while observing Zora, waiting to confirm whether Zora could reliably utilize the method she had deduced. Once the opponent confirmed that Zora could use the technique as intended, she simply lowered her guard and allowed herself to be defeated. This immediately triggered the end of the trial, ejecting Zora from the trial space. Caught off guard by the sudden conclusion, Zora had returned to the Steel Mountain while still unconsciously maintaining the method she had just developed. She turned toward Alex, who clearly had many questions written across his face. "Don't worry. I did it intentionally," she said. "I'll explain later. For now, focus on your trials." Alex glanced at her once more, carefully examining her condition. He noted that although she had used Een energy directly through her body rather than through her rune tattoo, she appeared perfectly fine, showing no obvious side effects. Although the mysterious old man had not done anything suspicious so far, it still felt improper to discuss certain matters in his presence. Besides, now that everyone had completed the trials they intended to take, Alex's physique trial was the final one among the 7 trials of heaven and earth. After that will come the divergent trial of heavenly secrets, Alex mused inwardly. He nodded briefly toward his companions and the old man before walking over to the physique steel. Taking a deep breath, Alex prepared himself. However, before sending his spiritual force into the steel to activate the trial, he paused and stared at the structure through his truth-seeker eyes. "Mana. Lots of mana," he muttered inwardly. Through his enhanced vision, he could see dense streams of various elemental mana constantly flowing into the steels. Just how many sigils must be embedded within these steels if they require this much mana merely to maintain themselves? He wondered. And if this amount of mana is required simply to sustain them while they are idle, how much mana would be needed when the steels are actually active? Another question surfaced in Alex's mind. Where exactly was all this mana coming from? Such a vast concentration of mana could not exist in a place without generating some form of unique natural phenomenon. The concealment method of this heaven-earth concordance formation, as he calls it, must be far more complex than I initially estimated, Alex thought. After gathering what little information he could through his restored truth-seeker eyes, Alex finally extended his spiritual force into the steel and began the trial. Alex found himself inside a luxurious building, as evidenced by the potent mana emanating from almost every item within his immediate sight. Looking around, he realized the room was most likely a study or a library. If there's a study, Alex quickly scanned the surroundings and soon found the owner of the room. Standing before a large, Eastern-style window that stretched all the way to the ceiling was an old yet somewhat muscular man. Judging from the deep wrinkles on his face, the man appeared to be in his 80s. However, his body radiated the vitality of someone in the prime of life, exuding a powerful life force that many youths in their 30s might not be able to match. An old man with a youthful body, Alex muttered inwardly. The old man stood quietly by the window, reading from a scroll beneath the cascading light of the midday sun. Alex chose to wait patiently. Strangely, the usual heavenly voice that announced the nature of each trial never appeared. Instead, the old man simply continued reading the scroll until he finished it completely. Only then did he turn to face Alex. "You have some patience, good," the old man said as he rolled up the scroll. He cast Alex a cold, appraising gaze. A moment later, he nodded expressionlessly. Good. I was afraid that old goat's choice would be a muscle-headed fool like himself. It seems he developed a few functional brain cells after his death, the old man muttered. You appear to be a student of knowledge with at least some measure of intellect. You will do, I suppose. Alex stood there, momentarily stumped, unsure how he was supposed to respond. You may refer to me as heavenly venerable, the old man continued. It is my belief that the path of heaven and earth is ultimately a path of knowledge. A fool who knows nothing, who understands nothing about the grand repository of knowledge within heaven and earth, has no business walking its grand path. As such, my trial will test your intellectual capacity. The heavenly venerable walked away from the window toward one of the countless shelves lining the study, easily numbering well over 1,000, and returned the scroll to its place. Then he turned back toward Alex, the endless shelves of scrolls forming a vast backdrop behind him. My trial has 2 stages, he continued. The first will test your ability to acquire and retain knowledge. The foundation of every intellect lies in the knowledge it possesses. If you seek my approval to become the legatee of heaven and earth, you must prove that you can acquire and retain any and all knowledge presented to you. And for that, he gestured toward the endless shelves surrounding them. You must read and memorize every scroll contained within this hall. However, being able to acquire knowledge is only half of the trial. You must also be able to correctly apply the knowledge you gain. As such, for the second half of your trial, I will present you with situations where you will have to apply the knowledge gained from reading all the books in this hall. Any questions? The heavenly venerable asked. Alex, somewhat speechless, looked toward the vast forest of shelves behind the youthful, yet octogenarian-looking old man. I thought this was a physique trial, he muttered. The heavenly venerable immediately looked incensed. You fool! The path of tempering one's physique, and everything related to it, is as vast as the heavens and the earth themselves. The old man roared with an almost frightening youthful vigor. Let's talk about tempering the physique. The most popular method used by lower-ranked physique-type sorcerers to temper their bodies is a combination of weight training and controlled breathing exercises. But do you realize that shifting the lifting method by merely a few inches can drastically affect the outcome of the weight training exercise? Do you know that even a brief pause or slight overexertion in one's breathing rhythm can alter the results of a breathing exercise? Now let us talk about making use of a tempered physique. For example, in a fight without mana or mystic energy, relying solely on one's body and physical strength. Do you realize that knowing something as simple as where to strike can be the difference between victory and defeat? Even a commoner without cultivation understands that, without mana, no matter how tempered one's fists are, they will never be stronger than the human skull, particularly the forehead. Punching your opponent directly in the forehead is an excellent way to break your own hand while dealing minimal damage to the opponent. But if you shift your strike by only a few inches to the temple or the chin, you can knock your opponent unconscious with the same amount of force. For the next 30 minutes, the old man continued rattling off example after example without pause, presenting numerous scenarios in which possessing knowledge, or lacking it, could drastically influence how effectively one used their tempered physique. The worst part of it all was that the old man was incredibly cunning. From time to time, he would intentionally transmit his voice directly into Alex's mind, ensuring the youth was forced to listen even if he had no desire to. Finally, after laying out dozens, if not nearly 100 examples and scenarios, the old man appeared ready to conclude his lecture. More importantly, we have the brain, the heavenly venerable continued. The brain is the most important organ in the body. It controls everything that happens within you. It coordinates the functioning of all other organs. Part of its duty is to enforce the limitations of what the other parts of the body can or cannot do. Many of these limitations are acceptable for ordinary commoners. But for a sorcerer who seeks the path of heaven and earth, such limits are utterly unacceptable. It is therefore imperative to break those limits. However, before one can break them, the brain must first become aware that those limits exist. The mind must recognize and comprehend the fallacy of those restrictions. Only then can one begin to efficiently push beyond them and ultimately shatter them. And the foundation of that process begins with knowledge. Seemingly satisfied with the knowledge he had forcefully imparted, the heavenly venerable nodded to himself before concluding. The brain is the foremost part of the body that must be tempered if one wishes to raise the limits of the physique. The act of acquiring knowledge, pondering over it, and engaging one's mind is itself a method of tempering the brain. As such, the notion that the physique-tempering branch of sorcery is suited only for brainless muscle heads is not merely fallacious and erroneous. It is frankly insulting. Alex almost felt his head spinning after the information-packed 30-minute lecture. Fortunately, he truly was a student of knowledge who kept his mind engaged on a daily basis. Because of that, he barely managed to keep up with the heavenly venerable's so-called dumbed-down crash course on Physique Tempering 101. For what it was worth, Alex actually agreed with the old man's view regarding the vastness of the secrets locked within the human body. Even in his previous life, despite the tremendous effort and research invested by scientists and scholars across numerous disciplines, medicine, nutrition, sports science, and others, many experts agreed that humanity had only begun to scratch the surface of the knowledge hidden within the human body. They believed the human form contained a well of infinite possibilities, waiting to be tapped and harnessed. From this perspective, Alex reluctantly agreed with the heavenly venerable that one needed knowledge and understanding before beginning to temper the body. Otherwise, one might temper the body in the wrong direction, potentially causing irreversible harm, or at the very least train inefficiently toward an unintended result. However, reading every scroll in the hall felt somewhat excessive. Each shelf contained dozens of scrolls, and there were hundreds of shelves filling the hall. That meant he would need to read, memorize, and comprehend thousands of scrolls. That was an enormous demand. Yet the old man spoke of it as if it were the most basic requirement, like it was simply another Tuesday, as people used to say in Alex's previous life. The heavenly venerable reminded Alex of one of his university professors, his postgraduate thesis supervisor, who had a reputation for making unreasonable demands of the students under him. Very few people ever completed their thesis research under that professor because of his extremely high standards. However, those who did manage to finish under him often became highly sought-after experts in their respective fields. And Alex had been one of those students. From that experience, Alex knew that attempting to argue with such people about their ludicrous expectations was pointless. So instead of wasting his breath, he simply walked up to a nearby shelf and began reading. By the time he finished the first scroll, Alex found himself oddly grateful that he had misunderstood the elemental trial. Because if that misunderstanding had not occurred, he would never have undergone the heavenly tribulation, and therefore would not have experienced the rebirth that accelerated the recovery of his truth seeker eyes. Using his eyes' enhanced eyesight and eidetic memory, Alex quickly began scanning through the scrolls. And, thanks to Omni-Rune, he did not actually need to comprehend everything he was reading in real time. All he needed to do was read the scrolls using his enhanced eyesight, memorize the contents through his eidetic memory, and then pass the information to Omni-Rune for proper processing, freeing his own brain from doing most of the heavy lifting. Even so, Alex still made sure to absorb some knowledge along the way. Since he only needed to read through the scrolls without necessarily comprehending their contents immediately, his reading speed increased to nearly 5 times his normal pace. Even with that advantage, however, it would still take a very long time to finish reading every scroll in the hall. So for the most part, Alex simply shut down his wandering thoughts and focused on reading. Time passed quickly. Alex soon lost track of how much time had gone by as he continued reading. Occasionally, when the monotony became unbearable, he would pause to review the contents he had already scanned together with Omni-Rune, pondering over certain pieces of knowledge. One such topic that caught his attention was the difference between the cultivation systems of Pangea and Verdantis. Due to their limited information, Alex and his party had initially assumed that Verdantis combat warriors were the plane's equivalent of warriors, that sorcerers were the equivalent of mages, and that the clergy roughly corresponded to warlocks. He later received important information which led him to suspect this was wrong. And now, after reading through the knowledge preserved by the Heavenly Venerable, Alex confirmed his doubts. The different branches of sorcery contradict that characterization, Alex mused. Sorcery appears to be an entire cultivation system in itself. In fact, one could argue that sorcery is the true cultivation path of Verdantis, while the combat warriors and clergy are merely substitutes created by the Na'vi after the exile of the sorcerers at the end of the era of sorcery. If that is the case, then I should be comparing sorcery with Pangea's entire cultivation system, rather than comparing it solely with the magic system. Alex slowly sat down on the floor beside the shelf he had been reading from. He placed the scroll in his hand on the ground and sank deeper into contemplation. Even then, directly comparing sorcery to Pangea's ascension path is also inaccurate. Sorcery and ascension are asymmetric systems that should be examined on their own merits rather than forced into an artificial equivalence. Their goals are fundamentally different. Pangea's ascension system is structured so that the three class branches, mage, warrior, and warlock, are essentially independent and often even xenophobic toward one another. Once one commits to a particular class branch, one cannot train in the others. The only exception tends to be individuals with exceptionally powerful bloodlines, like mine, that can forcibly bridge the gap between branches. Verdantis's sorcery, on the other hand, seems to display a strong interconnectedness among its 7 or so branches. According to the scrolls, being a sorcerer of the physique tempering branch does not actually prevent one from casting mystic arts, which is what they call spells here. Likewise, a sorcerer of the Gray School, who specializes in hexes, debuffs, and control-type spells, can still possess considerable proficiency in the techniques of the Armament School, and so forth. At a surface level, Pangea's ascension system resembles what could be described as a hard cultivation system, whereas Verdantis's sorcery functions more like a soft cultivation system. This asymmetry makes it extremely difficult to draw rigid parallels between the two systems using a strict equivalence model. Any meaningful correlation between them would likely need to be handled case by case. As Alex continued to delve deeper into the cultivation knowledge of this unfamiliar plane, he found himself pondering something he had read in one of the scrolls. Essentially, sorcery is like a great tree. Its branches may diverge, but they all remain parts of the same whole. The origin of sorcery began with the elemental school, where ancient sorcerers drew mana directly into their bodies. By casting and activating mystic arts within their bodies and minds, they could replicate, resonate with, or impose those mystic arts upon reality outside themselves. This is what the Heavenly Venerable referred to as the man-earth-heaven fusion. Because the operation of mystic arts requires both mana within the body and emotional energy within the mind, when other branches of sorcery later emerged, elemental sorcery gradually came to be referred to by some groups as internal sorcery. At a time when elemental sorcery was the dominant path, a group of sorcerers proposed a new method to support it, the physique tempering method. This group compared the human body, which draws in and contains mana, to a vessel holding water or another liquid. The larger and stronger the vessel, the more liquid it can hold. Following that principle, they proposed that sorcerers should temper their bodies to enlarge and strengthen the vessel used to contain mana they use for their elemental sorcery. Thus, the physique tempering branch was born. It was never intended to replace elemental sorcery, but rather to support it. The same pattern can be seen in other branches: armament, craftsmanship and alchemy, anima, and even the Gray School. None of these were created as alternatives. Instead, they were conceived as additions to the original system. Alex's eyes flashed with understanding. This might be the biggest reason why the ascension system and the sorcery path differ so greatly. Unlike sorcery, whose branches are interconnected and function as extensions of one another, the class branches in Pangea's ascension system are essentially alternatives. For those with cultivation talent, the path splits into three choices: mage, warrior, or warlock. Unless some external and extraordinary factor is involved, such as a powerful bloodline or a unique training manual. Once someone aligns with one branch, they cannot pursue another. Arriving at this conclusion sparked a trace of fascination in Alex's eyes. I wonder if every world has its own unique cultivation system, like Pangea and Verdantis. How incredible would it be to travel across different worlds, uncovering new truths about the universe and the countless civilizations within it? A hungry light flashed in his eyes. Turning back to the countless shelves that remained unread, a sudden surge of motivation filled him. He rolled up the scroll he had just finished, returned it to its place on the shelf, and strode forward to devour the knowledge contained in the remaining shelves. The more Alex read, the more he began to realize something. While a handful of books clearly originated from elsewhere, particularly those containing unique perspectives or rare insights, the majority of the scrolls in the hall had been written by the same person. Most likely, the Heavenly Venerable himself. The shelves revealed a clear progression in the knowledge base of the scroll's author. At first, Alex could easily keep up with the contents. However, as he continued reading, that became increasingly difficult. Even with the advanced knowledge he possessed from his previous life across numerous fields. Eventually, it reached a point where Alex could only read the scrolls. He could no longer claim that he truly comprehended them. The concepts had simply become too advanced, even for him. Once again, he felt like a newly admitted university undergraduate who had accidentally wandered into the postgraduate section of the university's central library. He could understand the words written on the page, but the deeper theories and principles those words attempted to convey escaped his grasp. Even so, that did not stop Alex. He continued devouring the knowledge within the scrolls, allowing Omnirune to store, process, and catalog the information so it could be properly reviewed later, once his own understanding had reached the level required to interpret the material. Reading these texts, it almost feels as if the author only chose to specialize in the physique tempering path because, at the time, it appeared to be the branch of sorcery most capable of extending their lifespan. More time to continue their research and accumulate more knowledge. Even though they specialized in physique tempering, they clearly made major breakthroughs in many other branches as well, often building those discoveries upon the foundation of physique tempering. That observation alone was enough to confirm Alex's suspicion. The author of these scrolls was almost certainly the Heavenly Venerable himself. The Heavenly Venerable quietly observed Alex as the youth made his way through the vast archive. More than once, he found himself nodding faintly upon noticing the ravenous glint within the young man's eyes. Those are the eyes of someone who desires knowledge, the Heavenly Venerable thought. Not merely someone who wants knowledge, but someone who understands the immense value of the knowledge placed before them. The Heavenly Venerable could also tell that Alex could not fully understand every scroll within the hall. Nevertheless, the fact that the young man continued to devour and memorize the information without hesitation impressed him. This hall contains the accumulated achievements of over 800 years of my life. The Heavenly Venerable mused silently. During the era of sorcery, many would have willingly paid their entire fortunes just to enter this archive and spend a few minutes browsing its contents. Although he disguised the opportunity he had granted Alex as part of the trial, the Heavenly Venerable was nonetheless appreciative that the youth managed to see through the value of the opportunity and was doing his utmost to seize it. After an unknown, but certainly long, amount of time, Alex finally reached the scrolls that the Heavenly Venerable had written during his twilight years. What initially drew Alex's attention to this particular scroll was its content on how to temper muscles in order to achieve a golden combination of explosive power, speed, and toughness. So the proposed Man-Earth Heaven fusion has been expanded not only for elemental sorcery, but for physique tempering as well. Alex grew intrigued. Essentially, the method proposed a way for all individuals capable of stepping onto the path of sorcery, and, as Alex had come to understand it, any cultivation path at all, to use mana and or their cultivation's unique energy to temper their flesh. rather than imposing rigid and strict methods. The proposed system introduced a general methodology that could be followed by anyone regardless of their circumstances. However, because of this less rigid framework, a great deal of responsibility was placed upon the individual. Each practitioner would first need to adapt the proposed methods to suit their own cultivation system and personal circumstances, tempering muscles to influence the bones beneath them and the flesh above them. To ensure that only the most optimal muscles are formed, each muscle fiber is systematically tempered using one's own internal energy, will, and intent, various sympathetic rare resources, earth, and finally one's conceptual understanding and comprehension of the laws, heaven. By the time man, earth, and heaven have been used to temper one's muscle fibers, what remains will be muscles capable of bearing the burden of man, the weight of the earth, and the will of the heavens. As the tempering improves, the muscle fibers will begin to glow with different shades to denote their ranks. The ranks are crimson, bronze, silver, gold, and then finally return to the original crimson. As Alex read up to this point, he suddenly experienced a strange sense of déjà vu. A similar concept flashed briefly through his mind. But because he could not yet point out a clear correlation between that concept and the one described in the scroll, he pushed the thought aside for the moment and continued reading. However, the deeper Alex read into the proposed man-earth-heaven fusion method, the louder his instincts began to scream at him. His reading speed suddenly increased. Scroll after scroll passed through his hands as he rapidly scanned through numerous documents. At this point, it was clear that he was no longer reading simply to absorb knowledge. Instead, he was searching for something specific. Then, found it. His eyes locked onto a particular scroll. He immediately opened it and began reading. A sigh slowly escaped his lips. "So, it is as I suspected," he muttered aloud. "It seems you have discovered my greatest failure at the end of my life." The heavenly venerable suddenly appeared beside him. "You created the combat warriors," Alex said. "No." The heavenly venerable shook his head. "I conceived the method, yes, but I did not involve myself in the mundane affairs of the world. I merely handed the method over to one of the holy lands." "Which one?" Alex asked. The heavenly venerable simply shook his head again. "It doesn't matter." "Not anymore," the old man replied cryptically. For a moment, he stared silently through the window, gazing at the distant sky. Several quiet moments passed before he turned his attention back to Alex. "I made the mistake of not including and strongly emphasizing the necessity of sterilizing the subjects," he said. "I overestimated those idiots from the Holy Land. I expected them to consider the consequences of arming and empowering a group of people whom they had enslaved for generations. It was obvious that once the troubled times passed, those people would inevitably turn against their masters and attempt to seize power. Not only did they fail to incorporate proper safeguards to keep the subjects in check, they even allowed the successfully produced subjects to reproduce." The old man's voice grew colder. Did they truly believe that people who had finally tasted power, in a world where powerful sorcerers like myself, who once kept the sorcery world in check, were no longer present to suppress them, would willingly return to being lowly slaves? Slaves to sorcerers whom they could now crush beneath their feet. The old man shook his head expressionlessly. Even if the so-called combat warriors did not betray the sorcerers directly, in the face of a threat that our traditional methods at the time could not handle, all they had to do was simply allow that threat to wipe out the sorcerers. After that, they, who could still reproduce, would simply repopulate the world. By not sterilizing the successful subjects, those fools left them with the ambition to replace sorcerers. And that is precisely what they did. Alex looked at the man, numerous questions surfacing in his mind. "You just said that you and the other sorcerers at your level were gone to face the threat. What exactly was this threat?" he asked. "It is not my place to tell you about that threat," the heavenly venerable replied. "Once you complete my trial, you will have the opportunity to discover it yourself, will you not?" Alex could only nod. "Then may I ask this instead? If you were already gone by the time of the Combat Warriors Rebellion, how do you know about it?" he asked. You are not the first candidate to appear within this talismanic field, the heavenly venerable replied calmly. Information about the outside world obtained by any one of us is shared with all of us. Deducing the most probable state of the outside world from scattered fragments of information gathered by the others can hardly be considered a challenge for someone on my level of intellect. Talk about humility. Alex resisted the urge to roll his eyes. The heavenly venerable stared at the youth directly. You are focusing on the wrong matter, he said. You must have noticed something far more important in that document, did you not? Or have I overestimated your intellect as well? That would be truly disappointing. Berserk humans, the reason they exist is because of the method used to create the original combat warriors, correct? Alex finally said. Instead of answering directly, the heavenly venerable asked, "Why do you think so?" Alex pondered briefly before replying. One of the base materials used to create the mutagen that granted the original combat warriors their cultivation potential was derived from the mutated genes of a Class 6 Berserk beast. I know from my own experiments tinkering with beast genomes that the mutagens produced by Berserk beasts, going by the details described in your scrolls characterizing the change in nature of beast genes after their contamination and subsequent conversion into Berserk beasts, are inheritable through progeny. Alex paused for a moment. Then he shifted his train of thought. First of all, I must admit that my knowledge of the subject is limited. At best, I am working from what little I was able to comprehend from the knowledge contained in the scrolls here. But here's my deduction. Your method introduced the existence of a genetic factor which, according to your theory, is responsible for the existence of cultivation talent. It would explain why two parents with cultivation talent have a higher chance of producing offspring with cultivation talent as well. In simple terms, there is a greater probability that the cultivation gene will be inherited by such offspring because there are simply more cultivation genes present within the pool of inheritable genes. Based on your research using various beasts, you deduce that beasts must possess a higher production rate of these genes than humans. That would explain why beasts display cultivation talent far more frequently than humans do. So you proposed extracting these genes from certain beasts and implanting them into humans who lack cultivation talent. However, you discovered that simply consuming beast blood was unable to transfer this talent, at least not efficiently or reliably. So you began attempting to identify and extract the specific genes responsible. But during your research, you discovered that these genes were embedded too deeply within the genetic structure of the test subjects. The methods available to extract them would degrade the genetic structure before the extraction could be completed. Alex looked directly at the expressionless old man before continuing. That was until Berserk beasts began appearing. You must have obtained a sample from a high-level Berserk beast. From that sample, you discovered that the Berserk corruption within them had altered their genetic structure in a unique way. The corruption forced their genetic code into a constant state of mutation, continuously reshaping itself under the influence of the Berserk property. This mutation must have degraded the genetic structure to the point where it became easier to obtain the required gene sequence from the beast's complete genetic pool. However, because the gene pool had already been contaminated by the Berserk property, the very factor that made the extraction possible in the first place, it would have been impossible to obtain the desired genetic material without also bringing along some of the corrupted sequences. Alex paused briefly, pondering the implications of his own reasoning before continuing to voice his thoughts aloud. Due to the unavoidable presence of the corrupted material, it would be impossible for the produced combat warriors not to carry that corrupted sequence somewhere within their genetic pool. From what I have read, it seems that during your era Berserk humans did not yet exist. It was only after the proliferation of combat warriors, and later their descendants, who inherited this cursed cultivation talent, that Berserk humans began to appear. As such, there can only be one logical conclusion. Alex's thoughtful expression gradually shifted into one of certainty as he looked directly at the expressionless old man. The Berserk property did not originally affect humans, only beasts. However, Once beast genes were introduced into humans to create combat warriors, the human genetic pool became exposed to the possibility of contamination. All combat warriors and all their descendants who inherited anything from their genetic lineage now carry a latent risk of berserk contamination. The more they are exposed to the berserk property, the more likely it becomes that the dormant corrupted sequence within their genetic code will activate. And when that happens, it triggers the transformation that gives rise to the berserk humans we see today. After presenting his conclusion, Alex waited for some form of reaction from the Heavenly Venerable. However, the old man remained completely expressionless. Did I miss something? The lack of response made Alex pause. He quickly retraced the logic of his deduction. Then suddenly, Alex's eyes flashed as realization dawned upon him. "US," he exclaimed inwardly. "My platoon members who are not natives of this plane also showed signs of berserk contamination. If my deduction about the contamination is correct, that shouldn't have happened. So either my deduction is wrong, or..." Alex looked back at the old man in horror. "The berserk property has adapted to human genes?" His voice quaked. "Go on," the Heavenly Venerable urged unexpectedly. Almost subconsciously, Alex continued. "The berserk property must have adapted to human genes. This probably traces back to the contaminated genetic material circulating within the gene pool of many humans on this plane. By coming into contact with these contaminated genetic sequences, over time the berserk property must have adapted until it could affect all humans and humanoids, regardless of whether they originally possessed the contaminated genetic material or not. In other words, this could grow beyond just a threat to Verdantis. If it spreads to other planes and worlds." Alex shivered unconsciously. "It seems you now understand the threat we faced and why we sacrificed everything to bring it down. And also why, should you choose to bear the burden of the legatee, you must do everything within your power to stop it." After saying this, the Heavenly Venerable turned away and walked back toward the window. "Finish reading the remaining scrolls. Surely you understand now why knowledge is so important. One person's folly can have consequences that spread across an entire civilization, even threaten the existence of an entire race within the universe. But by the same token, so too can the power of one person's intellect." Alex's expression grew more solemn than ever as he returned to the shelves and continued reading through the remaining scrolls. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, he finally finished reading every scroll and parchment within the hall. With that, the first half of the trial was complete. Alex walked over to the Heavenly Venerable to report his progress. Surprisingly, the Heavenly Venerable simply said, "You have passed the trial." Alex was stunned. "I thought there was a second half to the trial," he replied. "The second half of the trial was to see whether you could make use of the information and knowledge contained within the scrolls. And you have already done so successfully," the Heavenly Venerable replied. "Deducing the history and origin of the berserk humans." Realization dawned upon Alex. "Thank you for passing on your knowledge to me. I will ensure it reaches the hands of those who can make the best use of it, and that it is not used for the wrong purposes," Alex vowed. "The knowledge is now in your head. Do with it what you will. Whether you use it for good or evil is entirely your choice. It no longer has anything to do with me, someone who is already dead and has long since turned to dust," the Heavenly Venerable replied dismissively. "Off you go." With a casual wave of his hand, a spatial gate opened and engulfed Alex. "I played my role to the very end. It is now up to you to decide whether you will shoulder the burden of your generation, just as my companions and I once shouldered ours. Do not make that decision lightly." Just before he was teleported out of the trial space, the Heavenly Venerable's final advice, or perhaps warning, echoed in Alex's ears. "I won't," Alex replied inwardly as he was transported away. Moments later, he found himself standing once again before the physique steel. Standing beside the steel was the mysterious old man who guarded the steel mountain. Alex glanced around but did not see any of his companions. "You have been inside the trial for quite some time now. The others have already set off to find things to occupy themselves with. the mysterious old man explained. That's good, Alex nodded. Indeed, the old man replied with a nod of his own. Cool, me. Since you have completed all 7 trials of the heaven and the earth, you are now qualified to attempt the divergent trial of the heavens. With a wave of his hand, a previously hidden path suddenly appeared, winding further up the mountain. He led Alex along the path until they arrived before a final stele, smaller and seemingly less significant than the others. The stele of heavenly secrets, your final trial, the old man said. You may begin. Alex nodded and stepped forward. Behind him, the old man looked on solemnly. The divergent trial of the heavens, the darkest trial, the one that will reveal your truest nature. You who possesses the strongest potential to become the legatee of the heavens and the earth, let the heavens peer into your heart in the darkest moments. Alex sat down before the stele and sent his spiritual force into it. And thus, the final stele trial began. A black-haired, middle-aged man rode atop an emaciated horse, his head hanging low. If not for his faint, ragged breaths, one might have mistaken him for a corpse slumped in the saddle. Suddenly, a cloud of dust swept past, and the man instinctively drew in a breath. Cough dash! His head snapped up as he choked, coughing violently as the dust filled his lungs. The bitter taste of ash coated his tongue. His eyes opened, revealing deep crimson pupils. They gleamed like polished gemstones, yet beneath that beauty lay an unmistakable melancholy. The man lifted his gaze to the sky and the land beyond. What greeted him was a world in ruin. The sky was the color of rusted iron. The wind carried the stench of decay, and the land itself was utterly lifeless. There was no sign of flora nor traces of fauna, not even the faintest movement of insects. There was nothing, no sound of life at all, save for the labored breaths of the man and his ragged party. Just silence. Around him, mounted on equally starved and skeletal horses, rode 5 other soldiers. Like the black-haired man, their armor was cracked and worn. Their cloaks hung stiff with dried blood, and their faces were gaunt, the faces of men who had not known proper rest in weeks. Noticing movement from a man at their head, one of them called out cautiously, "Captain!" The man's voice, when he tried to respond, was dry and hoarse. The black-haired man, their captain, turned his head, looking at each of them in turn. There was confusion in his eyes, but also recognition. The other soldiers released a collective breath of relief. "You had us worried, Captain. We thought the corruption might have taken you as well," one of them said. At that moment, memories surged through the captain's mind. Once, this world had been lush and thriving, rich with life in both flora and fauna. But then, disaster had struck. No one knew its true origin. All they knew was that something that could only be described as a plague had swept across the world, erasing all life in its path. Not just beasts, not just plants, everything. Even the smallest microorganisms had not been spared. The only sanctuary that remained was the Empire. There, the Grand Mages had managed to erect a vast protective barrier, a shield that enveloped the entire Empire, halting the plague at its borders. But it was only a temporary measure, nothing more than a desperate attempt to buy time. The Grand Mages had issued a grim warning that the barrier would not hold forever. To find a true solution, they required a prime sample from the very source of the plague. Only then could they hope to understand it and create a cure. For this purpose, a grand expeditionary army was assembled, comprising the Empire's finest soldiers, equipped with the best gear and mounts the Empire could provide. Thousands departed from the Empire's borders, marching towards the source of the plague, as deduced by the Grand Mages. The journey to Ground Zero was anything but peaceful. As the world's biosphere eroded, it brought with it catastrophic environmental changes, transforming once beautiful, breathtaking landscapes into forbidden fields of death. Many lost their lives as the environment shifted suddenly and violently, turning entire regions into death zones before anyone could react. But beyond the hostile environment, there was another major cause of casualties within the expedition: deranged beasts. It turned out that the plague did not kill all life equally. Some creatures descended into madness before death claimed them. Many powerful beasts lost their sanity in the face of their impending demise and sought to drag others down with them. Since these beasts stood in their path to ground zero, the expeditionary force had no choice but to confront them, resulting in losses that rivaled, if not exceeded, those caused by the environment itself. Eventually, the expedition succeeded in reaching ground zero and obtaining the origin sample. But the cost was devastating. The army of thousands had been reduced to 6. A mere 6 survivors now bore the burden of crossing the ruined land to return the origin sample to the Empire so that the Grand Mages could decipher a solution to the plague. Fortunately, most active threats along their return path had already perished, and the land had settled into a grim, lifeless stillness. All that remained was the journey back. Yet even that was far from simple. The captain's hand instinctively moved to the satchel hanging at his side. Inside it rested a sealed crystal container, and within that container was a swirling black mass. The origin sample, the very object for which thousands of the Empire's finest soldiers had given their lives. The same object that this final group of 6 now had to deliver at any cost. For the survival of the Empire, and whatever remained of their world, the group traveled for hours in silence. They were too exhausted, too starved to waste what little energy they had on conversation. The landscape remained unchanged throughout their journey. Endless dead earth, lifeless rivers, and dunes of ash and dust where forests had once stood. The group hungered, but there was nothing remotely resembling food to be found. Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably heavy, one of the soldiers, Bryn, spoke. "You smell that." "Smell what?" Another soldier replied weakly. "Nothing," Brendan said. For no apparent reason, the entire group chuckled. There was nothing funny about what had been said, but each of them understood they needed the laughter. Even if it was hollow, even if it was forced, beneath those weak chuckles, however, they all recognized the truth. They had a problem. Dead land and dead waters meant no life. And no life meant no food. The plague had been so thorough that not even water could be found, clean or otherwise. The youngest among them, Eli, finally asked, "How far to the Empire?" The captain replied instinctively, "At least 8 days." Silence fell upon the squad once more. A heavier silence than before. With no food or water, even with their cultivation, they had at most 2 days of strength left. Nightfall came faster than expected. The squad made camp around the remnants of a dead fire pit. There was nothing to burn, nothing to cook, so they sat in a circle, like ghosts. One of them, Torvar, finally voiced what all of them had been thinking. "We're not going to make it back at this rate." No one argued. They were far too exhausted to deny the obvious. Torvar weakly gestured towards the horses. "There's meat, food there. That would only buy the 6 of us 2 days at most," Brendan muttered. "Not to mention, we'd have to complete the rest of the journey on foot," the captain added. "And in our current condition, that's not happening." "Too bad the pace they gave us is only edible for the horses," Eli said. He stared at the ration bar in his hand and swallowed unconsciously. "You could give it a try," Brendan said with a faint smirk. "When you kick the bucket, we'll eat your horse in your honor." "You can keep quiet if you don't have a better idea," Torvar shot back, giving him a sidelong glance. "There's no need to shoot down everyone else's suggestions." Brendan shrugged lightly. "I don't need to come up with ideas. That's the captain's job." He turned towards their leader. "Cap, I'm sure you've got something in mind. Don't keep us in suspense." The soldiers all turned to look at their captain. The black-haired, middle-aged man felt the weight of their gazes settle upon him. He did have a solution, but it would require him to make a very dark choice. The captain remained silent for nearly 5 full minutes, weighing their options over and over again. It wasn't that he couldn't see the obvious choice. It was that the obvious choice was not one he could easily make. Eventually, he could no longer deceive himself. They did not have multiple options. In truth, they only had one. "We don't need 6 people to deliver the sample," the captain said. His words lingered in the air like poison as realization dawned upon his squad. No one spoke. That was until Brendan laughed. A dry, broken sound. Well, I'll be damned, Cap. You actually came up with a solution, he said with a grim grin. The others nodded as well. The captain's eyes trembled. No one rejected his unthinkable proposal. In fact, they accepted it. That was the most horrifying part. Torvar nodded, scratching his beard. Indeed, as long as one of us makes it back with the sample, the scholars and mages can create a cure, and this damned plague will end. But what if none of us make it back? Eli asked quietly. Then the world ends with us, the captain replied. Silence fell once more, heavier than before. Eli closed his eyes for a moment, letting the truth settle deep within him. Then he opened them again. This time, they burned with quiet determination. Then that settles it, doesn't it? Yeah, Torvar nodded. The others followed suit. The question now is, Brendan glanced around the group. How do we decide the order? All eyes turned to the captain. The man stared at the dead fire pit for a moment before finally speaking. We'll draw lots. He reached into his pouch and pulled out 6 iron nails. With a casual motion, he snapped one, making it slightly shorter than the rest. The one who draws the shortest is chosen. Torvar snorted. Fair enough. The last man standing had better be the best rider, or we are all screwed, Brendan added darkly. Then again, we'll all be dead anyways. As the others shot him glares, none of them noticed their captain subtly marking the short nail. Soon, the lots were drawn. The one who drew the shortest nail was Eli, the youngest among them. The young man stared at the nail in his hand for a long time. Then, he let out a weak laugh. Well, that's that. Torvar placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Sorry, kid, he said quietly. Eli wiped at his eyes. No, it's fine. He turned to the captain. The scholars will find a cure with this sample. Right? Yes, the captain replied firmly. Eli nodded. Good. He stood up and walked towards his horse. Thanks for everything, buddy, he said, gently stroking its neck. Then he turned back to the others. Make it quick. The horse died first. Then Eli knelt. No one spoke. The captain stepped forward and drew his blade himself. The young man looked up at him, then at the others. Whoever makes it back, don't let them forget our sacrifice. With those final words, the blade fell. Days passed. Each time, the ritual repeated. Horse, then rider. Butchered meat. Survival bought for a few more days. The conversations within the squad grew fewer, but darker. The second sacrifice was Torvar. Torvar laughed as he sharpened the knife himself. You know, I used to hate the bland stew they served us in the army, especially on campaigns, he said. I never thought I'd end up as an even blander stew. Shut up. You'll ruin the taste, Bren replied dryly. Torvar grinned. Promise me, you bastards. You'd better eat everything. We will, the others said. Torvar exhaled, relieved. Good. Once again, the captain stepped forward and took on the role of butcher himself, refusing to let anyone else stain their hands. The third sacrifice, the fourth, and then at last, only 2 remained. The captain and Bryn, the dark joker. They sat beside the last remaining horse, the captain's. The knife lay between them, untouched. The captain, who had personally butchered his men one by one, had finally reached his limit. Bryn let out a long sigh. Seeing you like this now, Captain, I can't help but find it ironic, he said. What is? The captain asked hoarsely. I think you planned this. No, I know you did. The captain remained silent. Bryn smiled faintly. I'm not blaming you, he said. I understand. The captain slowly lifted his gaze. Someone had to make it back, Bryn continued. He reached for the knife, then tossed it toward the captain. I just hope this world was worth all of this, he said quietly. Make sure it was worth it. With trembling hands, the captain carried it out. 3 days later, he rode alone. Starving, half mad, and yet, against all odds, he reached the gates of the Empire. He collapsed at the border garrison, his body finally giving out. The guards had to carry him inside. Even unconscious, he refused to let go. It took the voice of a familiar mage, the leader of the scholars tasked with deciphering the source, to finally pry the sealed crystal containing the origin sample from his cold, emaciated hands. Once the scholars received the sample, they set to work immediately. And, fortunately, they succeeded. A cure was developed. The world was saved. Against all odds, the soldiers had fulfilled their mission. The sample had been delivered, and with it came the means to end the plague. Naturally, everyone wanted to know how they had done it. So, when the inevitable question was asked, "How did you survive?" the captain looked around at those gathered before him. The emperor, ministers, nobles, and aristocrats, wealthy merchants, the most powerful and influential figures within the empire. He could have lied. He could have embellished his own role, painted himself as a hero. But instead, "We rationed," he said simply. And without withholding anything, the man recounted their harrowing journey from beginning to end. He spoke of everything, even the gruesome sacrifices that made the delivery of the origin sample possible. The details spread across the empire like wildfire. Shock turned to horror. Horror turned to whispers. Whispers turned to murmurs. And then came the accusations. Monster, cannibal, butcher. Now that the plague was gone, now that they were safe, the people demanded justice. Justice for the animal who had committed such acts. The captain was arrested, imprisoned, thrown into the depths of a dungeon, and left to rot for what he had done. Years passed. The captain now stood upon the execution platform. Before him stretched a sea of people, their numbers reaching as far as the eye could see, all gathered to witness his death. Unbeknownst to them all, the man who had once been broken by starvation and exhaustion had not only recovered, he had grown stronger, far stronger. As he looked out at the guards, the nobles, the crowd, he realized something. At some point, without anyone noticing, he had become the strongest man in the world. If he wished, he could kill everyone present and walk away. Yet, as the crowd hurled insults and curses at him, he did not resist. He did not move. He knelt as commanded by the executioner. A priest stepped forward and stood beside him. "Do you regret your actions?" the priest asked. "No," the man replied calmly, standing bare before the crowd. "Why?" the priest pressed. The man did not answer immediately. Instead, he lifted his gaze to the sky. It was blue clear, a stark contrast to the rusted iron heavens he had witnessed years ago. After a moment, he lowered his head and looked back at the priest. "Because the mission succeeded." With those words, he calmly placed his head upon the guillotine. And then, the blade fell. The captain found himself within a vast, white void. Then, an unfamiliar, yet somehow familiar, old man mysteriously appeared before him. The old man pointed at the captain. In the next instant, the man's form shifted. The captain was no longer the captain. He was Alex Fury. His memories surged back into his mind like a broken dam. "Why did you arrange things so that you were the only one who survived?" the mysterious old man asked. "Because I understand people better than they did," Alex replied calmly. "They died believing their names would be remembered as heroes. But as the sole survivor, I alone know the true face of the people they saved. Heroes are only valued during times of crisis. Once the crisis ends, those same heroes are often the first to be cast aside, because they serve as reminders of a past people would rather forget." He paused briefly before continuing. "And I did what I did because someone had to carry the sin. What we did was necessary to save the world. But it would fall upon the survivor to bear the burden of how they survived. None of them could carry that weight. Only I could. The young man who knew nothing had to go first. Then the kind-hearted man who hid a soft heart beneath a hardened exterior. Then the two soldiers through and through. And finally, the disillusioned man who wore the mask of a dark joker." Alex's voice remained steady. "Compared to them, I was the only one who could bear the sin and retain my sanity. And more importantly, I was the only one who could face the betrayal waiting at home. The betrayal I expected. No, the betrayal I knew would come." The mysterious old man did not comment on his answer. Instead, he asked another question. "You had the power to eliminate all your accusers and conquer the world. Why didn't you?" Alex paused. For a brief moment, a memory from his past life surfaced. A time when he had worked alongside special operations personnel from his country's military, testing one of his company's products. During that discussion, he had asked the soldiers whether they had ever done something they regretted in the name of service. They all answer yes. But none of them were willing to reveal exactly what they had done. He then asked if they would choose differently, if time could be reversed, if they were returned to that exact moment, the moment of the act they were not proud of, would they stop themselves? Their answer was the same. No, they would do it again. When he asked why, every one of them gave the same response. Because I was a soldier, Alex said to the old man, echoing the words from his memory. I was a soldier, and I carried out my duties to the best of my ability, he continued. On one hand, I do not believe they were entirely wrong. You indeed could call me a monster, a butcher, a cannibal. Even if I did it to save the world, what I did was still a grave crime, and punishment was due, which is exactly what happened. He paused briefly. On the other hand, if I had denied their accusations and then wiped out everyone who opposed me, I would have proven their claims true. I would have become the very monster they accused me of being. In essence, the best choice available to me was to fall back on my duty and accept the reality of the situation. There's a saying from my home world, from the military, this is no place for heroes. This is no place for a better man. If you're looking to be a hero, go home. Alex's gaze remained steady. I was never looking to be a hero. So whether the world sees me as a hero or a villain, it does not matter. What matters is that I fulfill my mission, that I save the world. Because of that, they now have the luxury to either praise me or condemn me. So, because of your duty as a soldier, you chose to accept the accusations, the burden, and the condemnation that came with your actions? The old man asked. Alex nodded. That, and the fact that a leader cannot, and should not, escape the consequences of even a victory. He must bear them. Alex sighed and shook his head. The final trial had been a somber one. By sealing away his memories and allowing only his most instinctive nature to surface, Alex had been forced to make decisions he would truly, inherently, make in such a dark situation. It was often said that one could not truly claim to be a good person until confronted with a dire circumstance. In such a moment, would one act solely for oneself, or choose a higher calling, placing others above all else? But beyond the question of what choice Alex would make, the trial had revealed something deeper. It exposed the lens through which he viewed the world, and how little faith he placed in the integrity of many others. Even without returning home, he had already made the decision for them. He had taken that choice out of their hands. He could argue that he had prepared for the worst while hoping for the best. But was that truly the case? Or was there something darker beneath that reasoning? The mysterious old man studied the youth in silence for a long while. The divergent trial of heavenly secrets had been designed to reveal the true nature of a potential legatee. The battle ahead was not one that a weak-willed individual could endure. Yet at the same time, it was not something an overly cold or dispassionate person could be entrusted with either. At the very least, it can be confirmed that he will stand until the very end, the old man thought. Crack dash, shatter. With a wave of his hand, the world around them fractured and collapsed. In the next moment, they found themselves once again before the steel. The air between them was heavy, solemn. The old man gestured toward a small courtyard pavilion to the right of the steel. Alex followed. The two sat opposite each other beneath the pavilion. I will now answer the questions you wish to ask, the old man said. Alex nodded, his expression calm yet serious. First, allow me to introduce myself. For most of my life, I stood at the pinnacle of my realm. I was the one beneath the heavens. Then, shortly before my death, I broke through to the 8th circle and became the one who transcended the heavens. The old man's gaze deepened. You may address me as the One Heaven Sorcerer. The old man paused briefly after introducing himself, then continued. In my era, the 7th circle was the limit of our plane, but I was convinced that I could break through that limitation. To achieve this, I searched everywhere, from the highest mountains across the 5 continents to the deepest waters of the 3 great oceans. I roamed every forbidden land and explored every hidden heaven. And in the end, I found a way. A wry smile formed on one heaven's lips. Within one of the plane's hidden heavens, After fighting my way through beasts I believed to be remnants of an ancient era, I reached a sealed grotto. Within that grotto, I discovered a totem, one that seemed to detail the method to achieve transcendence. Hidden heavens? Beasts from a bygone era. That sounds like a planar subspace, similar to the Sanctuary subspace Masters sent me to before, Alex mused. Thanks to that totem, I came to a realization. One heaven continued. The reason I could not find a path to the 8th circle anywhere within our plane, the reason I could not ascend, was because the 8th circle required one to transcend their origin plane. And so, I resolved to do exactly that, following the instructions recorded upon the totem stele. The old man continued his narration. A faint trace of anger, and something deeper, more melancholic, flickered within his eyes. I brought the stele back to my sect, the Heaven Secret Sect. With the full support and resources of the sect, I constructed the ritual platform required to connect myself to a heavenly law, one that surpassed any I had previously encountered or mastered. I succeeded, and through that ritual, I came into contact with one of the supreme laws of the universe. His voice grew heavier, the supreme law of destiny. Because of that, I transcended the limits of my plane, becoming its first known 8th circle sorcerer. And in doing so, our plane earned the right to ascend and be recognized among the higher-ranked planes. I see. So that's why we evaluated this plane to a level comparable to Pangea. At one point, thanks to this old man -1 heaven, it might have risen to indeed stand at the same level as Pangea. The question now is, why did it fall? Alex didn't have to wait long for an answer. In the next moment, old man 1 heaven revealed the truth. It was during this period of progression, with my admittedly limited comprehension of the law of destiny, that I realized something was wrong. Not just with myself, but with the plane itself. We had fallen into a nefarious trap. The totem I discovered was not a relic of a bygone era, as I had initially believed. Rather, it was a foreign object, one that had infiltrated our plane long ago. It did not guide me towards higher heavenly laws. That was merely an accident. In truth, its real purpose was far more insidious. It acted as a beacon, a signal, revealing the location of our plane to a dangerous entity. What entity? Alex asked, unable to hold himself back. Guemo, old man 1 heaven answered. His name is Guemo, a veteran 8th circle existence, one who cultivates by devouring the fortune of worlds during their moments of ascension. The air grew heavier. For any plane, whether young or ancient, weak or powerful, the act of promotion places it in its most vulnerable state. In that moment, its energy, its laws, and its fortune become exposed. And that is when predators like him strike. They plunder everything, for themselves or for the benefit of their own planes. A faint coldness entered the old man's tone. This is precisely why the will of the heavens nurtures and strengthens its denizens, so that when the time comes, when the plane undergoes its own evolution, its people can rise to defend it and repay that investment. However, due to Gumo's schemes, Verdantis was forced to progress while its defenses were not yet ready. While I was still coming to terms with my newfound rank, Gumo arrived. He did not come alone. He came with an army, and he struck. In that moment of crisis, I, along with the other heroes of the plane, stepped forward to confront the threat. With the support of the plane itself, we were able to hold back Gumo's forces. But the old man's expression darkened. We failed to realize that Gumo had already set other plans into motion. A subtle, simmering rage twisted across his face. The news of my successful breakthrough spread, and with it, the truth that I had obtained the totem from a hidden heaven. Despite my attempts to explain that the totem was not the true cause of my ascension, that it was merely a catalyst for my realization of the path, no one believed me, least of all the Holy Lands. This was mostly due to the animosity and hostility that already existed between them and my sect, the hegemon of the plane at the time. In an attempt to dispel suspicion and unite the plane against a common enemy, I made a grave mistake. I presented the totem before a gathering of the strongest sorcerers in the world. He paused. What I did not realize was that the totem was a truly twisted artifact, one that revealed different knowledge to different individuals based on their hearts and their ambitions. While many saw the same path that I had seen, another group received something entirely different. A new path, a path outside of sorcery. Deification, Alex said, realization dawning. Indeed, Old Man One Heaven replied with a slow nod. After that gathering, a united front was formed. All Fourth Circle and above sorcerers marched to confront Gu-Mo and his army. But what we did not know was that those who had received the cursed knowledge from the totem had already begun to practice it in secret. After 50 years of war, just as we believed the stalemate had begun to tilt in our favor, Gu-Mo made his move. He launched an all-out assault on our plane, committing every force at his disposal, feigning it as a final, desperate, all-or-nothing attempt to seize victory. Wait, feigning. Alex immediately caught the implication. Indeed, Old Man One Heaven nodded. The assault was nothing more than a decoy, a calculated ploy to hold our attention while the traders completed their cultivation of the deification method. Alex frowned. Why would Gu-Mo, an external invader, want the people of Runic to become deities? Shouldn't he have tried to stop them instead? There were many layers to his scheme, One Heaven replied. But at that moment, the most critical objective was simple: to introduce deity cultivation into our heaven. His tone grew colder. Up until that point, faith-based cultivation did not exist in Runic. Sorcery was the only path recognized by the heavens. There were primitive tribes that practiced worship, but their totems were not acknowledged by the world itself. It was only when those fools, no, those traitors completed the method and endured the tribulation together, while Gu-Mo's forces kept us occupied, that deity cultivation became acknowledged by the heavens. Alex's brows furrowed deeper. Why? Why would Gu-Mo go this far? Just to establish a new cultivation path in Runic. Old Man One Heaven's gaze sharpened, because only then could he unleash his true power. A heavy silence followed. It turns out that the only reason we were able to resist him and his army was because he could not establish his full strength under the laws of Runic. But the moment deity cultivation was established, that restriction disappeared. Realization flashed across Alex's eyes. You mean Dash? One Heaven gave a slow, confirming nod. Gu-Mo is a deity cultivator. Gu-Mo is a deity cultivator. After making that revelation, Old Man One Heaven fell silent for a moment. Then, instead of continuing, he shifted the conversation. What do you know about deity cultivation? He asked. Very little, to be honest, Alex admitted. Details regarding the Navi, that is, deity cultivators and their methods, are strictly controlled in my home world. You could say it is forbidden knowledge. Anyone caught attempting to study or practice, it is hunted down and executed by any and all nearby professionals, regardless of affiliation. Old Man One Heaven nodded, as though both agreeing with and appreciating such a strict stance. But this is what I do know from what little I was able to uncover given my position and rank, Alex continued. The Navi are essentially described as parasites. They exploit the belief and devotion of their worshippers, using it to siphon off their followers' providence, their fate and fortune, to elevate their own cultivation. They are able to hijack and distort the cultivation paths of their followers, shaping their progression according to their own will. At first, their worshippers experience rapid growth along this granted path of power, simply by deepening their devotion. But as they progress, that growth begins to slow. Deliberately, the Navi will never allow a follower to approach their level of power, and when that stagnation occurs, it is framed as a failure of devotion. So the worshippers are driven to act, to deepen their faith, to pursue greater achievements, all in an attempt to regain favor. Yet in doing so, they only increase their own providence, which is then harvested by the Navi. It is referred to as the farming approach. Alex's expression grew slightly colder. As a warning to those tempted to pursue deity cultivation, despite the punishments and restrictions placed upon it, there's a saying in my world. The Navi are far from the all-powerful beings they claim to be. They are false deities, entities whose very nature is shaped and limited by the beliefs of their followers. If a Navi is not careful, they may eventually lose themselves to the very ideals imposed upon them by their worshippers. He continued, a deity that is shaped by and dependent upon the beliefs of its followers cannot truly be all-powerful. Such a being can only be a false god, unworthy of worship. Instead, we believe that the only entity worthy of worship would be the creator of everything in the universe. However, since we do not know how to worship him, we instead devote ourselves to cultivation. For it is said that by understanding the laws of the plane and eventually the laws of the universe, one may begin to glimpse his majesty and attain enlightenment of his existence. Alex paused, reflecting on his own words. Then he gave a small nod. That is about as far as my confirmed knowledge goes. Anything beyond that is mostly speculation I have gathered through limited exposure to the practice since arriving on your plane. Old Man One Heaven nodded. Then, without warning, he asked, what is faith? Why does it exist? Alex blinked, visibly caught off guard. For a moment, he had no answer. Seeing his reaction, One Heaven pressed further. Let us assume your people are correct, that there exists a creator of all things. And by your own definition, such a being would be truly all-powerful. If that is the case, then such an existence would have no need for faith. After all, faith itself will be something he created. So tell me, why create faith at all? And more importantly, why allow the existence of deity cultivation? His gaze sharpened slightly. For conventional cultivation, one could argue that all paths ultimately lead to the same end, the understanding of the universal laws. And through that understanding, one may gain awareness of his existence. But if that is true, what purpose does deity cultivation serve within that framework? The question struck deeper than Alex expected. It was not merely philosophical. It challenged the very foundation of belief, cultivation, and existence itself. Alex fell into silence. Deep thought overtook him. The old man did not interrupt. In truth, he had not expected an answer. Even after centuries of existence, it was only in the twilight of his life that he had begun to touch upon such questions. Yet now, watching the youth before him fall into genuine contemplation, a hint of curiosity flickered within his eyes. He wanted to see it. What answer would this young mind produce? Free will, Alex said at last. Every sentient being is granted the will to choose, the freedom to believe, and it is from this freedom that faith is born. The Creator may have brought everything into existence, but he did not bind all things to a singular, unchangeable fate. Instead, he allowed for the existence of fate and fortune, systems through which beings may, to some extent, influence their own paths. In essence, this framework makes the existence of both good and evil possible. What we perceive as evil does not occur because the Creator is evil, nor because he permits evil in the conventional sense. It occurs because he has granted free will, and with that freedom, his creations possess the capacity to choose, to act in ways that are deemed either good or evil. Alex's voice remained steady. Following that logic, if free will exists, then so too must the possibility of choosing one path over another. Whether that be the orthodox path of traditional cultivation or the divergent path of deity cultivation. That is, Old Man One Heaven paused slightly, a trace of surprise surfacing in his voice. An interesting perspective. It was not something he had ever considered, or something he had ever heard. Alex, however, was not surprised by his reaction. It was not that his reasoning was particularly revolutionary. Rather, in fact, it was intuitive. Faith and deity cultivation were relatively foreign concepts to Verdantis prior to Gumo's arrival. As such, Even the greatest minds of the plane had not deeply explored the philosophical foundations behind them. Old Man One Heaven continued, "Your viewpoint is indeed refreshing. However, it does not fully answer my question. You have framed faith as a passive consequence of belief. But faith is more than that. It is active." Alex's expression sharpened slightly. He sensed that something important was about to be revealed. "Please enlighten me," he said. "Faith," Old Man One Heaven began slowly, "is the determining factor in whether a plane survives its tribulation or is destroyed. A plane that follows the wrong line of faith will inevitably perish." A heavy silence settled between them. In other words, a plane steeped in deity cultivation is fated for destruction. Alex's eyes widened. The implication struck him immediately. "How can you be so certain?" he asked. "After the group of false deities introduced deity cultivation into the heavens of Verdantis, Gumo seized the opportunity to infiltrate our world. Gumo was not an ordinary deity cultivator. He had already transcended many of the conventional limitations imposed upon such beings prior to transcendence. He did not require a fixed body of followers. Instead, his divinity spread through fear. As long as fear existed within the hearts of living beings before him, his divine energy would extend into them, and with it, his access to their fate and their fortune. A chill crept into the air. To establish that foothold, Gumo unleashed a plague upon Verdantis. It spread rapidly through the beasts of the land, driving them into madness. Even the Dragon Emperor lost control over them. The chaos, the panic, the fear generated across the world became the very fuel Gumo required. With it, he gathered enough divine energy, enough providence to strike at the very core of our heaven, its faith pool. Old Man One Heaven paused briefly before continuing. "You were correct in one regard," he said. "A true deity has no need for worship or faith. It is we who require faith. And as you also said, faith is born from belief. Before Gumo's arrival, we did not practice religion. But through our cultivation, through sorcery, we developed a deep reverence for the world, and at the back of our minds, for the entity responsible for its existence. What we failed to realize was that this reverence was itself a form of belief, a belief that gave rise to faith, and that faith was directed towards our heaven. The same faith our heaven used to gather the collective providence of the entire plane to elevate itself in rank and to bring us closer to the universal truth. Realization dawned upon Alex. Then, to answer the question you posed earlier, the Creator did not create faith for his worship. He created it as a system, a framework through which the natural order, the heavens of each plane could strengthen themselves and provide greater opportunities for their denizens. Then, those who practice deity cultivation are disruptors of that system. They divert what was meant for all and claim it for themselves, bringing ruin to the plane and its denizens in the process. Alex looked to the old man and asked grimly, "Is this correct?" Old Man One Heaven nodded slowly. "Indeed, with my limited understanding of the supreme law of destiny, I came to realize that Gumo's actions had triggered a catastrophic tribulation upon Verdantis. And if left unchecked, our plane would not survive. A fate that would mean the destruction of the world itself and the extinction of all who inhabit it." Old Man One Heaven continued. "I immediately gathered all Emperor-level powerhouses of the plane, those at the 7th Circle, to confront Gumo before he could completely strip the plane of its fate and fortune. Due to the urgency and the lack of time, all we could do was issue a warning to the false deities regarding the consequences of their actions. We also assigned our subordinates to monitor them. Then, using my authority as the strongest being on the plane, I claimed the heavenly mandate, and with it, I entered the heavenly realm, the very soul space of our plane's consciousness, to confront Gumo directly. For a brief moment, a storm of emotions flickered across the old man's usually composed expression. Anger, melancholy, and something deeper, harder to name. One after another, Emperor-level powerhouses fell. Guillemot and his forces were relentless. Worse still, due to the recent emergence of deity cultivation, the plane's consciousness itself was thrown into disarray. It did not understand this new system, nor did it know how to defend against it. No safeguards had yet been formed, and that weakness became an opening. An opening that Guillemot exploited without hesitation. He invaded the heavens themselves and drew close to the will of the plane. His intention was clear: to corrupt it, to seize control at the very root, and in doing so, ensure the complete downfall of Verdantis. A heavy silence followed. By the time I reached the will, with what remained of my companions, the corruption had already begun. His voice grew heavier. Left with no other choice, I made my decision. I merged with what remained of the plane's will. In using the combined providence and the very essence and being of the Emperor-level powerhouses who stood with me, I destroyed the will of the heavens, severing it from the plane itself. Then, I temporarily replaced it, thus halting Guillemot's advance. For a brief moment, pure rage flashed across his eyes. However, those false deities, intoxicated by the power they now wielded, ignored our warnings. Instead, they deliberately spread the seeds of Guillemot's corruption across the plane. And with the spread of that corruption came the corruption of the very essence of our world, sorcery itself. To prevent sorcery from being completely tainted, I was forced to withdraw a portion of the power I had been using to suppress Guillemot and redirect it to sever the corruption from sorcery's providence. But that decision came at a cost. In doing so, sorcerers lost their ability to cast spells as they once did. I was forced to create a new method of spell casting dash. Hand signs, or rather, seal forming. Realization struck Alex. Yes, Old Man One Heaven nodded. But before I could disseminate that knowledge to the surviving sorcerers, the false deities made their move first. They spread word that sorcery could no longer combat the plague, and that only through worship of them could salvation be achieved. They used the crisis to expand their faith. Alex's eyes widened with anger. Indeed, One Heaven confirmed calmly. These parasites truly know no bounds. Alex thought inwardly. But that was not all, the old man continued. They also persuaded the combat warriors, created through the Heavenly Venerables method, to turn against the sorcerers and fight on their behalf. With that, the sorcerers were driven back, forced into the minor heavens controlled by each of the holy lands. As my final act for the sorcerer world, using my bond with the heavens, I altered the entry requirements of those minor heavens. I barred all beings carrying even a trace of divinity from entering. So that's how the sorcery holy land survived until now. Alex murmured inwardly. Not only the clergy who worshipped the false deities, even the combat warriors and their descendants were excluded by that single move. After all, their bodies carry corrupted genes derived from berserk beasts, whose origins can ultimately be traced back to Guillemot's divinity. At this point, the conclusion became undeniable. The so-called berserk property was, in truth, a manifestation of Guillemot's divinity, which means the old man wasn't able to finish off Guillemot when he had the chance, Alex surmised. Unfortunately, Old Man One Heaven continued, due to the many measures I had to take to prevent Verdantis from falling into the hands of the false deities, an outcome no different from surrendering it to Guillemot. I no longer possessed the strength required to eradicate him completely. I was left with no choice but to seal him. His voice grew heavier, but I knew that such a measure would only ever be temporary. With the corruption of the will of heaven, and the seeds of his corruption already spread by the traitors, it was inevitable that Guillemot would rise again. And so I took more drastic measures. I destroyed the 4 continents that had already been thoroughly corrupted, and used what remained of them to expand the last remaining continent. Upon that final landmass, I constructed the Heaven-Earth Concordance Formation. I connected this formation to the plane's heaven itself. Then, by drawing upon the plane's fortune as fuel, I embedded a beacon within the stream of destiny. A call, meant to attract an individual who could become the legatee of a new era and complete what we began. Then, to ensure the worthiness of such an individual, I used my connection to the heavens to preserve the remnants of those who fought alongside me. Phantoms of the Emperor-level powerhouses who gave their all to defend this plane. They would serve as examiners for the chosen successor. That is why a phantom such as myself, a remnant of a bygone age, can stand before you now to recount the truth of the past. Alex's eyes narrowed slightly. So, you're saying it wasn't mere coincidence that my party arrived on Verdantis? He asked. Not entirely, Old Man One Heaven replied, shaking his head. I never intended the call to be answered in the form of outsiders, nor can I fully discern the mechanism by which said outsiders cross into our plane despite the guard around it due to the dawn of its tribulation. But I am certain of one thing. You were guided, in some manner, by the hand of destiny, as response to the beacon I left behind within its stream. Alex fell silent. He took a moment to digest everything he had just heard. The weight of it all, the scale, the implications. Eventually, he spoke again. If I were to accept this legacy of yours, what exactly would be required of me? His tone turned dry. I hope you're not expecting me to go up against a Class 8 transcendent entity, along with several Class 7 Navi. A faint, wry smile tugged at his lips. You are aware that I'm only at Class 2, aren't you? Old Man One Heaven shook his head. The conflict against the traitors and the outsider is not one that can be resolved through direct confrontation. Even if you were to reach the 8th circle, as I once did, you would still struggle to defeat them. You must first obtain the heavenly mandate. Only with the mandate can you ascend into the heavenly realm and form a bond with the reborn consciousness of the plane. And only through that bond can you wield the will of heaven itself to vanquish these foes. Alex folded his arms, his expression turning indifferent. And why, he asked, should I go through all of this trouble? Because destiny brought me here? He gave a faint shake of his head. I'm afraid I'm not a hero. I've seen what kind of person you are. Old Man One Heaven replied calmly. And I'm not asking you to be one. Instead, I am offering you a transaction, a series of benefits in exchange for accepting this legacy. Alex's gaze sharpened slightly. What kind of benefits? He asked. First, the old man began, I will impart to you the method I devised to create the seal-forming spell-casting system for sorcery. Alex's expression remained largely unchanged. He was not particularly impressed. He was, after all, uncertain how such knowledge would truly benefit him. Second, One Heaven continued, the legacy itself is a method of gathering the power of many to empower one. With it, it may not be impossible for you to confront an 8th circle opponent, even while remaining at the 2nd circle. This time, Alex's eyes widened, if only slightly. But just as quickly, he suppressed the reaction. Old Man One Heaven caught it. A faint glint passed through his eyes. Without hesitation, he dropped the final bait. There are other, lesser benefits, but I believe this is the one that will interest you the most. He smiled as he revealed, if you accept the legacy and successfully form a bond with the plane's consciousness, then the entire plane will fall under your control. What? For a brief moment, Alex's mind went blank upon hearing Sorcerer One Heaven's offer. Is that even possible? He asked. The notion that a single individual, regardless of strength, could take control of an entire plane, it sounded absurd and unbelievable. Sorcerer One Heaven simply nodded. As long as you successfully obtain the heavenly mandate through the legacy and form a bond with the plane's consciousness, then yes, it is possible. He continued, the legacy teaches you how to mobilize the collective power of heaven and earth. The heavenly mandate grants you the highest authority within and beneath the heavens. As for the plane's consciousness, his gaze deepened slightly. It is currently in its most vulnerable state. By my estimations, it has only just been reborn. In essence, it is an infant. With the legacy and the heavenly mandate, you will be able to enter the heavens and establish a bond with the plane's consciousness its very soul. Through that bond, you will gain influence over the will of heaven itself. As long as your intent does not threaten the survival of the plane and does not trigger its instinctive self-preservation, then your will shall be enacted. For a split second, Alex's breathing quickened. Countless possibilities surged through his mind. Knowledge of every resource point across the plane, the authority to command wind, rain, and even natural disasters. The potential to use the plane itself as a conduit to access the universal laws ahead of time. The implications were staggering. But then, like a bucket of cold water poured over his thoughts, clarity returned. It's never going to be that simple. Alex exhaled slowly. He was far too well-read to fall for such illusions. Power of this magnitude never came without a cost. Either it demanded an immense price to wield, or the process of obtaining it was unimaginably difficult. Perhaps both. Silence followed. Alex fell deep into thought. Minutes passed quickly. Nearly half an hour went by. Sorcerer One Heaven watched in quiet surprise. This was longer than he had expected. Finally, Alex spoke. "All right, I will accept the legacy." Sorcerer One Heaven nodded. Though the time taken to reach the decision had been longer than anticipated, the conclusion itself was not. He is still young, the old man thought. In the end, the allure of power is difficult to resist. What he did not know was that he could not have been more wrong. If the old man's offer had been limited to control over Verdanus's heavenly will, Alex might very well have rejected it outright. Too much power corrupts. It was a well-known principle in his previous life, one that remained just as relevant in this world. A mere second circle individual controlling an entire plane? That was not power. It was a disaster waiting to happen. There was no way a powerhouse like Sorcerer One Heaven would be ignorant of that fact, which meant only one thing. Either the offer was not as absolute as it seemed, or there were significant limitations and hidden conditions attached to it. Even so, Alex chose to accept. Firstly, because of the daddy golden energy, or rather, providence, the force that had brought him and his party to Verdanus. Even if there was no immediate, tangible gain, there was clearly a design at play by fate, or perhaps something even deeper, destiny. If he was already entangled in it, then it was better to move along with the current in order to extract as much benefit as possible, rather than to be forcefully dragged along with the current anyway, with nothing to show for it. However, the true deciding factor was not the promise of authority. It was the legacy itself. A power that can mobilize the collective forces of heaven and earth. If it works the way I think it does, then this isn't going to be limited to Verdanus. It could elevate my Rune-Tech to an entirely new level. For a fleeting moment, a smile threatened to surface on Alex's lips, but he quickly suppressed it. Instead, he leaned forward slightly and placed both hands on the table. He opened his palm upwards. This was a very deliberate gesture. "All right, One Heaven," Alex said calmly. "Now that we're on the same side, please tell me everything." He held the old man's gaze. "And I mean everything." A faint glint passed through Sorcerer One Heaven's eyes. Without a word, he mirrored Alex's action. His palm rested upon the table, facing upwards. A simple gesture, yet one laden with profound meaning. A tradition from the ancient era of sorcery, a symbol of absolute openness. An unspoken pact, no less binding. Once accepted, neither party would withhold truth from the other. While there was no actual force compelling either party to remain truthful, the gesture was a tradition deeply respected within sorcerer society, especially among those of higher rank. It was far better to refuse the gesture outright than to accept it and then lie. To do so would not only stain one's reputation, it would be seen as a betrayal of one's own self. Such a transgression could weigh heavily upon the mind, to the extent that it could hinder or even halt one's progress and cultivation. Inner demon. "Here is everything I know." Sorcerer One Heaven began. "I cannot say whether my ascension to the eighth circle was merely a consequence of destiny or the catalyst of a greater, preordained event. But what is certain is that my breakthrough marked the beginning of an era of tribulation for Verdantis. A tribulation already inscribed within the stream of destiny, one that the plane itself cannot avoid. He paused briefly before continuing. Within this destined tribulation exists multiple fates and outcomes. In one, Verdantis is devoured by Gumo. In another, the traitors, those who now proclaim themselves as deities, succeed in repelling Gumo, only to claim the plane for themselves. His gaze darkened. But in both of these outcomes, I see the same end. The eventual death of Verdantis and the extinction of all who inhabit it. Silence lingered. And so, taking advantage of the heavens' will's inherent drive for self-preservation, I used the power of the heavens to create a legacy, one capable of opening a third path, a third fate. His voice steadied. A legacy that would give rise new force, one that does not siphon the plane's providence, but instead nurtures and strengthens it, and uses it to stand against both Gumo and the traitors. His gaze locked onto Alex. What I ask of you is to become that third force, to guide this plane toward survival, continued existence, and growth. He paused, then added, but as I said earlier, the battle you are stepping into is not a direct one. You will not face Gumo nor the traitors in direct confrontation, at least, not yet. His voice lowered slightly. Instead, this will be a battle for the heavenly mandate. Battle for the heavens' mandate? Alex raised an eyebrow. One heaven affirmed with a nod. Be it Gumo, who seeks to plunder the plane of all its providence, the traitors who seek to take over as the supreme rulers of the plane, or you, who must stop them. All of you require some form of control over the plane's consciousness, over the heaven's will, he said. However, because I killed the plane's consciousness a millennium ago, forcing it into rebirth, the heavens have since become sealed. A key is required to access the heavens, the soul space of the plane's consciousness, which is currently undergoing rebirth. The heavens' mandate, Alex interjected. Exactly. Old man, one heaven confirmed. Only one who possesses the highest authority within the heaven and the earth can bypass the lock placed upon the heavens. The plane's consciousness is either still in the process of being reborn or has only just awakened. In such a fragile state, anyone who gains access to the heavens would be able to influence it with minimal effort. Alex nodded slowly in understanding. Verdantis' planar consciousness was, for all intents and purposes, akin to a newborn. It was easy to influence, mislead, and/or control, especially for someone capable of reaching directly into its soul. Survival of the fittest, the strong devour the weak. The universe is surprisingly consistent. Even planes themselves are not exempt from this great truth. Alex exhaled softly. Even entire worlds could be prey. He recalled something one heaven had said earlier. Its energy, laws, and fortune can be plundered by entities of other planes, either for themselves or for their own plane. So not only can planes be devoured by external entities, they can also send out their own denizens to prey on other planes, indirectly devouring that plane and its providence. Alex's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that what Pangea does? Interplanar travel, though largely monopolized by the nobility, was highly developed within Pangea. Its denizens had ventured across countless planes, conquering some and exploiting others to harvesting resources and accumulate providence. While Alex doubted that Pangea actively sought to exploit other planes to the point of collapse, its interplanar expeditions were, at least on the surface, resource-oriented. He couldn't help but wonder, was the subtle theft of providence also one of the intended outcomes? Perhaps not something openly acknowledged, but something quietly understood. While it was possible that lower and mid-ranked figures like himself were unaware of such truths, it was far harder to believe that those at the top, the legends and above, were equally ignorant. His father, his master, the great noble houses, the royals, are they truly oblivious? Alex's thoughts deepened. Or do they simply not care? A flicker of unease crossed his mind. Thinking about it now, can I really say that father, the other nobles, and even myself, are all that different from Guillermo? His thoughts drifted back to his arrival at Ashen Castle, the map of the Marblebrook Plain and Earl Drake's ongoing campaign there. From the very beginning, Drake Fury had never hidden his intent to conquer, dominate, and subjugation of the plain's inhabitants. He intended to make them vassals if he could, and if he could not, if necessary, slaves. The most unsettling truth about this was that Earl Drake Fury was an exception. He was the norm. Alex's fingers tightened slightly. At its fundamental core, can one really say Earl Drake Fury and the other nobles of Pangaea, who use their overwhelming military superiority to dominate a plain, are that really different from Guillermo? As a scion of such a house and such a plain, did he really have the moral standing to try to stop Guillermo or the Na'vi of this plain? The Na'vi of this plain are at least inhabitants of this plain, whether the plain flourishes or goes to damnation. One could argue they have a bigger say in it. On the other hand, Guillermo, and I might actually be the same, individuals from higher rank planes who had come to plunder this plain for its resources. While it could be argued that I don't intend to literally ruin and destroy the plain, who is to say any system I can establish would be much better? All the systems I can think of are from my previous life, and even there these systems are flawed in themselves. I can't possibly expect a miracle to happen that would remove those flaws here, can I? They might even be worse here. At least Guillermo offers a swift end, while the Na'vi promise a blissfully ignorant one. Alex's thoughts darkened, but I might introduce something far worse. An exploitative system. One that doesn't kill outright, but consumes slowly. His mind drifted to the systems already entrenched within Pangaea. Outer world slavery, the trade of entire plains, the harvesting of rare, irreplaceable planar resources. Harmful systems to the inhabitants of those plains, so normalized in Pangaea that they were no longer questioned. Can I, as a noble of Pangaea, truly claim the right to decide the fate of another world when I already have my own to consider? A sharp, unsettling thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. If I'm right, and Guillermo truly comes from a higher rank plane, then he might not be alone. Alex's heart tightened. What if there's an entire organization behind him? If he falls, wouldn't they come next? A flicker of paranoia crept in. For a brief moment, the weight of unseen enemies pressed down on him. But just as quickly, he exhaled, letting it all go. No, don't overthink it. He grounded himself. We're talking about a Class 8 transcendent. Someone of that caliber wouldn't casually call for reinforcements. More likely, he would rather fall on his sword or scorch the earth than accept such humiliation. His thoughts sharpened. And even if reinforcements exist, how many beings at that level could a single organization truly command? And how many would willingly intervene, knowing this plane has already resisted one of their own? A faint, knowing glint passed through his eyes. The stronger one becomes, the more cautious they grow. Satisfied, Alex suppressed the lingering unease and turned his attention back to Old Man One Heaven. How do I obtain the Heaven's mandate with my current strength? He asked. His tone was calm, but the question carried weight. One Heaven had claimed the mandate through overwhelming power. Alex stood at the opposite end of that spectrum, weak and insignificant, a mere second circle in a game of monsters. Yet One Heaven only shook his head. Your rank is irrelevant, he said, because you will not be taking the mandate through strength. A faint smile formed on his lips, one that carried both promise and danger. What you must do, he paused, is build an empire,